Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 2449. Hiss, Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Granny, this artifact fragment without anyone controlling it is actually so powerful. I'm rich. Xiao Hua thought as his figure flew into the air. However, where his divine sense was, there were a bunch of fireflies scattered around it like butterflies. The deep white brilliance and extreme coldness came from those fireflies. However, there was no trace of the mirror surface. The icy mirror was so strange that Xiao Hua became even more happy. Just as he was about to approach again, a brilliance flashed out from the fireflies and quickly covered Xiao Hua. A bone-piercing chill, as well as a stagnant magic power, although it had not yet reached Xiao Hua, it had already hit a large area of protective brilliance in front of him. Xiao Hua's faint protective brilliance actually began to collapse bit by bit. Destroy. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and took out the yang leaf fan. Urging his magic power, a fire dragon rushed out and pounced on that brilliance. However, as if encountering a cold current, the fire dragon that had previously been invincible immediately began to be annihilated when it touched the brilliance. In the blink of an eye, it was extinguished by the brilliance like a whirlwind. GGA. Xiao Hua shouted. His figure suddenly flashed and strangely disappeared from midair. That brilliance missed and hit the space's stone wall. With a rumbling sound, the restrictions on the stone wall rapidly flickered. Hit. Xiao Hua's figure appeared again, already at the edge of the fireflies. The yang leaf fan in his hand changed into the wishful steel staff. Following Xiao Hua's shout, the wishful steel staff hit the fireflies. Walala. Like the sound of flowing water, the fireflies shattered, and even the brilliance scattered. However, at the same time, several rays of brilliance burst out. Pa pa pa. Xiao Hua's wishful steel staff was like a chicken nodding, not waiting for the brilliance to fly out and hit it. This icy mirror is indeed powerful. Xiao Hua frowned slightly, and the magic eye on his left hand opened. Sure enough, the icy mirror was not shattered by Xiao Hua. A crescent-like icy blue mirror surface swam like a fish among the fireflies. Return. Seeing that the fireflies had another brilliance, Xiao Hua did not dare to be negligent. His right hand stretched out, and the universe in the sleeve covered it again. Puff, 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 the sleeves of Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, which he had changed into at the last moment, were torn apart like a flurry of butterflies. The brilliance of the ice frost mirror had actually broken through the restriction of the heaven and earth in the sleeve. However, the instant the icy mirror was imprisoned by the universe in the sleeve, Xiao Hua's consciousness also arrived. Collect. Xiao Hua thought as his consciousness wrapped around the icy mirror. In an instant, numerous doors that seemed to have opened appeared on the surface of the mirror. Numerous beautiful illusions appeared behind the doors, and numerous snowy plateaus stood within the illusions. Xiao Hua's mind flashed past the door on the mirror. There was a boundless temptation coming from it. If Xiao Hua hadn't seen so many illusions before, he would have been lost in one of them if he wasn't careful. Good boy, Xiao Hua hurriedly activated God guidance, maintaining a trace of clarity in his mind as he stored the icy mirror into his space. Then, he looked at the empty space and the darkness where the door had appeared before. He couldn't help but be astonished. Is this an illusion? Or, is this really a door? Xiao Hua stored the fragments of the icy mirror and the crystal coffin into his space. When he was thinking about the defensive array on the pagoda, he felt an extremely angry divine sense sweep over and easily locked onto him. Xiao Hua immediately understood that Tu Hong must have done something to the icy mirror and the crystal coffin. By taking the icy mirror and the crystal coffin, he had snatched away Tu Hong's treasures and immediately alarmed him. Ha ha ha! Immediately, Xiao Hua had no choice but to abandon the pagoda. His figure abruptly flew into the air with a green flying sword in his hand. So it's the sanctimonious great general Tu Hong who has come. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and shouted. In the dark night, his voice spread far and wide. Unexpectedly, Tu Hong didn't say anything at all. With a wave of his hand, the triangular magic treasure in his hand flew into the air. As the magic treasure shook, 3 clear lights of 3 colors flew out from 3 sides of the magic treasure and shot towards Xiaohua. Ayaya, Xiaohua's body swayed as he used the wind escape technique. His entire body flew high into the air like a feather and easily dodged the clear lights. He then shouted loudly, "Tu Hong, this old man rushed thousands of miles to give you the congratulatory gift for the dual cultivation ceremony. Why are you so unreasonable? Your Dao sect keeps on talking about benevolence, righteousness, and morality. Why is there no such thing when it comes to you?" Xiaohua's voice was so loud that it had already alarmed the nearby disciples. Even the cultivators who came to congratulate from afar heard it. At this time, Qian Mo, Qing Bai, and the others' divine senses also swept over and several figures of reinforcements could be vaguely seen. Qin Jian. Tu Hong's face was ashen. He bit his lips and his eyes were about to spit fire. He angrily transmitted his voice, "My Sky Patrol City's City Lord is in charge of the Sky Patrol City. How dare you come to my residence to cause trouble? If you want to live, quickly, leave my things behind and run away." What? What if this Qin doesn't leave? What if this Qin can't escape? Xiaohua heard Tu Hong's voice transmission and sneered in his heart as he asked coldly. Then this too can only fight to the death. Tu Hong gritted his teeth and said angrily. "Ha ha ha, what a joke." Xiaohua laughed loudly, "This old man originally came to take your life. You actually want to fight to the death with me? Why don't you take a look at yourself? How dare you fight to the death with me?" Qin Jian. In an instant, a trace of humiliation flashed across Tu Hong's eyes. He continued to transmit his voice in a low voice, "You only need to leave the things that you took with you to me. Or you can take them first. If you run away now, this too will definitely repay you generously. Even if the City Lord's divine sense arrives, this too will guarantee your safety." If Xiaohua was Tu Hong, he might have compromised or even hesitated. However, Xiaohua was not Tu Hong. Seeing that Tu Hong wanted to use the lives of the Dao sect cultivators to make a deal with the sword cultivators, Xiaohua was instantly enraged. The last trace of sympathy he had for Tu Hong had completely disappeared. "Go," Xiaohua chanted a sword technique. The green flying sword turned into a ray of light and pierced towards Tu Hong. At the same time, Xiaohua shouted, "Tu Hong, this old man is here to take your life. Give it to me, you." Seeing that Xiaohua was not afraid of the Shuayu spiritual master's threat and did not intend to compromise with him, Tu Hong was helpless. He could only shake his magic treasure. A ray of yellow light flew out from the magic treasure and blocked the green flying sword. Z-la-la sounds could be heard. The light easily blocked the sword light and even started to corrode the sword light. Oh. Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He squinted his eyes and looked at Tu Hong's magic treasure. The light from this magic treasure was similar to the light from the ice sea mirror. When Tu Hong saw that the magic treasure was able to easily block Qin Jian's flying sword, he was overjoyed. He felt that Qin Jian was not as powerful as the rumors said. Attack! Tu Hong gathered his courage and shook his magic treasure again. 6 rays of light appeared from 3 sides of the magic treasure and shot towards Xiaohua from different angles. Withdraw. Xiaohua was helpless. He could only wave his hand and the green flying sword flew into his hand. He then activated his wind escape technique and dodged the rays of light while flying towards Tu Hong. How could Tu Hong let Xiaohua get close to him? He also quickly flew up. His hands were constantly chanting as his magic power flowed into his magic treasure. Rays of light appeared in front of him to block Xiaohua's attack. Even though the radiance from Tu Hong's magical artifact was faint, it was still bright under the night sky. It had long attracted the attention of everyone. Qian Mo and the rest even flew closer to Xiaohua. It seemed like they were already transmitting their voices, wanting to surround Xiaohua from all directions. Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over and saw Dui Qimeng's extremely nervous expression. His heart unconsciously thumped as he thought, not good, could it be that she has feelings for Tu Hong? However, Xiao Hua immediately thought of Cui Hongshan's pain and narrowed his eyes, so what if she has feelings for him? Today, I will kill Tu Hong and extinguish your thoughts. I would like to see where you will go from here. Let's go. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and kept the green flying sword into his space. His entire body was like a real flying sword as he soared into the night sky. Quick, Qin Jian wants to escape. Qian Imo saw this and shouted loudly, this bastard dared to rush into my sky patrol city today. He is really challenging my bottom line. If I let him escape, my Dao sect will lose all face. Tu Hong's eyes saw that Xiao Hua had easily escaped from the battle and did not even put his magic treasure in his eyes. He already knew that he was not Xiao Hua's opponent. He was puzzled as to why Xiao Hua did not kill him and secretly wondered if his words had moved Xiao Hua. At this moment, when he heard Qian Mo's shouts, his eyes looked as though he wanted to reach out and strangle Qian Mo to death. Ha ha ha! Xiao Hua flew into the air and clapped his hands. Yu Meng's corpse floated into the air. Tu Hong, although you killed tens of thousands of my swordsmen at Mount Quanjin and I have always regarded you as a great enemy, I do not look down on you because of this. In fact, I even respect you from the bottom of my heart. I know that you are a strategist general, just like me. If it were not for the difference in our sword Dao, I would really like to drink and chat with you. I have long heard that you are going to conduct a dual cultivation ceremony. Today, I have the time to come and give you a big gift. However, I accidentally discovered your secret. Haha, this girl is called Yu Meng, right? Is she your former lover? In order to revive her, you actually used the life of an innocent girl from the Imperial Thunder sect to exchange for her? Furthermore, how did the Dao sect disciples at Mount Quanjin offend you? It was just that someone accidentally discovered this secret. You actually killed all of them at Mount Quanjin. At this point, Tu Hong's expression was completely distorted as he channeled all the magic power in his body and rushed into the sky. At the same time, the triangular magic treasure shot out rays of light. At the same time, the defensive array on the left flashed and the dozen rays of light forced Xiao Hua to fly again. Fellow Taoists, do not listen to Qin Jian's filthy words. I don't know where he got the corpse from, but he wants to pour dirty water on me. Tu Hong naturally did not admit to it and said anxiously, if we form an array to kill this beast, it will be a great merit. Even if we can't kill him, we must trap him. The city lord will be here soon. Everyone was listening with interest, but with Tu Hong's shout, they immediately sobered up and flew over. They slapped their storage bags and prepared to take out their magic treasures to trap Xiao Hua. Chapter 2450. Damn it, Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that he wasn't as eloquent as Tu Hong, but he didn't expect the difference to be so great. Tu Hong was able to erase everything with a single sentence and even incite a group of cultivators to attack him. Go! Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and flung Yu Meng's corpse towards Qian Mo. Tu Hong was overjoyed when he saw that Xiao Hua had actually thrown Yu Meng away. His body involuntarily flew over to catch Yu Meng. However, he stopped after a slight sway. He was very clear that he absolutely could not get close to Yu Meng right now. Otherwise, everything he had done would be exposed. Fellow Daoist Qian, quickly catch that corpse. This old man has a clear conscience. I still have to report this matter to the city lord. Tu Hong shouted anxiously. Oh, Qian Mo saw a corpse flying towards him. It looked exactly the same as Dui Qimeng, who was not far from him. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart. He had the heart to not accept it, but Tu Hong said it again. He could only wave his hand and that corpse changed direction and flew towards Dui Qimeng. Qimeng, keep this. Yes, Dui Qimeng was shocked when she saw the other her flying towards her. Under the moonlight, her face was as white as snow. Wasn't that the real her? In an instant, Dui Qimeng was enlightened. Her face was as white as a sheet. All her previous emotions were blown away by fear. She had already thought it through. This Tu Hong must be like what Qin Jian had said. He must have such a plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have favored an unknown disciple of the Imperial Lightning Sect when Dui Qimeng caught Yu Meng's corpse. Xiaohua laughed wildly in the sky. I have never thought of winning against cultivators like you. Your eloquence is definitely one of the best spiritual artifacts in the Dawn Rain continent. Today, I am here to give Tu Hong a big gift. As he spoke, Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out an unremarkable storage pouch. Quick! Xiaohua formed a sword seal with his hand, and from within the storage pouch, 7 ice-cold and slightly red sword lights flew out in succession. That light red sword light flew into the air like a dancing dragon. With a whistling sound, it surrounded Tu Hong, who was several zhang away from Xiaohua. Ah! Tu Hong was obviously shocked by the sword formation. The 7 rays of sword light landed in the shape of the Big Dipper. Although the 7 rays of sword light did not move in the slightest, the tip of the sword was pointing at his body. The cold intent from the tip of the sword firmly froze him in place. An indescribable fear and trepidation rose from the bottom of Tu Hong's heart. This truly made him feel incredulous. He was a golden core cultivator. His Dao heart was much stronger than that of Foundation establishment and Qi refining cultivators. Therefore, it was impossible for an illusory swordsman to affect his Dao heart. Quick! Xiaohua saw Tu Hong's face gradually turn pale, and many Jindan cultivators' magic treasures and other items whizzed out. He knew that with such a big commotion in Tu Hong's residence, Shuiyuzhenren could definitely appear at any time. Since he could not expose Tu Hong's scheme, he could only kill him. If he didn't use the wishful staff, Xiaohua could only place his hopes on the 7 stars Great Array. As Xiaohua activated the Great Array, a powerful restrictive force was born from the 7 stars Great Array, firmly trapping Tu Hong. Tu Hong's deathly pale face turned dark red. The 3 rhombus magic treasure that was previously suspended in mid-air also fell into his hands. The 3-colored brilliance on the magic treasure was abnormally bright, protecting Tu Hong. However, the 3-colored brilliance was distorted like smoke, which was enough to show the strength of the 7 stars Great Array's confinement power. I'm afraid it won't work. Xiaohua's control of the 7 stars Great Array was not as smooth as that of a swordsman. He did not dare to reveal his Dao sect cultivation, so he could not help but sigh. He knew that he had the heart but was powerless. Thinking about this, Xiaohua's figure flew into the Great Array. He wanted to take advantage of this moment to make a final gamble. Seeing Xiaohua rushing over, Tu Hong was also greatly alarmed. Stretching out his hand, a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. Exerting a little force, the spirit talisman shattered, and an unparalleled ice intent rushed into the air. Shuiyuzhenren. Xiaohua groaned. He knew that the talisman in Tu Hong's hand was from the Snow Region Sage. The nascent soul cultivators of the Sky Patrol City would be here in a moment. Moreover, Qingbai and the others had already taken out their magic treasures. Numerous rays of light of various colors were also attacking Xiaohua from above. The powerful force had already pierced through the air and into Xiaohua's skin. Forget it, Xiaohua waved his hand and was about to drive the sword pouch back into the 7 flying swords to prepare to escape, but at this moment, Tu Hong, who was inside the 3-colored light barrier, suddenly went crazy. He stretched out his hand and tore off his Daoist robe, revealing his naked body. His body was full of scars, but these scars were covered by thick black hair at the same time. What can you vengeful spirits do to me? This old man is going to kill all of you. So what? You are the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Your life and death are no longer up to you. Using you as bait is only right. But just as Tu Hong said a few words, he crawled in the air and cried, Yu Meng, I'm sorry. Oh no, spare me, I'll be a sitting cow in my next life, oh my god. Is this guy crazy? Xiaohua was stunned, and the sword in his hand also stopped. At this time, Tu Hong could no longer resist the horror in his heart. That was the power of karma of tens of thousands of vengeful spirits. After all, it was not something a golden core cultivator could resist. Tu Hong had lost his Tao heart. His eyes were immediately filled with blood, and he felt as if he was being roasted in a bloody fire. At first, he could still force himself to be calm and make some arguments, but later on, he could no longer control himself and cried bitterly. Kill. Xiao Hua also came to his senses for a moment. His body suddenly accelerated, and he waved his hand in front of him. 64 green and red sword lights were waved from Xiao Hua's hand, piercing towards Tu Hong from 64 directions. At first glance, it was simply a sea of flying swords. It was fine if the dream executioner did not appear, but Tu Hong was still crazy and seemed to be unable to control himself. Once the dream executioner appeared, it was as if a sky full of karma rushed into his heart, and he collapsed in an instant. He was completely like a mortal who had lost his mind, standing in the air blankly, his eyes lifeless, waiting to be slaughtered. Puff, 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 the dream executioner did not let Tu Hong down. With a flick of its finger, it pierced through Tu Hong's naked body, and the defensive brilliance turned into paper paste under the innate gold chi. Seeing the blood splattering in Tu Hong's death, his eyes flashed with a trace of clarity, and even a trace of gratitude and relief. Thank, Xiao Hua could even faintly hear this word in his ears. However, he only heard it. At this time, a powerful and angry divine sense swept over from outside the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, the Shui region enlightened master is here. Xiao Hua's Buddhist consciousness had always been released. How could he not know this familiar nascent soul divine sense? Withdraw. Xiao Hua's figure was inside the 7 stars great array, and he relied on the power of the array to block the magical treasures of several golden core adepts. Moreover, there were more golden core adepts coming over, and there were even nascent soul adepts who could kill him with a raise of their hands. He stretched out his hand and very familiarly put away Tu Hong's storage bag and magical treasures. Then, he opened the sword pouch and put away the 7 flying swords. His figure flashed and rushed into the sky. Like a sharp sword, he broke through the defensive restriction of Tu Hong's residence, and his figure disappeared in midair. The moment Xiao Hua's figure disappeared, the divine sense of the Shui region enlightened master arrived. Although the divine sense missed, it continued to move forward. It even swept through the entire Tu Hong's residence and rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. However, in a flash, the divine sense disappeared again. After a few moments, an overwhelming pressure was emitted from somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. Then, a rainbow streaked across the night sky and landed somewhere in the Sky Patrol City. The figure of the Shui region enlightened master flashed faintly in the rainbow. His entire figure was not visible, and he only paused for a moment. The rainbow emitted a yellow light, and the Shui region enlightened master rushed into the ground of the Sky Patrol City. The Shui region enlightened master was really angry. He never thought that sword adepts would attack him in his Sky Patrol City, and he was careless enough to fall into their trap. Tu Hong's death was not only the death of a golden core adept, but also the loss of face of a nascent soul adept. If he did not capture the swordsman who attacked Tu Hong, how could he still have face? However, the sword essence revealed by the swordsman happened to be at the edge of his divine thought. When he discovered the talisman sent out by Tu Hong, his divine thought could only scan the Sky Patrol City. He did not even find any trace of Xiao Hua. He could only follow Xiao Hua's faint spiritual power fluctuations to find him. Xiao Hua, who was used to playing hide and seek with nascent soul adepts, would not give the Shui region enlightened master any chance. With a few wind elemental escape, a few earth elemental escape, and the demonic cultivator's concealment technique, Xiao Hua had already escaped. Rise! The Shui region enlightened master rushed out from the ground like a rainbow-colored ray of light. He suddenly flew up into the sky and stretched out his hands like an overlord lifting a cauldron. His hands emitted a milky white light. Along with the brilliance, ripples appeared and covered the entire Sky Patrol City in an instant. Whoosh! The net of light that was like a fishing net was thrown down like a thunderbolt, and it went straight to the ground. However, in just a few breaths of time, the light turned around and rushed toward the Shui region enlightened master. Wu, like the howling of a hurricane, a brilliant light danced around Sage Shui's body and completely covered him. It was like a thick cocoon of light. Go! The Shui region enlightened master shouted, and all the light turned into strands of light again and flew in all directions of the Sky Patrol City. Within the strands of light, one could vaguely see the light of plum blossoms. Damn it, nascent soul adepts are really powerful. Just as the Shui region enlightened master was using his divine sense to search the entire area, Xiao Hua, who did not dare to stay in the Sky Patrol City for too long, escaped into the Imperial Thunder Sect Station when the Shui region enlightened master's divine sense stopped. Playing hide and seek with the Sky Patrol City in the Sky Patrol City would be suicidal. That terrifying sword formation was simply an instant kill. The green and red flying swords were like a bladeless youth. Without any hindrance, they silently cut off a young girl's youth. Tu Hong's defensive formation was simply unable to withstand the sharpness of the flying swords. Tu Hong's ambition and infatuation were all gone with the wind in a snap of a finger. However, the gold core cultivators only felt a moment of lingering fear. Immediately after, they saw Shuiyu Sage use his magical powers to activate the formation of Shuiyu City to search for Qingjian. Their faces were as white as snow, and they began to feel fear in their hearts. However, although they were afraid, none of them dared to move. All of them quietly waited in the air above Tu Hong's mansion, waiting for Shuiyu's orders. Only one person's face was filled with extreme fear. Her originally slightly flushed face was now abnormally pale. This person was none other than Dui Qimeng. Shock, regret, and enlightenment alternated in her eyes. At the same time, she was extremely puzzled as she looked at the corpse in her hands that was almost identical to her. Not far away from Dui Qimeng was naturally the self-righteous Qian Mo. His face was extremely awkward. Even though Tu Hong didn't admit it until his death, didn't that mean that Qingjian wasn't lying? Since Tu Hong was preparing to take Dui Qimeng's soul, then what kind of role did he play? If this matter was known by others, how would he face himself? Sure enough, in the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the dazzling brilliance above Shuiyu City gradually disappeared. This brilliance had already attracted countless cultivators to fly out from their resting places to see what was happening. However, the pressure of Shuiyu Sage covered the entire Shuiyu City. They only poked their heads out and then lost interest. They obediently stayed in their resting places, not daring to move. When Shuiyu's figure disappeared, the pressure was also completely gone. The disciples of Shuiyu had already appeared in groups, patrolling the streets of Shuiyu City. Even some gold core disciples of Shuiyu City flew into the air with strange expressions on their faces. They urged their disciples to search for Qingjian while they dealt with cultivators that ordinary disciples could not deal with. As for Shuiyu Sage, he turned into a rainbow and landed beside the pagoda. With a slight grasp of his hand, the entire pagoda was lifted up by him. With a rumbling sound, the pagoda fell down and the array formation was also destroyed, revealing the space where the crystal coffin was originally. But at this time, besides Lan Xian's corpse, there was nothing else. There was no trace of her at all. Shuiyu waved his hand and Lan Xian's corpse flew into the air. Shuiyu narrowed his eyes and looked at it for a moment. Then, he waved his hand again and Tu Hong's corpse also flew over, joining Lan Xian's corpse. After a moment, Shuiyu waved his sleeve and the two corpses fell into the dust. Then, he looked at the crowd of gold core cultivators, who were trembling with fear. What is going on here? Shuiyu finally spoke. This was the first time Shuiyu had spoken since returning to Shuiyu City. His voice was filled with anger. Qingbai, Yunchen, and the others looked at each other, not daring to speak. This was Tu Hong's scandal. Who knew what Shuiyu's plan was? If he heard this, then whoever dared to speak would be the first to die. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Shuiyu grinned and said, "It seems that this old man, senior, this is what happened." A soft and clear voice sounded out. It was Dui Qimeng, who was still holding on to Yu Meng's corpse. Shuiyu's eyes flashed with a fierce light, as if he wanted to dig out a piece of Dui Qimeng's flesh. Of course, this was under the condition that he didn't understand the reason behind it. When he heard Dui Qimeng narrate the whole story without leaving out a single detail, his gaze was as sharp as a sword. It was as if he wanted to stab Dui Qimeng and Tu Hong with 64 fatal sword scars. Dui Qimeng remained calm in the face of the Snow Domain Enlightened Master's undisguised killing intent. She bowed gracefully and said, "This junior is an unlucky person. I was originally in love with my Imperial Lightning Sect's disciple, Cui Hongshan. However, Cui Hongshan followed me to Mtaquanjin and was buried in the array. At that time, this junior's heart was like dying embers and I didn't want to give myself to anyone else. However, this junior took into account that senior Tu Hong had contributed greatly to my Dao sect and killed thousands of Huan country's swordsmen at Golden Spring Mountain. This junior took revenge for Cui Hongshan and fulfilled this junior's wish. Thus, this junior agreed to perform the dual cultivation ceremony with senior Tuesday. Tonight's matter was too sudden. This junior doesn't know if this matter is true. However, looking at Yu Meng in this junior's hands, this junior is filled with sorrow. Although she is already dead, Tu Hong racked his brains for her and used unscrupulous means to resurrect her. But what about this junior? I am all alone with no one to rely on. I can't even find Cui Hongshan's corpse. Senior Tu Hong's actions may be disgraceful or heinous in the eyes of others, but in the eyes of this junior and other female cultivators, he is a true lover. To be honest, even if this matter is true, this junior doesn't have any resentment. This junior doesn't resent Tu Hong. Actually, if he had directly told this junior about this matter, this junior wouldn't have hesitated to agree. Because this junior's heart is already dead and gone with Cui Hongshan. Rather than letting this junior's body wither away with my heart, this junior would rather give Tu Hong a living Yu Meng. Thus, this junior earnestly requests that this junior be allowed to bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong. This junior also requests that senior's disciples bury this junior at Golden Spring Mountain. Even if this junior can't be buried together with Cui Hongshan, this junior wants to look at Cui Hongshan's corpse as I sleep. Hiss, the group of Golden Core cultivators couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard Dui Qimeng's words. They thought that the one who hated Tu Hong the most was Dui Qimeng. Who would have thought that Dui Qimeng didn't hate Tu Hong at all and treated this matter as nothing? This was simply inconceivable. This simply didn't make any sense. The group of Golden Core cultivators were all flabbergasted as a saying appeared in their minds: a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. There were also female cultivators among the Golden Core cultivators, and Qing Bai was one of them. She was also moved when she heard this, but when she saw Shuiyu's thoughtful expression, a trace of hope appeared in her heart. She didn't dare to say anything in fear of angering Shuiyu. "Little girl. Is this true?" Shuiyu said coldly. Sigh, Dui Qimeng smiled bitterly. This junior's heart is withered. Senior, please take this Yu Meng away and this junior will go find Cui Hongshan. Dui Qimeng waved her hand and Yu Meng's corpse flew into the air. With a flip of her hand, her jade-like palm hit her own forehead as she called out, Cui Hongshan, this concubine is coming for you. Chapter 2452. Humph, just as Dui Qimeng's hand was about to hit her own forehead, Perfected Shui sneered. Dui Qimeng's hand froze in midair. Your Cui Lang is in the Imperial Lightning Sect's encampment. How are you going to find him if you're dead? Perfected Shui waved his sleeves and Yu Meng's corpse flew back. Bury Yu Meng's corpse together with Tu Hong's corpse. Then, you can go find your Cui Lang. This old man does not want to see you in Sky Patrol City ever again. What? Cui Lang, he's still alive? Dui Qimeng could not believe her ears. She was completely stunned. Of course, in her heart, there was a flash of hope. However, Sage Xue no longer paid any attention to her. His figure gradually turned into a ray of light, and a cold voice was transmitted into the ears of the Golden Core cultivators. Tu Hong was killed by Qin Jian. You all saw it with your own eyes. We Dao sect cultivators have one more blood feud. You all must do your best to kill Qin Jian. Furthermore, even if Tu Hong made a mistake in the matter at Jinshan Quan, he should have done 60% of the work. This old man does not want to hear any rumors. Do you understand? Yes, we understand. Everyone was overjoyed and bowed in unison. Before they could get up, Perfected Xue had already flown away. There was no trace of him at all. We were lucky. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and nodded slightly. Without any greetings, they flew into the meeting hall. Senior Uncle Qian. Seeing that Qian Mo was about to fly away, Dui Qimeng called out anxiously. What's the matter? Qian Mo turned around indifferently. Oh, nothing. Dui Qimeng saw Qian Mo's expression and immediately understood that he must know that Cui Hongshan had returned to Sky Patrol City. However, he had always seen her. Why didn't he say anything earlier? Since he did not say anything earlier, how could she ask him now? This disciple would like senior uncle to change Tu Hong's trusted subordinate to come over so that I can carry out Perfected Xue's orders properly. Dui Qimeng thought quickly and said respectfully. This old man understands. Qian Mo nodded slightly. You did well. Since it's an order from Perfected Xue, we will naturally do it well. Just you wait. With that, Qian Mo turned around and flew away, leaving Dui Qimeng behind. Tu Hong's corpse fell beside the ruins of the pagoda. Looking at this imposing man, Dui Qimeng couldn't feel any resentment. What she said to the Snow Region sage was the truth. She knew that if she was in his shoes, she might have made the same choice. Placing Yu Meng's corpse beside Tu Hong, Dui Qimeng had a strange feeling in her heart. It was as if she was lying there, and a peaceful feeling filled her heart. Dui Qimeng's heart immediately went on alert. Why do I have such a feeling? Who was this Yu Meng? She. How could she look exactly like me? Don't tell me. Thinking up to this point, Dui Qimeng sighed again. Sigh, even if Yu Meng is related to me in some way, I'm afraid I can't investigate it. Xue Yu's spiritual master made it clear that I can't come to Sky Patrol City in the future, and I can't investigate Yu Meng's origins. Otherwise, Cui Lang and I will have to worry about our lives. Immediately, Dui Qimeng's heart was filled with joy. Cui Lang, he really survived. Junior brother Xiao is really a god. I don't know how they managed to escape the spirit howler ray under Xiao Hua's protection. Unlike Dui Qimeng's surprise, Xue Yu's figure landed in the city lord's mansion. In the huge palace, Xue Yu frowned. Qin Jian? Isn't that the swordsman on the bounty? I vaguely saw it outside the Sky Scout city just now. That guy had already fled in panic. How could he appear in Sky Patrol City? Besides, Qin Jian is only a third-grade illusory sword cultivator. How could he hide from my eyes and ears? However, the sword wounds on Lan Xian and Tu Hong's bodies are real. That sword array can't be used by a swordsman. Could it be that a swordsman broke into my Sky Patrol City? It's just that, even if it's a swordsman, it's impossible for him to disappear under my nose. Thinking of this, Xue Yu's eyelids twitched. Yes, a swordsman's attack power was obviously stronger than a nascent soul cultivator. But this was Sky Patrol City. Within the array, Xue Yu was confident that he could kill a swordsman. This was also the reason why Huan Country's swordsman did not dare to invade Sky Patrol City. But today, this Qin Jian was actually able to escape the pursuit of a nascent soul cultivator, and he did not dare to fight with a nascent soul cultivator. This was extremely abnormal. At this moment, Shuiyu raised his eyebrows as if he had thought of something. With a wave of his hand, a spirit talisman flew out of the hall. Not long after, Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai came together. Both of them had a grim expression, and when they saw Shuiyu's face, they became even more panicked. Jin Kang bowed and said, "My lord, I've been unworthy. I've searched for a long time, but I couldn't find the swordsman's whereabouts at all. And I couldn't even find a trace of him. A group of disciples patrolled the entire place, but we couldn't find any strange swordsman at all." Fang Lengbai hurriedly reported. If even I can't find him, what can you find?" Shuiyu waved his hand and said coldly, "I just wanted to see if that scoundrel could have left any clues that I could easily overlook." "Yes, I understand." Both of them heaved a sigh of relief. "I called you here to ask you some questions." Shuiyu hesitated for a moment, then said, "Among the disciples who entered Sky Patrol City over the past month, were there any strange people?" "I've already made a list of those who entered and left Sky Patrol City, as well as those who used the teleportation formation. Please have a look, my lord." Fang Lengbai was already prepared. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip and handed it to Shuiyu. Shuiyu took it, glanced at it, and asked again, "Did you find anything strange?" "Okay, I'll let you know." Fang Lengbai smiled bitterly. "I've already looked through it, and there were no abnormalities. They were all disciples of various sects, and the disciples on duty in Sky Patrol City were at most at the early stage of the Gold Core realm." Take a closer look and see if any of these disciples were impersonated by the swordsman." Shuiyu nodded. "At the same time, see if there were any abnormalities outside Sky Patrol City." "Yes, I understand." Fang Lengbai bowed and replied. "By the way, Jin Kang, has Heavenly Demon Sect done anything recently?" Shuiyu suddenly asked. "Heavenly Demon Sect?" Jin Kang was slightly stunned, then shook his head and said, "Since the Sword Principle battle, Heavenly Demon Sect seemed to have disappeared without a trace. I haven't received any news from them for a long time." Chapter 2453. "Yes, send more people to find out more about the Heavenly Demon Sect." Shuiyu Master's face flashed with anger. "Yes, I understand. It's all my fault." Jin Kang hurriedly bowed and apologized. Shuiyu Master waved his sleeves and said, "It's not your fault. Now that the Sword Principle battle has made my Sky Patrol City anxious, who would care about the Heavenly Demon Sect?" "What do you mean?" Fang Lengbai took the opportunity to ask. "To tell you the truth, although the swordsman looks like Qin Jian, his escape technique is very good. He can avoid the magic treasure of a golden core cultivator. He seems to know the escape technique of the Huan country's bird cultivator. Qin Jian is a swordsman of the Huan country, so it's possible that he knows the escape technique of the bird cultivator. However, there seems to be traces of a demon cultivator in his disguise. If I'm not wrong, it's very likely that the Heavenly Demon Sect is using the name of a sword cultivator to kill my Sky Patrol City's disciples. This will further stir up the conflict between the Taoist sect and the sword cultivators." "You're wise." Fang Lengbai and Jin Kang were really impressed and replied respectfully. However, they did not know how Shuiyu Master could determine that it was not Qin Jian. However, this old man is a little puzzled. Although there were traces of the Sky Demon Sect's actions during the sword battle, the various Dao sect sects had also instantly accepted the challenge. Now that the battle has already reached its climax, why is the Sky Demon Sect taking the risk of being killed by this old man to stir up trouble again? Aren't they afraid of being exposed? "I don't know." Jin Kang answered honestly. "After I find out the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Sect, I'll ask you to make a decision." "Yes." Shuiyu Master nodded and then asked, "Do you know about Tu Hong?" This. Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai felt very awkward. It was impossible for them not to know about it. Although the Golden Core cultivators were warned by the Shuiyu Daoist, they had already discussed it and made an oath to never reveal a word about it, but what about the disciples of the Sky Patrol City? How could Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai not have any confidence among them? However, they also knew that Shuiyu Master had warned them. Now that Shuiyu Master asked about it, how could they answer? Rumors stop with the wise. Shuiyu Sage looked at the sky outside the palace and said, "The sky is about to brighten. A new day is about to begin. Let bygones be bygones." After that, Sage Shuiyu closed his eyes and ignored the two of them. "Yes, I understand." Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai's heart trembled. They knew that the matter about Tu Hong had been classified as a rumor. Everything about Tu Hong would be forgotten by the Sky Patrol City as the sun rose. They bowed and carefully retreated. The rising sun chased away the darkness, but where did the darkness go? Under the tree? Under the eaves? In the paddy fields? Or in people's hearts? No one could say for sure, but even if the sun left, darkness would still come. In this world, light and darkness were always alternating. No one knew whether it was the light that drove away the darkness or the darkness that drove away the light. Everyone in Sky Patrol City knew that when the first ray of sunlight shone on Sky Patrol City, the entire city was in an uproar. Not boiling with joy. It was the boiling of anger, the boiling of rage, the boiling of fear, the boiling of fear. Tu Hong, the rising gold core cultivator of Sky Patrol City, was a disciple of Sky Patrol City who was considered to be as famous as the City Lord of Sky Patrol City. For several years, Sky Patrol City had been proud of him as a hero in the war between Dao cultivators. He was also the hero who led Sky Patrol City into the meeting hall of Yanxi Mansion. He was also the planner of several battles with sword cultivators in the past few years. Last night, sword cultivator Qin Jian broke into Sky Patrol City to assassinate him. No one doubted the source of this news because last night, the pressure of a nascent soul realm cultivator had covered the entire Sky Patrol City. Every cultivator, even those who were hiding in the quiet rooms, could clearly feel the anger of Shuiyu Sage. What could make a nascent soul cultivator so angry? Last night, everyone guessed for a long time. They only received this shocking news when the night was over. Other than this, what else could it be? How did Qin Jian sneak into Sky Patrol City? How did Qin Jian kill Tu Hong? What about Tu Hong's dual cultivation ceremony? The Golden Core cultivators gathered at Tu Hong's residence to congratulate him. What are they doing? How did Qin Jian escape the pursuit of Sage Shuiyu? Is Sky Patrol City still safe? All sorts of questions and guesses came out from the mouths of the cultivators. All sorts of stories were passed from the mouths of cultivators to the ears of other cultivators, and from these cultivators to the ears of the other cultivators. There were more and more questions and guesses. There were more and more boring things that aroused people's curiosity. Then, the real truth would never be known. The so-called secrets and secrets of this world were all like this. Especially those Golden Core cultivators who were suspected to have gone to Tu Hong's residence last night. They were not afraid of what had happened last night. When they talked about the assassination attempt on Tu Hong, they did not hide anything at all. They described it word by word, and the indignation they felt towards sword cultivators in their words made one feel that it was too much to count. This seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Almost every curious cultivator asked themselves the same question. Should they be afraid of something that would damage the reputation of the Celestial Sentinel City and the true master of the Shuiyu? They should be evasive. Of course, this doubt only lasted for a moment. Everyone was attracted by the strange sword formation and Qin Jian's unpredictable means. In the entire Sky Patrol City, whether it was the encampment of the various sects, the tea houses, or the various shops, everyone was talking about the battle between Qin Jian and Tu Hong. Moreover, a group of cultivators who did not participate in the battle were unprecedentedly angry. Since Qin Jian could break into Sky Patrol City to assassinate Tu Hong, why couldn't the cultivators break into Huan country to assassinate Qin Jian? All kinds of arrangements and schemes were brewing. Qin Jian had become the enemy of all cultivators. If they did not kill Qin Jian, the cultivators would be disgraced. Hearing the news from the disciples of Sky Patrol City, Jin Keng and Fang Lengbai's faces relaxed. This was the result they wanted. As long as the matter of Tu Hong and Yu Meng was forgotten, so what if they exaggerated the power of sword cultivators? What about Sky Patrol City's reputation and Sage Xueyu's reputation? They had already lost it last night, so there was no need to look for it today. Unlike the uproar in Sky Patrol City and the heated discussion in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment, Cui Hongshan was scratching his head anxiously in the quiet room of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. It was rare for him to be worried about Xiao Hua. This worry appeared after Sage Xueyu released his coercion last night. The coercion of a nascent soul cultivator with the help of the Sky Patrol City's large formation could not be resisted by the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. Sage Xueyu's anger was reflected in every cultivator's heart through the coercion, and Cui Hongshan was no exception. He was probably the only person in Sky Patrol City who knew the reason for Sage Xueyu's anger. This Xiao Hua. What did he do? How did he make Sage Xueyu so angry? Cui Hongshan's heart was beating like a drum. He was uneasy, afraid that at any moment, the disciples of Sky Patrol City would break in from outside the quiet room and capture him. I only asked him to ask about Chimeng's thoughts. Why did it cause so much trouble? For a moment, Cui Hongshan felt a little regretful. He felt that he should not have let Xiao Hua go to Du Hong's residence. Not only did he disrupt Dui Chimeng's happiness, but he also brought trouble to himself. This regret, as well as his worry for Xiao Hua, continued to haunt him. Only when the sky brightened and he heard some whispers outside the quiet room did Cui Hongshan sigh. He stood up and walked out of the quiet room. Sure enough, in the hall, Zhen Minghui and the others had already gathered together and were discussing in low voices. Captain Cui. Seeing Cui Hongshan come out, Zhen Minghui and the others bowed. Although the 6 of them had made progress, Cui Hongshan's progress was the greatest. His cultivation was already the leader of the group. In addition to everyone's praise, Zhen Minghui and the others had already regarded Cui Hongshan as the captain of the first team. Yes, Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked, "Are you talking about the coercion last night?" Yes. Zhen Minghui's face was full of envy. That was the coercion of a nascent soul cultivator. Even in the quiet room, I could clearly feel it. Under that vast coercion, I really felt that I was an ant. Yes, yes. Zhen Hua jumped up and said excitedly, "Last night, I was comprehending the cultivation method, but that coercion suddenly came, almost without any gap. I was almost scared out of my wits. If it weren't for the fact that all my senior brothers were resting, would have definitely run out at that time. It was really too scary." Seeing that Zhen Minghui and the others were fearless because of their ignorance, Cui Hongshan suddenly felt that not knowing anything was such a blissful thing. That's right, I was thinking the same thing. At that time, I really wanted to come out of the quiet room to take a look. But I was afraid that if something really happened and angered a nascent soul cultivator. Baisu Gu also said embarrassedly. At that moment, the restriction outside the hall suddenly fluctuated. Although the fluctuation was not very obvious, Cui Hongshan's heart suddenly tightened. However, when he saw the person who came in, he couldn't help but be wild with joy. An indescribable surprise welled up in his heart, and an inexplicable sadness filled his chest. "Chimeng." Cui Hongshan called out softly. He took 2 steps forward and stopped again. "Cui Hongshan, you're still alive." Dui Chimeng's face was still somewhat pale, but there was still disbelief. The moment she saw Cui Hongshan, her strong will collapsed and she almost flew into Cui Hongshan's arms. Chapter 2454. This. Cui Hongshan was extremely hesitant when he felt the familiar scent rushing into his nose. His arms were stiff. Although Dui Chimeng was his previous lover, she should be Tu Hong's dual cultivation partner now, right? Why did she suddenly come here? While Cui Hongshan was confused, he suddenly thought of the anger of Xueyu's perfected being last night. An unparalleled shock drowned him like a wave. Xiao Hua, this guy didn't kill Tu Hong, right? Chui Lang. Dui Qimeng's tear-stained face was hidden in Chui Hongshan's embrace. She had already vaguely sensed Chui Hongshan's abnormality. Thump. Chui Hongshan's heart skipped a beat. It was like thunder in a storm. How can I know so much at this time? I have to pretend that I don't know anything. Chui Hongshan screamed in his heart, but his expression had already attracted the attention of Qian Mo, who was following behind Dui Qimeng. Martial nephew Chui, your complexion doesn't look too good. What happened? Qian Mo frowned and asked. Chui Hongshan's eyes were a little panicked. He forced a smile and said apologetically, Martial Uncle Qian, what happened? Qimeng, isn't Qimeng at Sky Thunder Peak? Why did she suddenly appear in Sky Patrol City? This disciple is really shocked. This disciple has been yearning to see her day and night. When she suddenly appeared, this disciple thought that this was a dream. As he spoke, Chui Hongshan lifted his stiff arm and stretched out his fingers to pinch his other arm. Ouch! Even Chui Hongshan himself cried out. Idiot! Of course this isn't a dream. Dui Qimeng said bitterly as she touched the bruises on Chui Hongshan's arm. I see. Qian Mo nodded slightly and didn't pursue the matter. He turned to look at Zhen Minghui and the rest and said coldly, Did you all feel the nascent soul suppression last night? Yes, we were discussing it. Zhen Minghui was a little puzzled. He bowed and said. You actually waited until now to discuss it. You all are quite shrewd. Qian Mo nodded. In this case, this old man can rest assured. Remember, the dignity of a nascent soul cultivator cannot be challenged. Sometimes, not knowing is better than knowing. Not pursuing the matter is wiser than not knowing. Zhen Minghui and the others looked at each other, then at Chui Hongshan. Chui Hongshan didn't dare to reveal any flaws as he looked at Qian Mo in confusion. Qian Mo didn't bother to explain. He just said lightly, You are the great heroes of my Imperial Thunder Sect. The rewards from Yanxi Prefecture and the Imperial Thunder Sect will be given to your sect. This old man will arrange for you to return to the Imperial Thunder Sect as soon as possible. However, Sky Sentry City was in turmoil right now and it was uncertain how long it would take. If it was fast, it could take 10 days, if it was slow, it could take dozens of days. Just wait as long as you want. Besides that, all of you are in charge of controlling the restrictions here. However, it's only limited to the Imperial Lightning Sect Station. You're not allowed to take a single step out of the station. Yes, disciple understands. Zhen Minghui and the others really didn't understand, but they didn't dare to ask, and could only bow. Well, take care of yourself. Qian Mo turned around and left. But before he left, he didn't forget to warn, some rumors, it's better not to listen to them. Just remember, don't listen, don't believe, and don't spread. As he spoke, he glanced at Dui Qimeng. Although he didn't transmit his voice, Dui Qimeng almost nodded slightly. Obviously. Qian Mo felt that the arrangement with Dui Qimeng was not enough, but he couldn't say anything else. Yes. Disciple understands. Chui Hongshan understood and hurriedly walked 2 steps forward to send Qian Mo off. However, he only took 1 step and Qian Mo was already out of the restriction. What's going on? Zhenhua mumbled and scratched his head. It's nothing. Dui Qimeng said lightly, last night, Qin Jian, a sword cultivator, broke into the Celestial City and killed Tu Hong, who was stationed in the Celestial City. However, the Shui region's spiritual master couldn't find any trace of Qin Jian. Zhen Minghui and the others were shocked. Qin Jian actually killed his way into the Celestial City? He actually killed an early-stage golden elixir cultivator on the spot? Tu Hong is already an intermediate-stage golden elixir cultivator. Dui Chimeng said lightly. Qin Jian did enter Tu Hong's mansion and assassinate him personally. Oh my. This sword cultivator is really fierce. Baisuge clicked his tongue and exclaimed, this is a place where a nascent soul cultivator is stationed. He actually killed an intermediate stage golden elixir cultivator and escaped unscathed. These swordsmen are going to... Senior brother Cui, you don't seem surprised at all? Baisuge noticed Cui Hongshan's expression while exclaiming. The shock in Cui Hongshan's heart had already passed. He smiled bitterly and held Dui Chimeng's hand, saying, do you still need to say it? I knew last night that this was not a small matter. However, I still didn't expect Senior 2 to be killed. Therefore, I don't feel surprised. There are too many things to be surprised about and cherish in this world. Don't wait until you lose something before you think about it. It's already too late. After the battle at Mount Quanjin, I know what I want to protect and cherish. I've seen the love of my life. All the exclamations can only be reduced to dust and clouds. Cui Chimeng. Dui Chimeng's face was flushed and her heart was filled with tenderness. She only felt that her previous worries and sorrow were not in vain. This was also a chance given by the heavens to let her be with such an open-minded and loving man for the rest of her life. Hee, congratulations Captain Cui, congratulations Senior Sister Dui. I'm afraid that when we return to Sky Thunder Peak, the two of you will be able to hold the dual cultivation ceremony? Chiao Su cupped his hands and congratulated. Upon hearing the words dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng's expressions changed greatly. Dui Chimeng even looked at Cui Hongshan with some fear while Cui Hongshan was extremely embarrassed. However, Cui Hongshan quickly covered up, sigh, let's talk about this later. Before I came to Sky Patrol City, I wanted to hold a dual cultivation ceremony with Chimeng, but it was delayed by this battle. Now, I don't know if it's suitable. Hearing Cui Hongshan's words, Dui Chimeng's heart was finally at ease. However, Chiao Su did not mind and said, we are now the meritorious officials of the Imperial Thunder Sect. There shouldn't be any problem for the two of you to hold a dual cultivation ceremony. Senior Sister Dui, Captain Cui, you must invite us to your dual cultivation ceremony. Hearing Chiao Su mention the dual cultivation ceremony, Cui Hongshan's heart tightened, but he could not say anything. He could only smile and say, of course, of course. Where's junior brother Xiao? Dui Chimeng also wanted to change the topic, but Yumu asked curiously, I heard from Martial Uncle Qian that the six of you are out of danger. Don't mention junior brother Xiao. Su Qin yawned and said bleakly, he's no longer in our Imperial Thunder Sect's first team. Why is that? Dui Chimeng was even more surprised. Junior brother Xiao was chosen by Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and was recruited to be his subordinate. He went to other places to hunt down sword cultivators. Zhen Minghui said enviously, junior brother Zhao's magic power is so strong. He will definitely make a name for himself with Li Zongbao. Alas, Martial Uncle Xiao has done his best. Baisuge sighed. If it weren't for him, not to mention the merits now, even, before we reached Sky Patrol City, we would have been killed. Yes, it's all thanks to Xiao Hua that we can live until now. Dui Chimeng nodded and glanced at Cui Hongshan. I hope he can return to Sky Patrol City safely this time. At this time, Cui Hongshan had no intention of competing with Xiao Hua. He was extremely grateful to Xiao Hua. This guy not only returned safely, but also stirred up a huge storm in Sky Patrol City. If I tell you, you will be scared to death. Cui Hongshan's mind gradually became active as he turned to Dui Chimeng and said tenderly, you can rest assured, Xiao. Xiao Hua is a blessed person. Even if Li Zongbao can't come back, he will be able to. Let's go, we will go out and have a look. It must be very lively outside. Zhen Minghui said with a smile. Dui Chimeng's face changed and she said in a low voice, you go, I won't go. I have something to tell Cui Hongshan. That's good. Zhen Minghui waved his hand and was about to leave when he heard Dui Qimeng exhort, Junior brother Zhen, remember, you can only listen to everything and never say anything. Remember. Oh. Zhen Minghui was puzzled again. When he was about to ask, Dui Qimeng took Cui Hongshan's hand and the two entered the quiet room. There were some things that were awkward to say, so it was better to let others hear it. The quiet room was completely silent as Dui Qimeng recounted everything that had happened to Cui Hongshan. At that time, this concubine only knew that Cui Hongshan had already died, and the sect master had also agreed to it, so, this concubine had no other choice. I can discover the oath. I have never been alone with Tu Hong in these 5 years. Seeing Dui Qimeng's timid appearance and afraid that he would misunderstand her, Cui Hongshan couldn't help but feel distressed. He really wanted to tell her what he knew and let her know that even if she chose Tu Hong, as long as she was happy, he would give her his blessings even if his heart bled. However, he couldn't say it. This was not only related to Xiao Hua's safety, but also his and Dui Qimeng's safety. It was also related to the safety of the myriad Thunder Valley. After the baptism of the Dao cultivator battle, Cui Hongshan had become more mature. The human heart in this world was far from as simple as he thought. Cui Hongshan, you really want me to make an oath? Dui Qimeng clenched her teeth slightly. No, Cui Hongshan gently pulled Dui Qimeng into his arms and said with regret, how could I not trust you? If you swear this oath, where will your husband put his face? Dui Qimeng couldn't help but act coquettishly. This was a release of trust. If she really made an oath, not to mention whether Cui Hongshan would believe her, her trust in Cui Hongshan would be reduced. Chapter 2455. It's all my fault. I put you in the fire pit. Cui Hongshan hugged Dui Qimeng and whispered, this is my fault, not yours. Now, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds, and I'm about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment. In the future, my wife and I can live together and grow old together. Dui Qimeng nodded habitually, but then she said in surprise, you're about to enter the middle stage of foundation establishment? As she spoke, she sensed with her spell and knew that Cui Hongshan was telling the truth. She smiled like a flower and congratulated him, congratulations, my husband. I didn't expect that after 5 years, my husband's cultivation has surpassed mine. What? Your husband has surpassed your cultivation, and you're still happy? Yes, the higher my husband's cultivation, the happier I am. Dui Qimeng said with a smile. The two of them were affectionate for a while, but Dui Qimeng didn't tell Cui Hongshan about Yu Meng. She had decided to bury this matter in the bottom of her heart. Oh. Junior brother Zhen, the 5 of them have improved their cultivation? Dui Qimeng was even more shocked as she chatted with Cui Hongshan. What about junior brother Xiao? Isn't he even more powerful? Zhenhua and Baisu Gu have both entered the foundation establishment under Xiao Hua's protection. Xiao Hua also joined forces with the disciples of the Utopia faction to kill many bright swordsmen. Cui Hongshan said excitedly, the cultivation of the 6 of us has improved a lot. Xiao Hua can't see it in such a short time. Captain Cui, at this moment, Zhenhua's voice came from outside the quiet room. He seemed to be extremely excited. What's wrong? Cui Hongshan felt a little strange as he accompanied Dui Qimeng out. He felt a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, if there wasn't anything important, Zhenhua and the others wouldn't disturb him. Even in the situation last night, they didn't make a fuss. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Master's Uncle Xiao is back. Zhenhua pulled Cui Hongshan's sleeve and said, just now, we met a disciple on patrol. Senior brother Minghui couldn't help but inquire about him. Who knew that Master's Uncle Xiao had already returned to Patrol City yesterday? He should be resting somewhere in the encampment, right? This guy came back yesterday? Why don't you come back here to rest? Cui Hongshan pretended to be surprised. Zhenhua stole a glance at Dui Qimeng and whispered, "Senior sister should have already told you, right? This disciple feels that she might be afraid that we would find out about what happened outside." Dui Qimeng's face turned bright red. "And don't mention this matter again in the future." Cui Hongshan waved his hand and smiled. "Qimeng, why don't you come with me to see Xiaohua? This concubine." Dui Qimeng shook her head. "This concubine shouldn't appear in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment for now. Let's talk about it after we return to the sect." All right. It's been hard on you, Qimeng." Cui Hongshan held Dui Qimeng's hand and comforted her. "Everything will be fine. This concubine understands." Dui Qimeng nodded and watched as the two left the hall. Outside the prohibition spell, it was a sunny day. The golden sun shone brightly on Sky Patrol City as if it was eager to find out the truth of what happened last night in Sky Patrol City. Captain Chui, Zhen Minghui and the others had been waiting not far away. Their excited faces carried a trace of anger, but they were obviously burying this anger in the bottom of their hearts. "Have you found the place where Xiaohua is resting?" Cui Hongshan nodded slightly and asked. It's not far away." Zhen Minghui pointed at a rather remote place over there, where two aura refining disciples were on guard. He said in a low voice, "Look, in order to deceive us, even junior martial brother Xiao separated from us. Don't mention this matter in the future, don't mention it." Cui Hongshan smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Then, several people walked to the two Qi refining disciples and cupped their hands. "We're from the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua is our senior brother. Please summon Xiaohua to meet us." The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? The two disciples were stunned. They looked at each other and bowed. "Greetings, martial uncles. And, do you want to check the token?" Cui Hongshan took out his token and was about to hand it to the two. There's no need. And Qi refining disciple's face turned red and hurriedly waved his hand. "It's not that I don't want to let you in, but Martial Uncle Xiao has already told us yesterday that he wants to meditate and no one is to disturb him." "Oh. No way. He still needs to meditate?" Zhen Minghui laughed. "I'm afraid you won't pass the message to him." He was now very clear that during these days when he and the others returned to Sky Patrol City, they were completely confused by the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect and could not get any information at all. Xiaohua should be in the same situation at this time, right? Of course not. The disciple hurriedly explained, "The martial uncles on duty previously had this intention, but we can't disrespect them. However, half an hour ago, there was an order to let Martial Uncle Xiao in and out. But Martial Uncle Xiao is meditating now. Even if we want to inform Martial Uncle of this order, we can't." The other disciple said with difficulty. "Since you can't do it, then let me do it." Zhen Minghui was a little impolite. When he came out just now, he had already inquired about the matter clearly. They were the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, a meritorious team, but they were actually fooled by others. They were under house arrest in the quiet room for so long, but they still pretended to be in a good mood and intoxicated state. How could he not be angry? Yes. Seeing this, the two disciples took a step back and did not interfere. "Senior brother Minghui." Cui Hongshan suddenly thought of a possibility and hurriedly stopped him. "Since Xiaohua has come back, he must be safe. We don't have to be too anxious. Let's wait for him to come out by himself." "Oh." Zhen Minghui raised his eyebrows thoughtfully and whispered, "Captain Chui, you mean junior brother Zhao's cultivation is going to improve again?" Yes, Cui Hongshan naturally did not think so, but he could only say so. "Yes, that day when we came out of the Mount Quanjin array, our cultivation improved greatly, but Xiaohua was not particularly conspicuous. I think you must have some enlightenment after going out here, so you went into seclusion to meditate?" "Okay, then of course we won't disturb you." Zhen Minghui nodded and even lowered his voice for fear of disturbing the digestive tract cultivation. He said, "Let's go back first." We'll talk again in a few days. A few days later, the rumors in Sky Patrol City did not seem to stop. Instead, they became more and more intense. Many Golden Core cultivators came after hearing the news and formed different teams. They either discussed how to kill Qin Jian in Sky Patrol City, or they already had a plan. They used the teleportation formation or flew out of Sky Patrol City directly to Huan Country to look for a sword cultivator. Looking at the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, it was the same as before and did not attract much attention. This made Shui Hongshan and the others very gratified. They already knew about Dui Qimeng's experience and felt deep sympathy for her. They did not want her to cause any more trouble, especially some unpleasant rumors. Furthermore, Cui Hongshan had asked Dui Qimeng about it and knew that Qin Jian had killed Tu Hong with ease. He had also dodged the magical treasures of several Golden Core cultivators without suffering any injuries. Thus, he was able to put his heart at ease. On the evening of the fourth day, as usual, Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui and the other 5 people came to the quiet room where Xiao Hua was resting. The 2 disciples on duty were already very familiar with them. They bowed from afar and said, "Martial Uncle Cui, Martial Uncle Zhen, Martial Uncle Xiao, there is still no news from him." "Who are they?" Just when Cui Hongshan and the others were slightly disappointed and were about to leave, a light flashed not far from the next door, and 3 female disciples in the late stage of Foundation establishment walked out from the restriction. One of the disciples in the middle stage of Foundation establishment with slightly dark skin and a pair of triangular eyes frowned and asked coldly, "Okay, Uncle Kuan knows." The Qi refinement disciple did not dare to be negligent and hurriedly bowed. "This is Captain Cui Hongshan of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team, and the other Uncle Masters of the Shocking Thunder Palace." "Oh." Hearing this, the 3 female cultivators' eyes flashed with curiosity, but there was also a trace of ridicule in this curiosity. "So, you are the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator said frivolously, her white hair fluttering in the wind as she spoke. "We don't dare, we are the disciples of the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Cui Hongshan did not feel that there was anything wrong and walked forward with cupped hands. "May I know which Thunder Palace you 3 senior sisters are from?" "Which Thunder Palace?" "Hee, we are not from the Converting Thunder Palace." The dark and skinny female cultivator from before covered her mouth and laughed. "Yes. We don't have the appearance, the figure, and the innate charm of a fox. How could we be disciples of the Converting Thunder Palace? How could we join the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect? How could we survive in the Great Array where tens of thousands of cultivators died?" The other fair-skinned mid-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator also mocked, "Otherwise, I would be a great contributor to the Imperial Thunder Sect now, and we would also be rewarded by the Sect Master." "That's not all." The dark and skinny female cultivator continued, "How could such a person get merit when he returned to the Sky Patrol City before the Great Array was set up? Anyone with a brain would know how this merit was obtained. I can't rely on the beauty of a female cultivator to win the favor of others. Can you do it even if you take it?" The fair-skinned female cultivator did not wait for the other female cultivator to finish and continued, "You don't have a dual cultivation partner, so how could someone give you to a Golden Core cultivator? Stop dreaming. You." Zhen Minghui's eyes were almost burning with anger. He already understood that these 3 female cultivators were clearly mocking his thunder-controlling sect's first team. They relied on Dui Qimeng's beauty to establish a relationship with Tu Hong. Because of this, they were able to survive, and because of this, they were able to obtain rewards and merits. "What about me?" The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator who was originally covering her mouth and laughing scolded when she heard Zhen Minghui's anger. Chapter 2456. The late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator scolded, "Don't you know how to salute a senior sister from the Earthly Thunder Palace? Can't we teach you a lesson? You Earthly Thunder Palace's male disciples look decent, how are you all spineless? So what if you die on the battlefield? You're just going to die on the battlefield. Look at you now, you're being scolded by thousands of people. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Since you did it in the first place, why do you care about being scolded now? Scolding you is considered light. I have to punish you on behalf of your master. As she spoke, the late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator raised her hand, and a spell surrounded the 6 of them. Senior Sister Kuan. Cui Hongshan was shocked. What are you doing? Cui Hongshan struggled with all his might, but the 6 of them could not break free. What am I doing? The female cultivator raised her hand and was about to slap them. She said, I came to Sky Patrol City yesterday, and I've already heard of your filthy words. Today, I'm going to thank you, Senior Sister. Cui Hongshan was anxious. That's just rumors, but how could the female cultivator listen? With a wave of her hand, 6 palm shadows flew out and slapped toward Cui Hongshan and the other 5's faces. Humph, so impressive, so ferocious, so powerful. At this moment, a cold mocking voice sounded from behind the female cultivator. Then, a shadow flashed, and a dozen fireballs appeared around the female cultivator. Who? The female cultivator was slightly stunned. The voice appeared too suddenly, and the shadow flew too fast. Her divine telekinesis did not manage to detect it. However, she only shouted that one word, and immediately exclaimed, You! How dare you! Then, her figure flew up into the sky quickly, no longer caring about Cui Hongshan and the other 5. Below her, the 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment female cultivators also flew up. Rumble, there was a deafening explosion. A dozen fireballs danced in the air, affecting everything within 100 feet. The dark-skinned female cultivator flew a little slower, but at the same time, the brilliance under her feet was extinguished, and a large piece of her Taoist robe was torn off. What's going on? The sound was too loud, and the patrolling disciples on duty had already flown over from afar. On the other side of Xiao Hua's meditation room, a golden core cultivator also walked out with a frown. Xiao Hua. With a glance, that cultivator saw Xiao Hua standing firmly on the ground. He really raised both of his hands, like a hen protecting her chicks, blocking Cui Hongshan and the others behind him. How dare you! When the dark and skinny female cultivator saw her dark and skinny skin exposed, she couldn't help but become furious. She waved her hand, and a palm of lightning shot out, attacking Xiao Hua. If you want to go to the battlefield with this level of cultivation? Go back obediently and hide in the Earth Thunder Palace. Let your master teach you for another 10 years. Xiao Hua sneered. His right hand slightly formed an incantation, and a foot-long earth shield appeared in front of him, blocking the thunder palm. Crackle. There was a burst of lightning and thunder. The thunder palm struck the earth shield into pieces, but in the end, it didn't break through the earth shield's defense. Get out of the way. A voice rang out. The gray-haired late-stage Foundation establishment female cultivator angrily rebuked. She took out a foot-long staff, and streaks of lightning flashed between the 2 ends of the staff. What? You haven't even gone to the battlefield, and you want to use a magic weapon to deal with a disciple who just returned from the battlefield? Xiao Hua didn't seem to be afraid. He clapped his hands, and another dozen or so top-grade fireball talismans appeared in his hands. The magic power on the fireball talismans violently vibrated. It seemed that as long as he slightly urged his magic power, the dozen or so fireballs would rush out. Senior Marshal Brothers, the patrolling disciple, who had already rushed over, hastily rushed over and cupped his hands. Please don't use fire, please don't use violence. My Imperial Thunder sect has an extremely strict rule. If there is internal strife during the war, there will be no mercy. Ha ha ha, how could that be? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and the fireball talismans disappeared. He said with a beaming smile, I'm currently exchanging pointers with this senior martial sister Kuan. I'm using myself to teach her about the cruelty of the battlefield. How did it become an internal strife? This is absolutely not happening. Then, Xiaohua turned his head and looked at the female cultivator in midair, smiling brilliantly. Don't you think so, Senior Marshal Sister Kuan? That female cultivator clenched her teeth. She looked at Xiaohua, then looked at the patrolling disciple, then looked at the skinny, dark-skinned female cultivator who had already put on a new Daoist robe. She said coldly, "When did I exchange pointers with you? Who are you? You actually dare to block I from teaching a lesson to the shameless disciples of my Imperial Thunder sect? You're really crazy." Xiaohua was somewhat speechless. He was swimming freely in the hand of karma, enjoying the leisure he hadn't had in a long time. But suddenly, he sensed something in his heart, and his mind broke away from his primordial spirit. When his Buddhist awareness swept out to check, he saw Cui Hongshan and the others coming over. Seeing that he was so concerned about him, Xiaohua also felt very gratified. But then, 3 female disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace came out and actually wanted to teach Cui Hongshan and the others a lesson. When could the disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley be taught a lesson by others? Xiaohua immediately refused to do it. It was very simple. He threw out a dozen or so fireballs, and in a short while, he forced 3 middle and late-stage foundation-building female cultivators to lose face. The most wonderful thing was that this didn't reveal Xiaohua's cultivation level. Xiaohua was angry at that female cultivator for speaking rudely, but when he heard her words, he smiled bitterly. It turned out that this female cultivator was actually a simple-minded person. She believed whatever she heard and didn't know how to be flexible in the slightest. "I'm a disciple of the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, and I'm the shameless disciple you said." Xiaohua sneered. "How do you want to teach me a lesson? Then bring it on. I'd like to see if a sword cultivator on the battlefield couldn't kill us. How can we die in your hands?" At this time, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect had been alarmed by the sound of the fireball talisman. They flew over and watched what was happening in front of them with interest. Some of them were even familiar with the 2 disciples on duty and had already inquired through voice transmission. Several disciples on duty didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They bowed and said, "Senior Sister Kuan, if you want to spar, you can choose a quiet place and don't disturb others. Besides, even if you want to teach these junior brothers a lesson, you don't have to take out your magic weapon. This is the station of the Sky Patrol City, not my Sky Thunder Peak. I get angry when I see shameless people. The dignity of the Imperial Thunder sect has been tarnished by these shameless people." The female cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment snorted coldly and put away her magic weapon. She still said bitterly, "I was stopped by a friend as soon as I entered the Sky Patrol City yesterday and was ridiculed. If you... what would you think? At that time, I thought that if there was a crack under I's feet, would immediately escape into it." You want to escape? Do you know the 5 elements escape technique? Xiaohua said coldly, "We're fighting for our lives in the Sky Patrol City. You just came to the Sky Patrol City and you haven't even seen the sword cultivators, yet you're angry at your junior brothers? What does your face count for? Could it be that it's more important than our lives?" "What? What's that?" The female cultivator was stunned. Ha, the male cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect all laughed, but the anger on their faces did not dissipate at all. Yes, the cultivators present had been in Sky Patrol City for a long time and had participated in many battles. Each of them saw their senior brothers and junior brothers lying in a pool of blood. Not only were they unable to help, but they also had to try their best to escape. At this moment, everyone understood what had happened and had some complaints about the late-stage foundation establishment Senior Sister Kuan. However, Senior Sister Kuan was a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator and a disciple of the Earth Thunder Palace, so no one dared to say anything. The dark and thin female cultivator's face showed a gentle expression. She stepped forward and pointed her finger at them. "What's with your attitude? Are you still a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect? Do you really know your identity? Do you really respect your seniors? The seniors just said 1 sentence and you responded with 10 or 100 sentences. I don't know how the cultivators of the Thunder Palace educate their disciples. You. Hearing the cultivator mention the Thunderquake Palace, even though he hadn't mentioned the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiao Hua was furious. At this moment, Cui Hongshan lightly pulled Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, let little brother do it." After saying that, Cui Hongshan didn't care about Xiao Hua's reaction. He walked out from behind Xiao Hua and gave a long bow to the 3 female cultivators. "3 senior sisters, you are the senior sisters of the Earthly Thunder Palace. When we meet, we naturally have to be respectful. This is the respect this disciple gives to the 3 senior sisters." Hee, that's not bad. It's best to learn from your mistakes. The dark and thin female cultivator smiled and returned the bow, thinking that she had intimidated Cui Hongshan and the others. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and looked at Cui Hongshan with some confusion. Then, Cui Hongshan's words shocked everyone. "However, this is only the respect this disciple gives to you. This respect is according to the rules of the sect. This disciple has to give it to you. However, you can only get this kind of giving respect, you absolutely cannot win it. And although I, Cui, am a Foundation Establishment disciple of the Myriad Thunder Valley, unable to obtain your respect and can only endure your insults and indiscriminate beatings, I, Cui, lead the Thunder-controlling sect's first squad and can win the respect of Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall. My Imperial Thunder sect's first squad received a mission to head to Rooster Mountain when the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were heading here. When the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were preparing on the Thunder boat, we fought with the sword cultivators. We fought a bloody battle and escaped from Rooster Mountain. When the other Imperial Thunder sect disciples were still rubbing their hands in Sky Patrol City, we had already achieved the first meritorious service for the Imperial Thunder sect. Did my Imperial Thunder sect's first squad's meritorious service come out of nowhere? Did you get it by relying on the connections you speak of? At that time, Senior Sister was probably still cultivating her body and mind in the Thunder Palace, right? Chapter 2457. Could it be that Senior Sister has never thought about it? You have the time to cultivate, who gave you this time? Wasn't it exchanged with our lives and blood? It seems like Senior Sister doesn't have the right to say anything about us. Let's talk about the Golden Spring Mountain that Senior Sister mentioned. Does Senior Sister know about it? How was the hardships of the Imperial Thunder sect's first team in the journey to the Golden Spring Mountain? I remember that before the transportation portal, I met the leader of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10th team and we agreed to drink and chat merrily after the great battle. I wondered if that senior brother from the Heavenly Thunder Palace had returned. At this moment, a sorrowful voice cried out, "Leader Cui, my Heavenly Thunder Palace's 10th team was annihilated by sword cultivators on the way to the Spirit Stone Mine 5 years ago." Sigh, that's right. Cui Hongshan lamented, back then, senior brother Qian was so arrogant but the war was so cruel. Before he could even enter the Spirit Stone Mine, he was killed by sword cultivators. What about my Imperial Thunder sect's first team? Not only did they successfully enter the Golden Spring Mountain Spirit Stone Mine, they even saved the lives of several other sect's disciples on the way. These merits are all real. Even if I and the rest died, it cannot be erased. I did not obtain Senior Sister's respect, but I and the rest won the respect of the other Dao sects. Well, the group of Imperial Thunder sect's disciples clapped their hands. Cui Hongshan's words seemed to have spoken their hearts. The bloody battle at the Golden Spring Mountain. Has Senior Sister seen it before? Flesh and blood splattered and lives disappeared one by one. But my Imperial Thunder sect's first team was not afraid at all. Which disciple did not kill more than 10 sword cultivators? Tens of thousands of Sky Patrol City's disciples, thousands of Dao sect's disciples, they all died in this battle. Senior Sister, can you imagine? Cui Hongshan did not give up and continued to speak passionately. I don't know what the other disciples are thinking, but I know that I have no intention of returning alive. I only know that if I can kill one more sword cultivator, my Dao sect's cultivators will be in less danger. I only want to fight to the end and leave my life and blood on the battlefield. And not to stay here and be humiliated by Senior Sister. This Chui has indeed earned merits and received the sect master's commendation, but this is not what this Chui wants. If this Chui had a choice, this Chui would rather hide in the myriad Thunder Valley like senior sister, cultivate with master, and discuss cultivation experiences with senior brother. This Chui was absolutely unwilling to come to this battlefield. Since I have no other choice, I can only come to Sky Patrol City. I know that on the battlefield, my cultivation is different from all the senior brothers here. However, my determination to kill the enemy and protect the True Path sect is the same. I am not inferior to the senior brothers who are in the later stage of Foundation establishment. Although I, Chui, was fortunate enough to survive the battle at Jinquan Mountain, tens of thousands of my Dao sect disciples were buried there. Of course, the lives of these disciples were not sacrificed in vain. Tens of thousands of sword cultivators were also killed. Whose contribution was this? If Senior Tu Hongtu has it, then I feel that this merit belongs to the tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples who sacrificed themselves. It belongs to us, the cultivators who are fighting for our lives. Even I, Chui, should have obtained battle merits. After all, I have already killed dozens of sword cultivators. But, what about you, senior sister? You just arrived at Sky Patrol City, right? You haven't even been assigned a task, right? You haven't killed anyone yet, right? What qualifications do you have to take advantage of this Chui? Just for your little bit of face? Chui Hongshan questioned the three female cultivators of the Earth Thunder Palace with, "What qualifications do you have?" The three of them were flushed and wanted to defend themselves. However, when they saw the anger of the surrounding Imperial Thunder sect disciples, the three of them felt a little uneasy. Just when everyone thought that Chui Hongshan was going to shut up, a faint blush appeared on Chui Hongshan's face. He continued, "This Chui will talk about the relationship between this Chui and Dui Chimeng of the Lightning Conversion Palace. I'm sure all of you know the reason. This is also the reason why senior sister is blaming me. In fact, in this Chui's mind, there is no intention to blame Chimeng at all. This Chui is just a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect in the early stage of Foundation establishment. Even if Dui Chimeng dual cultivated with Senior Tu Hongtu, so what? People strive for higher places and water flows down. He is a gold core stage cultivator. He is far more helpful to Chimeng than me. This Chui would rather Chimeng dual cultivate with Senior Tuesday. As long as Chimeng is happy, this Chui is willing to cry in the dark and shed tears of blood. However, senior sister, don't forget that the reason why Chimeng agreed to Senior Tu's dual cultivation request was because of my death. She was grateful to Senior Tuesday. She thought that Senior Tu killed tens of thousands of sword cultivators in the Battle of Jinquan Mountain. She felt that Senior Tu had avenged me. Only because of this, she agreed to this request. Not to mention that this request was made by Senior Shui Yuzhenren of the Imperial Thunder Palace in Yanxi Mansion. Senior sister, if Senior Tu Hongtu treats you like this, how do you feel? Do you dare to refute the decision of a nascent soul stage cultivator? Because of this, Chimeng also thought that the marriage alliance with the Imperial Thunder sect would be beneficial to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, so she agreed to dual cultivate. I can even say that Dui Chimeng's action was not only for me, but also for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect in the Imperial Thunder sect. Even if she made a sacrifice, it was for the sake of her fellow disciples. But what about her now? What kind of situation is she in? She doesn't dare to face this Chui, doesn't dare to face her fellow disciples. She stays alone in the quiet room, tasting the bitterness that others don't know. What is she afraid of in her heart? Isn't it your misunderstanding? What is the result? It is really not beyond her expectations. She didn't come out, but this Chui will be slapped in the face first. Senior sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, you are also a female cultivator. Don't you understand the hearts of female cultivators? Why do female cultivators have to go against other female cultivators? Moreover, Senior Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian a few days ago. Now is the time for all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect and the Dao sect to unite against a common enemy. This is the time for us to actively offer suggestions and pool our efforts to see if there is a better chance to kill Qin Jian. Firstly, we can avenge Senior Tu Hong, and secondly, we can restore the morale of our Dao sect cultivators. Senior sister of the Earth Thunder Palace, let me ask you, what are you doing here? We are here to kill Qin Jian, to kill the swordsman, not to hurt our fellow disciples' hearts, and not to slap our fellow disciples' faces. If all the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect were as narrow-minded as you, for the sake of your so-called face, you would make wild guesses without asking for the truth, inverting right and wrong, and vent your little bit of magic power and anger on the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect, Chui, and the other members of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, for this battle, it doesn't matter if our Imperial Thunder sect disciples don't fight, or if our Dao sect cultivators don't fight. Boom! The Imperial Thunder sect disciples cheered loudly. Everyone felt that Chui Hongshan's words were powerful and resonated with their hearts. Some of the disciples even bowed and said, "Junior brother Chui, so this is the truth of the matter. We were too shallow and were unfair to the junior sisters of the Imperial Thunder sect. I apologize here." Damn it. Chui Hongshan's words are better than a song. Xiao Hua almost wanted to give Chui Hongshan a thumbs up. Xiao Hua was confident that he wouldn't be able to say Chui Hongshan's words. However, he wasn't jealous. I won't say it, but I will do it. My actions are better than a song. Just as the 3 Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivators from the Earth Thunder Palace were blushing and didn't know what to do, a voice coughed and said, "What are you waiting for? Why are you not cultivating in the quiet room during a battle? Why are you gathering here to watch the show? If there's nothing else, then disperse. If Senior Brother Qian finds out, all of you will be punished." Everyone turned their heads and saw a golden core cultivator behind them. That cultivator had actually come out a long time ago. The nearby disciples also saw him and made a clear path for him. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Kuan." A few disciples who recognized the golden core cultivator hurriedly bowed and saluted. "Forget it. Quickly disperse while Senior Brother Qian and the others are still unaware. When the other disciples on duty come over, I will take care of them." "Yes, we understand." Everyone looked at each other and hurriedly dispersed. Martial Uncle Kuan Shui. The blushing late-stage Foundation Establishment Realm female cultivator came forward to greet him with some shame and anger. "Is my Imperial Thunder sect's face bigger or my Heavenly Thunder Palace's face bigger? If this matter is known by Senior Brother Qian Mo and Sky Thunder Peak Sect Master, do you know the consequences?" He originally wanted to use the token that Si Sinew gave him during the last auction, but he thought again. Of course, he gave Si Sinew spiritual herbs, so it was hard to guarantee that Sky Patrol City would not covet them. Now that he wanted to cover his tracks and wait for the limelight of the assassination of Tu Hong to pass, how could he send himself to their doorstep? It was even to the extent that Xiao Hua thought for a moment before making a prompt decision to destroy the keepsake, so as to not leave the slightest chance of it being discovered by others. Xiao Hua returned to the encampment somewhat depressed. When he entered the restriction, he saw that everyone was there. Xiao Hua looked at Dui Qimeng, who was accompanying Chui Hongshan, and said with a smile, "Senior Martial Sister Dui, you're still as elegant as ever." Chui Hongshan and the others did not dare to neglect and all stood up. Dui Qimeng took half a step forward and saluted, "Many thanks for Junior Brother Zhao's praise." At this time, Dui Qimeng's face had a trace of a smile. Obviously, the arrival of Kuan Yunhe and the others gave her confidence. "Oh. What about the 3 people from the Earth Thunder Palace?" Xiao Hua smiled and returned the salute. "They left an hour ago." Chui Hongshan said with a smile, "If it weren't for Senior Martial Brother's help, I'm afraid I would have suffered a loss." "Senior Martial Brother?" Hearing Chui Hongshan suddenly call Xiao Hua Senior Martial Brother, not only Dui Qimeng, but also Zhen Minghui and the others were surprised. The 2 of them had a grudge since they left the Imperial Thunder sect until now. Wasn't it because of the title of Senior Martial Brother? Even though Xiao Hua had saved Chui Hongshan several times, Cui Hongshan had never called Xiao Hua senior martial brother. Why did he suddenly call him senior martial brother now? He. Seeing Dui Chimeng's bewildered and happy expression, Cui Hongshan laughed and said, "Actually, this Cui has been thinking about it since returning from Golden Spring Mountain. This Cui came back from the dead and understood that fame, wealth, cultivation, and competition are not as real as the affection between senior martial brother. My myriad Thunder Valley does not have many disciples, and this Cui still has a grudge with senior martial brother. What does this mean? Senior martial brother Xiao became master's disciple earlier than this Cui, so this Cui should call him senior martial brother. Of course, just because I reached foundation establishment first, I was complacent and thought I could surpass senior martial brother. But now that I think about it, I'm really a frog at the bottom of a well. Fortunately, senior martial brother Meng did not abandon me and saved this Cui's life several times. Just now, you even made a move in front of everyone and did not embarrass this Cui. If this Cui still does not call you senior martial brother, how can this Cui be a man? How can this Cui return to Myriad Thunder Valley? Ha, junior martial brother Cui, since you say so, then senior martial brother has nothing to say." Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and laughed. "Wait for senior martial brother to give you the benefits." Senior martial brother Xiao. Zhen Minghui, Bai Su Gu, and the others also echoed. Senior martial brother has saved us several times. Now that your cultivation is above us, we also have to call you senior martial brother. Shouldn't we also have some benefits? Go away, Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "This Xiao will accept these junior martial brothers of yours, but there are no benefits. Wait until you all become my Myriad Thunder Valley's disciples. Martial Uncle Xiao, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other." Zhenhua and Bai Su Gu did not change the way they addressed Xiao Hua and called out without any pressure. "Forget it." Xiao Hua scratched his head and waved his hand. He took out a dozen flying swords and said, "Feel free to choose from these flying swords." Ha! Zhenhua and the others were overjoyed when they scanned with their divine senses. These are all flying swords of drawing sword cultivators. Martial Uncle Xiao, you're really willing to part with them? Pick 2 for each person. Xiao Hua was rarely forthright. He waved his hand and laughed. "Ha, then junior martial brother won't be polite." Cui Hongshan also said happily. "Junior martial brother wanted to take it last time, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. After that, I regretted it." Xiao Hua only smiled and did not say anything. Since Cui Hongshan admitted defeat, how could he be stingy with the disciples of the Myriad Thunder Valley? After Zhen Minghui and the others picked their flying swords, Xiao Hua thought for a while and took out a sword slip. He copied it and gave it to Zhen Minghui, saying, "Sword cultivators' flying swords are really unique. If you all have the time, there's no harm in taking a look." Zhen Minghui received it with even more surprise. Just as he was about to take out a blank jade slip and copy it, Xiao Hua said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng, "You too, although this Xiao is going out, this Xiao has something to tell you." "Yes, we will listen to senior martial brother Zhao's instructions." Dui Chimeng also followed Cui Hongshan's greeting and replied respectfully. Zhen Minghui knew that this was a matter of the Myriad Thunder Valley and did not follow. He only copied the jade slip in the quiet room and waited for them to return. Who would have thought that he would wait for more than 10 days? Xiao Hua took Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng out and went straight to the pill refining cave. Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng did not understand, but they still followed behind Xiao Hua. When they reached the entrance of the cave, Cui Hongshan whispered, "Senior martial brother, why did you bring junior martial brother here?" Naturally there are benefits for you." Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and said, "Can flying swords count as benefits?" "Yes." Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Chimeng. Both of them did not understand, and their eyes were full of doubts. Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the city guard Chang Shu's message talisman. He clapped his hand and it flew out. At this time, a disciple of the Sky Patrol City came out of the pill refining cave and shouted impatiently, Are you looking for someone? Or do you want to use the pill refining room? How can you casually send a message talisman here? Don't you know the rules of this pill refining cave? Xiao Hua saw that this Sky Patrol City disciple's face was exactly the same as Chang Shu's. He ignored him and just stood there with his hands behind his back. I'm talking to you. The disciple was a little angry. This is an important place for refining pills. If you have nothing to do, don't stand here. Fellow Taoist. Cui Hongshan could not help but speak. He hurriedly stepped forward and cupped his hands. We are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. We want to come to the pill refining cave to refine pills. May I know how to do it? With that, Cui Hongshan clapped his hand and took out his token. You can refine pills? The Sky Patrol City disciple almost laughed out loud. He looked at Cui Hongshan, who was only in the early stage of foundation establishment, and even looked at Xiao Hua and Dui Qimeng. No matter how he looked at them, they did not look like alchemists who could refine pills. Cui Hongshan looked at Xiao Hua, who was still silent, and was a little confused. He could only smile apologetically. Whether I can refine pills or not is my business. May I ask fellow Taoist how to use the pill refining cave? My Sky Patrol City's pill refining cave is a quiet place, not a place to do those dirty things. If fellow Taoist has such plans, it's better to go somewhere else. The disciple was not polite and refused flatly. Cui Hongshan was a little angry. Today, this Cui is going to use the pill refining cave. This is a spirit stone. Ignore him. Xiao Hua also felt a little awkward in his heart. He should have talked to this disciple of the Sky Patrol City in a pleasant manner, but after the unpleasant experience with Chang Shu last time, he did not have much of a good impression of the Sky Patrol City disciples. Moreover, he did not even put a gold core stage cultivator in his eyes, so how could he lower his head and smile at this early stage foundation establishment stage disciple? However, this disciple was even more disgusted than Chang Shu. Chapter 2459. Let's wait for Chang Shu. Xiao Hua said coldly. Oh. So the three of you are here for senior brother Chang Shu. What stunned Xiao Hua was that when the disciple heard Chang Shu's name, his face immediately changed, and his smile was brighter than the sun in the sky. Why didn't you say so earlier? At this time, there are many empty alchemy rooms. How many do you want? While they were talking, a disciple of the Sky Patrol City hurriedly flew out of the alchemy cave. It was Chang Shu, who Xiao Hua had seen before. Captain Chang, why did you come in person? I'm making arrangements for your old friend. When the disciple saw Chang Shu, he immediately said flatteringly. Well, fellow Xiao is a good friend of mine, so I can't not come in person. If you have nothing to do, you can go and rest first. Chang Shu nodded with a smile. Yes, Captain Chang. The disciple respectfully saluted and said, Captain Chang, if you need anything, please let me know. Immediately, the disciple tactfully saluted Xiao Hua and the other two and left. Looking at the disciple's face that changed in an instant, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was afraid that he would never be able to learn this kind of magical power in his lifetime. But then, his heart trembled again, and he thought to himself, a real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall? Wasn't I the same when I was a rogue cultivator? Why can't I put down my face now? Of course, this was Xiao Hua's small sigh. Chang Shu's laughter sounded in his ears. Fellow Xiao, we haven't seen each other for several years. Back then, this Chang had seen your medallion of commendation, and thought that you had really perished at Golden Spring Mountain. When I received your message just now, I was truly surprised. This Chang was just saying, with Dao friend Zhao's cultivation, how could he have perished? Fellow Chang, you must be joking. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I was just lucky. Then he said straightforwardly, they are my junior brother and junior sister. I want to use the alchemy cave, please make it convenient for me. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't introduce the names of the two people, Chang Shu tactfully didn't ask and said with a smile, "This is my duty, you don't have to be polite." With that, Chang Shu took out a jade slip and looked at it before saying, "It's still the same as before. There aren't many people using the Imperial Thunder Sex Pill Refining Cave. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please follow me." As Xiao Hua and the others entered the concoction cave, Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng became even more confused. Would Xiao Hua know how to do it? Even if he did, why drag the two of them along? If it was something important, he could have said it in the quiet room. Why did he have to come to the pill refining cave? Fellow Daoist Xiao, this is what fellow Daoist used last time. May I know if it is possible? This time, Chang Shu personally opened the alchemy room's restriction and asked with a smile. Hee, of course. Xiao Hua clapped his hands, took out some spirit stones, and handed them over to Chang Shu. He then said to Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, "You guys go in first and wait." "Yes, senior brother." The two of them obeyed and went in. Xiao Hua looked left and right, then said in a low voice, "This Xiao has something to ask." "Oh. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please speak." Chang Shu wasn't surprised. If Xiao Hua didn't have anything special, how could he possibly call him out? Does the Washing Flowers sect have a female disciple in the pill refining cave? This. Chang Shu was somewhat hesitant. That female cultivator is this Zhao's dual cultivation partner. Xiao Hua didn't hide it. This Xiao instructed her to come. If there are no mishaps, she should be in the pill refining cave 5 days ago. Ha ha ha, Chang Shu laughed. Cui Hongshan was greatly alarmed and said anxiously, "They already apologized." "Senior brother, don't be ruthless." "TSK, do I have to?" Xiao Hua curled his lips. "Is your senior brother so unreasonable?" Their attitudes can still be considered sincere. Dui Qimeng smiled and said, "However, they are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace after all. I don't think it's a sincere apology." Junior sister is extremely right. Xiao Hua nodded. They are disciples of the Earth Thunder Palace, but because of that Golden Core Master's prestige, they were forced to come and apologize. According to their nature, it's still not necessarily true. This is also because senior brother's divine ability is amazing. They had no choice but to come. Cui Hongshan said with emotion. "What? You saw through it?" Xiao Hua said with a smile. "This Xiao asked you to come here today for this matter." "This matter? What matter?" Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out 2 jade slips. He handed them over and said, "Take a look first." "Yes." The two took the slips and immersed their divine senses. After a moment of looking, pleasant surprise appeared on their faces. Especially Dui Qimeng, who cried out in disbelief, Is this real?" Of course it's real." Cui Hongshan said with a smile. "This is the betrothal gift my myriad Thunder Valley wants to give you." Immediately, Cui Hongshan turned and said, "Senior brother, you mean, that's right, now is the time." Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out 10% of the Thunder Beast's inner cores. "This item has long been with me. I originally wanted to wait until we returned to the myriad Thunder Valley, but now you have to leave first. Although eldest senior brother has experience, he may not be able to take care of you. It's better for me to work a little harder." "Many thanks, senior brother." Cui Hongshan beamed from ear to ear. Dui Qimeng was also happy. Her chest heaved up and down as if she was abnormally excited. However, a trace of hesitation flitted across her face very quickly before disappearing. Take a look at this secret art first." Xiao Hua had not seen it before and said with a smile, "I'll give you 1 day. If you don't know, feel free to ask me." With that, Xiao Hua turned and left while muttering in his heart, since junior brother is so infatuated with Dui Qimeng, it seems like Dui Chimeng is also interested in junior brother. However, there are too many temptations in this world. Who knows how many unforeseen events will occur after returning to the Imperial Thunder sect from Sky Patrol City. Will Dui Chimeng's master change his previous decision because of Tu Hong's matter? This young master will cook the rice first and let Dui Lei Palace taste the sweetness of this thunder core. If this can't keep Dui Chimeng's heart and make her master give up, then, don't blame this young master for being ruthless in the future. No matter how much this young master has eaten, this young master will spit it out. Senior brother, where are you going? Cui Hongshan thought Xiao Hua would stay in the cave. Naturally, this elder brother has a good place to go. Xiao Hua smiled mysteriously and left. Senior brother Xiao is so strange. After Xiao Hua left for a while, Dui Chimeng whispered, what is he going to do? How would this husband know what he's going to do? This husband only knows that my wife, you should hurry and comprehend the secret technique. We only have a day's time. When senior brother returns, he will have to consume the thunder core. At that time, if you don't understand, there will be a big problem. Isn't there still senior brother? What is this concubine afraid of? Dui Chimeng smiled. Although she said that, Dui Chimeng didn't dare to be negligent and hurriedly immersed her divine sense into the jade slip to comprehend the secret technique. Xiao Hua went to deal with Fairy Hong Xia and sent the tidal beads away before returning to Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng's cave. The two had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Senior brother Xiao, it's been a day and a night. This younger brother thought something happened. Cui Hongshan said happily when he saw Xiao Hua enter. So long. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned and thought, it seems like it was just a moment ago. However, he still smiled and said, this older brother was afraid that you didn't comprehend enough, so I left more time for you. How is your comprehension of the secret technique? Yes, senior brother knows. Dui Chimeng smiled and said, this secret technique is originally my Imperial Thunder sect's secret technique. Although there are some obscure parts inside, since senior brother Xiang can comprehend it, this concubine and Cui Chimeng can also comprehend it. Clearly, Cui Hongshan had already told Dui Chimeng about Xiang Zhili. Good. Xiao Hua clapped and said, since junior sister Dui already knows about eldest senior brother's matter, you must also know the consequences of using the thunder core. This older brother won't repeat it. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Chimeng's face was red as she whispered. Junior brother Cui, do you have a dual cultivation technique? Xiao Hua suddenly thought of something and asked abruptly. No, this younger brother doesn't have such a dirty thing. Cui Hongshan was stunned and said, when this younger brother was in the Cui family, the clansmen never let this younger brother come into contact with such things. They only said that when it came to dual cultivation, this younger brother would naturally understand. This younger brother also didn't think about it when this younger brother came to Myriad Thunder Valley. Ah, how sad. Xiao Hua curled his lips and turned to look at Dui Chimeng. Dui Chimeng's face was red and she didn't say a word. It was very obvious that this female disciple of Imperial Thunder's sect also didn't have any experience in this area. I'll be a good person to the end. Xiao Hua sighed and clapped his hands, taking out 2 pink jade slips. He gave one to each person and said, in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng received them somewhat shyly and looked at them with flushed faces. After waiting for the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Xiao Hua saw that both of them had received the jade slips. Xiao Hua then handed the token to Cui Hongshan and said very thought-provoking, this is the token for the refining room. Once you've taken the core, this older brother will go out. You can decide when you want to go out. Even Cui Hongshan's face was awkward as he smiled apologetically and said, yes, this younger brother understands. However, he really felt sweet in his heart. Following this senior brother Xiao, who was extremely displeasing to the eye, really brought about a lot of good things. Immediately, Dui Chimeng and Cui Hongshan sat opposite each other. Xiaohua gave each of them a portion of the lightning beast's core, and he released a trace of Buddhist awareness. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Qimeng and clapped his hands. The lightning beast's core hit his chest, and with a flash of lightning, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave gathered like a swarm of bees. Following the flash of lightning on Cui Hongshan's chest, it entered Cui Hongshan's body. Rise, Xiaohua watched as the lightning beast's core gradually turned into a ball of lightning. Just as it entered Cui Hongshan's body, there was still half of the core that hadn't transformed. His heart unconsciously moved, and with a pull of his hands, a thick bolt of lightning appeared in midair and accurately hit that half of the core. With a crackling sound, the lightning was sucked into the core, and the core completely turned into lightning. When the thumb-sized lightning entered Cui Hongshan's body, Cui Hongshan's entire body trembled. From inside to outside, every inch of his skin flashed with a trace of lightning. Cui Hongshan's face revealed an extremely painful expression. Seeing this scene, Xiaohua naturally knew that the lightning was tempering the body, and didn't find it strange. However, at this time, his Buddhist awareness discovered a trace of abnormality. Most of the lightning actually rushed into the blood vessels. Xiaohua's Buddhist awareness went deeper, and he saw the lightning wrapped around the blood vessels near the skin, quickly rushing into Cui Hongshan's body, and converging towards his heart meridian. And where the lightning passed through the blood vessels, a faint dark red color gradually overflowed along the blood vessels. When the lightning entered Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, with a loud "kacha" sound, Cui Hongshan's heart meridian suddenly emitted a thick dark red color. This dark red color quickly rushed along the heart meridian to the blood vessels, and then overflowed out of the body. Gee, a few weak chirps sounded, and that dark red color transformed outside of Cui Hongshan's body, gradually condensing into a 1 qi tall skylark celestial body. Ha ha ha, excellent. Seeing this, how could Xiaohua not know the whole story? This lightning beast's core actually stimulated Cui Hongshan's true blood vessels, and formed the skylark celestial body. At the side, Dui Qimeng was also very happy, and a strange light flashed in her eyes. After the skylark celestial body appeared, from Cui Hongshan's heart meridian, a faint purple lightning that was much smaller than the eye of a needle was born, and slowly entered Cui Hongshan's meridians. At this time, Cui Hongshan's heart technique was still circulating. Every time the lightning passed through an inch of meridian, a trace of lightning would be born from the meridian, and enter the lightning. As the lightning circulated in the meridian, the lightning became increasingly stronger. Oh! This looks very similar to the avalanche at Jingquan Mountain. Xiaohua used his Buddhist awareness to observe, and suddenly, the scene of the avalanche that day appeared in his mind. The snowflakes grew from small to large, from weak to strong, and even formed a large avalanche. If I want to condense the lightning beast's core in my body, I still have to control the speed of this avalanche. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but then he frowned. How can I control this speed? It seems that the secret technique did not explain it. Seeing that the lightning ball was getting bigger and bigger, and Cui Hongshan had no way to control it, Xiaohua was a little bewildered. If this continues, Cui Hongshan's meridian and even his body will not be able to support it. How does eldest senior brother control it? Ha ha ha. Xiaohua suddenly laughed secretly, and hurriedly turned his head and said, Junior sister Dui, you should quickly consume it too. Now? Dui Qimeng was stunned, but she did not dare to refute. She immediately clapped her hands, and silently recited the secret technique in her heart. Similarly, several lightning bolts were produced and landed on Dui Qimeng's chest. Although it was not convenient for Xiaohua to use his Buddhist awareness to observe, he still pulled. 2 lightning bolts fell, and the lightning beast's core that Dui Qimeng had only refined to 40% turned into lightning bolts. Only then did he turn his head to look at Cui Hongshan again. At this time, Cui Hongshan's body was surrounded by lightning bolts, and the lightning bolts were constantly rotating from top to bottom, and then from bottom to top. His face gradually turned dark red. The skylark's dharma body was also covered by lightning bolts, and its appearance gradually became clearer. After another hour, the lightning bolts around Cui Hongshan's body had stabilized, and the lightning bolts in his meridians had also completed a cycle, and landed on his lower dantian. Inside his dantian, there were also waves of lightning bolts slowly forming, and they gathered on top of the lightning bolts that were starting to stagnate. Seeing this, Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified expression. He was clear in his heart that although Cui Hongshan was currently only at the early stage of foundation establishment, the lightning bolts formed from the lightning beast's core would definitely affect his core formation in the future. If there were no accidents, his gold core cultivation would definitely be expected. At this time, Cui Hongshan's meridians emitted a thunderous sound, and a strong yang qi was produced from the lightning beast's core, quickly rushing into his meridians. Cui Hongshan's body began to swell, and his face turned red. Wait a moment. Xiaohua looked at Cui Hongshan's bloodshot eyes, and with a wave of his hand, a spell landed on Cui Hongshan's dantian, imprisoning the lightning beast's core that was emitting yang qi. A lightning beast's core will attract the yin and yang qi due to the lightning beast's physique. If it's a male and female lightning beast's core, even if it attracts the yin and yang qi, it can be neutralized by the yin and yang qi in the art of alchemy. Just like when I injected the male and female lightning beasts' cores into the phoenix celestial body. Xiaohua secretly thought while observing, it seems, apart from the phoenix celestial body, this young master has also done this before. There was no mistake, as long as the two cores are the same. Great! Xiaohua waved his hand and removed the restriction in Cui Hongshan's dantian, then he wiped Cui Hongshan's body and took out the token. His figure flashed, and he rushed to the door of the pill room. He opened the restriction and threw the token in with a flip of his hand. He laughed heartily and said, after a long drought, "It's the night of the bridal chamber. This Xiao will take his leave, no need to send me off." Xiaohua withdrew from the alchemy room and watched as the restrictions on the alchemy room slowly closed. Only then did he feel relieved and fly towards the other alchemy rooms. He secretly smiled and said, "Junior brother, do your best. This is all your senior brother can do for you. The rest is up to you." Chirp, the skylark celestial body's cry faintly sounded in the alchemy cave, and it was also abnormally excited. It seemed to be responding to Xiaohua's thoughts. "You're back so soon." When Xiaohua returned to the alchemy cave, he and Fairy Hongxia were in. Fairy Hongxia had not finished refining the mist bead, and she asked in surprise. "My wife is here, how could I let my wife wait for so long?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Hee, thank you for your concern, my husband." Fairy Hongxia said unhappily, "Who was it that made me wait for so long these few days?" "That." Xiaohua scratched his head, looked left and right, and shouted very angrily, Who was it that didn't have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" Chapter 2460. Fairy Hongxia also learned Xiaohua's catchphrase and said disdainfully, "Is there a need to look? Isn't it you?" Ha ha ha, Xiaohua laughed loudly, enjoying this warmth. Looking at the mist-tied pearl in Fairy Hongxia's hand, he laughed, "How is it? Is this betrothal gift of your husband good?" Fairy Hongxia nodded, "This mist-tied pearl is a magic treasure that this concubine uses. The Xiantian primordial water inside is even more precious. If this concubine refines it properly, it can definitely compete with a golden core cultivator. As long as my wife likes it." Xiaohua was immensely proud. Unfortunately, Fairy Hongxia's tone changed and said regretfully, "But, if you want to use it as a betrothal gift, it's still far from enough." "It can't be?" Xiaohua curled his lips, "My wife, don't ask for too much. If you anger your husband, be careful that your husband doesn't want you." "Haha, you dare." Fairy Hongxia glared at him unceremoniously, "If you dare to not want this concubine will chase after the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds to capture you back." "All right," Xiaohua stretched out his hands and smiled, "just based on my wife's words, your husband won't go anywhere. I'll wait for you here." Hee. Fairy Hongxia stuck out her tongue and threw herself into Xiaohua's arms. She snuggled against Xiao Hua's chest. After a while, she said, to be honest, husband, you really want to go to the same place as me. If you succeed, master can't refuse to agree to our matter. Oh. Where? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. My husband, this concubine will speak the truth. Don't be angry. Fairy Hongxia looked into Xiao Hua's eyes and said seriously. Speak. Xiao Hua waved his hand without a care. If you have something to say, then say it. See how magnanimous your husband is. It's like this. Fairy Hongxia hesitated for a moment and said tentatively, actually, this concubine came to Sky Patrol City this time because I miss you. However, this is not what I said to my master. Ha ha ha, I knew it. Xiao Hua laughed heartily and kissed the side of Fairy Hongxia's peach-red cheeks. It was precisely where that little black mole was located. When you told your husband was just muttering. How could you possibly mention your husband to your master? So, it was hidden here. Husband, please don't blame me. Fairy Hongxia was a little embarrassed. Of course I know of my husband's magical powers. However, my husband's cultivation level is indeed a little low. If my husband is in the later stage of foundation establishment, I can report this to my master. Huh, isn't it just cultivation? That's really easy. After saying that, Xiao Hua dispersed the secret technique and released his pressure. Husband has already reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment? Fairy Hongxia was truly wild with joy. My husband is truly a genius that is hard to come by in 10,000 years in my Xiaoyu continent. Hee, this isn't much. Xiao Hua immediately used a secret technique to conceal his cultivation realm. Husband, you don't have to be like this all the time, right? Fairy Hongxia said, feeling both angry and amused at the same time. I think it's pretty good. Xiao Hua said with a smile, taking people by surprise, I'm used to it. Fairy Hongxia also had a defeated look on her face as she shook her head and said, my husband is already a Jindan cultivator who is about to condense his Jindan. This kind of thinking is really too a rogue cultivator. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Xiao Hua of course could not be too straightforward. He waved his hand and said, my wife, aren't you also in the later stage of foundation establishment? Your cultivation speed is not too far off from mine. Hee, my cultivation speed is indeed faster. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips and said, even compared to Senior Li Zongbao, I don't think I'm inferior. However, this concubine's actions are nothing. Oh. There's someone even more powerful? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Yes, that Yin Jichong seems to have entered the later stage of foundation establishment. Even if he hasn't, he's already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation establishment. Fairy Hongxia said, he has already been taken in by another Jindan cultivator. TSK, Xiao Hua laughed and said, now that the bloodline of the cultivation families has shown its power, I'm afraid it's not just the two of you, right? That's right. Fairy Hongxia nodded and said, Master said so too. Because the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has gradually changed, the true bloodline of the cultivation families has also been correspondingly stimulated. The cultivation speed of the disciples of the cultivation families has greatly increased. Yin Jichong and I are nothing, but I heard that a disciple of a family has cultivated from Qi refining level 10 to Jindan in just a few decades. How is that possible? Xiao Hua was shocked, from Qi refining to Jindan, how can it be so simple? This is also a secret of my Huanhua sect. I don't know if it's true or not. Fairy Hongxia shook her head and said, however, even if it's not Jindan, it's still quite powerful and can be compared with my husband. Don't compare with your husband. Xiao Hua sighed and said, your husband has never thought of himself as a genius. My husband is a genius in my eyes. Fairy Hongxia smiled charmingly. That's right, your cultivation has improved so much. Is it your master? Xiao Hua asked, she is also of the Kai family bloodline like you. She should be very powerful, right? Fairy Hongxia's face darkened when she heard this. She shook her head slightly and said, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed quite a bit. Our Huanhua sect's method of selecting disciples is no longer suitable. The masters are currently looking for a suitable method. Furthermore, for disciples who are already at Qi refining and foundation establishment, like me who can stimulate my bloodline, it's still fine. The other disciples are simply not suitable for the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their cultivation stagnates. Especially for masters above Jindan realm, it's even more difficult. My master has not improved much in the past few decades. If she doesn't have any opportunities, I'm afraid. Sigh, everyone's opportunities are different. Let's just leave it to fate. Xiaohua sighed and pointed at Chao Mengzhu. This magic treasure belonged to a Jindan master of my Imperial Thunder sect. In order to find primordial water, she even lost her life, let alone cultivate. Now that we're alive and well, it's already good enough that we can cultivate. That's right, Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands and said in realization, this primordial water is useful for water-type physiques. Maybe master can use it to break through. Hee, it's best if it's useful. Xiao Hua laughed, there's a lot of primordial water in this Chao Mengzhu. Oh, that's right, this is a cultivation technique for Jindan realm. Take it as a reference. Alright. Fairy Hongxia knew that Xiao Hua did not have a water-type physique, so she took it without hesitation. With this primordial water, your master won't disagree, right? Xiao Hua said with a smile. When Fairy Hongxia heard this, she smiled and said, perhaps. However, even if it's possible, my husband will still have to accompany me. Actually, on the surface, I'm here for the Dao Cultivator battle in Sentry City. In fact, my master has given me a mission. It's to find my Kai family's ancestral hall near Million Meng Mountain. What? Your Kai family's ancestral hall? Xiao Hua was surprised. When you just reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment, you said that you wanted to return to Qin Yang's Kai family and enter the ancestral hall? Why? Now that you're in the late stage of foundation establishment, why haven't you entered the ancestral hall? Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. Yes, I thought it would be a simple matter, but I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. Fairy Hongxia then explained the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that ever since she had parted with Xiao Hua, Fairy Hongxia had paid a visit to Kai Qin. Kai Qin was naturally delighted and immediately sent Fairy Hongxia back to Qin Yang, just like how Yungue Chong had returned to her clan. Unexpectedly, although Qin Yang's Kai family rarely treated a mid-stage foundation establishment disciple of Huanhua sect well, they were not as generous as Su Yanyan's family. Not only did they not take out the icy wind cultivation technique, they also did not allow Fairy Hongxia to enter the ancestral hall. They only said that Fairy Hongxia was already a disciple of Huanhua sect and was not qualified to enter the ancestral hall. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia was from Luyang's Kai family, which was just a small branch of Qin Yang's Kai family. Fairy Hongxia could have forced her way in, but if she did, she would end up like Kai Qin. Therefore, she could only return to Huanhua sect dejectedly. Of course, Kai Qin was very angry about Qin Yang's Kai family's seclusion. However, she was also helpless. After all, she had already betrayed the Kai family and could no longer take half a step back. However, Kai Qin did not give up. She tried her best to find a way to enter the ancestral hall of the Kai clan of Qin Yang. A few years ago, Kai Qin heard an incredible rumor from an elder of an aristocratic clan who was on good terms with the Kai clan. The Kai clan of Qin Yang was not originally located in Qin Yang, but somewhere in the Huan Kingdom, near the millions of Meng Mountains. Chapter 2461. This is the sect master token of my Huanhua sect. Fairy Hongxia said proudly, when I advanced to the late stage of foundation establishment, I asked for it from the sect master. When I took out the sect master token, my Huanhua sect's senior uncle Xiangming also wanted to let me go to Huan country. All right. Xiao Hua scratched his head. Since you've planned it out, I'll go with you. Oh, you can go out as you wish? Fairy Hongxia was a little surprised. Of course, senior brother Li Zongbao said so. Xiaohua nodded. The first team of Imperial Thunder Sect, except for me, will be returning to Imperial Thunder Sect. My husband is the best. Fairy Hongxia understood Xiaohua's wry smile and hugged him, offering her lips. Just as the two were entangled, Fairy Hongxia was shocked. She patted her hand and took out a token from her storage bag. There was a fluctuation of magic power on it. Fairy Hongxia smiled bitterly. My husband, I'm afraid I can't accompany you here. All right, go ahead. Xiaohua knew that Huanhua sect had matters to attend to and he could not delay her. He waved his hand and said, also, when are you going to Million Mountain Meng? Let me know in advance. I'll ask senior brother Li Zongbao for leave. I know. Fairy Hongxia pursed her lips. I don't think it'll be too soon. I have to put on a show in Sky Patrol City, otherwise, it'll be bad for Master's reputation. All right. Xiaohua smiled and patted his hand, taking out a jade bottle and handing it to Fairy Hongxia. I haven't seen my wife for a long time. Consider this a gift. If my wife wants to use it as a betrothal gift, it should be fine. What? When Fairy Hongxia saw Xiaohua's final gift, she was rather puzzled. However, when she opened the jade bottle and scanned it with her spiritual will, she could not help but be overjoyed. She exclaimed, This is the rejuvenation pill from Sky Patrol City? How did you get this? Hee, do you like it? Xiaohua did not mention how he got this item, but asked instead. Husband, isn't that nonsense? Fairy Hongxia said excitedly, which female cultivator in this world doesn't care about her looks? I heard that many golden core cultivators came to the Sky Patrol City with hundreds of thousands of supreme-grade spirit stones to bid for this item. How can I not like it when I see it? As long as you like it. Xiaohua pulled Fairy Hongxia into his embrace, feeling her warmth as he whispered, Your husband wishes he could place all the treasures in this world in front of you, as long as you are happy. Husband. Fairy Red Dawn extended her soft tongue and lightly kissed him. She smiled and said, These are all external objects, I don't care for them. As long as you can stay by my side, I will be satisfied. Moreover, a female guard should put on an appearance that pleases her husband. Isn't this concubine's appearance for my husband to see? As long as you don't mind, this concubine isn't greedy for this rejuvenation pill. That's right. That's why I found this rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua said with a smile, Don't wait for your hair to turn white before you get together with your husband. What will others think of your husband then? Of course they will think that you are a pretty boy. Fairy Red Dawn replied mischievously. After Fairy Hongxia consumed it in front of Xiaohua, Fairy Hongxia asked tentatively, Husband, did you get this rejuvenation pill from a bidding war? If you can find another one. Your husband understands. Isn't it your master? Xiaohua smiled and said, Your husband is thinking about it. However, when you give it to master, you must say that it is a filial gift from your husband. Although it is not a betrothal gift, it cannot be given for free. I know. You can rest assured. Fairy Red Dawn saw that Xiaohua was so attentive and was happy at first. She took the jade bottle and kept it in her storage bag. Then, she kissed Xiaohua affectionately again. Soon after, Fairy Red Dawn left in a hurry. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Red Dawn's reluctant expression and felt sweet in his heart. He and Fairy Red Dawn were separated more than they were together. He didn't even have enough time to be with Xue Xue. Thinking of Xue Xue, Xiaohua felt apologetic. Forget it. I have to save spirit stones one by one. As for wives, I have to dual cultivate with them one by one. Xiaohua opened the restriction of the alchemy room and sat cross-legged on top of the top-grade spirit stone. He smelled the faint fragrance of Fairy Red Dawn's body. He clapped his hands and took out a few golden pellets and a clear water bottle. The clear water bottle was the first Buddhist tool that Xiaohua had obtained. Moreover, this Buddhist tool was to his liking. Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully refine and familiarize himself with it. Xiaohua released his Buddhist sense and carefully looked at the remaining 2 golden pellets. One of the golden pellets recorded the methods of refining and using Buddhist tools, including Xiaohua's clear water bottle. The other one recorded some Buddhist holy lands, famous eminent monks, and the grand occasions of these holy lands and the deeds of the eminent monks. There was no Buddhist cultivation method like the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra that Xiaohua had given to Jiang Luer. Xiaohua didn't have much time. He roughly flipped through the second golden pellet and sent it into the space so that the primordial spirit in the space could have time to carefully look at it. Then, he focused his attention on the control of the clear water bottle. The method of controlling Buddhist tools was different from magic tools. It required the use of Buddhist seals to drive psychokinesis. Xiaohua had only cultivated the Buddha's Saraira. How could he know what psychokinesis was? That day in the Yin-Yang Twin Springs mountain, he was purely blindly guessing. Who knew where he had encountered that he had actually obtained the innate primordial water? Now that he had time, he naturally had to carefully look at it. Xiaohua, just like last time, threw the clear water bottle into the air and formed the so-called Buddhist seal in his hand. Unexpectedly, the clear water bottle was different from last time. It didn't seem to listen to his orders at all and didn't move at all. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, he patted his forehead again and released the Buddha relic. The Buddha relic emitted a faint Buddhist light as it sprinkled onto the jade bottle. Strange runes faintly appeared in the milky white jade bottle. Xiaohua's hand formed the Buddhist seal again. Seeing the clear water bottle shake slightly, Xiaohua felt that something seemed to want to come out, but it just couldn't pour out. Explode, Xiaohua persevered and waved his hand, taking out an ice thorn talisman. A blue light flashed in the air. Withdraw, Xiaohua pointed his finger. Sure enough, a gentle force came from the clear water bottle and sucked the light back into the bottle. Damn it, so it's a guy who only eats and doesn't vomit. Xiaohua smiled, but this was not the result he wanted. How can I make this thing attack? Xiaohua pondered, what is this telekinesis? Thinking, Xiaohua's gaze fell on the Buddha's Saraira. After all, the clear water bottle could only be used with the Buddha's Saraira in the air. If it wanted to attack, it would have to fall on the Buddha's Saraira. Oh. Could it be that I can use the Buddha's Saraira to form the Buddhist seal? Xiaohua suddenly had a whimsical idea. In the past, he had never thought that the Buddha's Saraira could move. What's wrong with that? Since it can spit out mantras, it must also be able to use a Buddhist artifact. Xiaohua suddenly realized. Immediately, Xiaohua opened the golden Nyo again and put the primordial spirit in the Buddha's Saraira to control the Buddhist consciousness, gradually flipping through it. Seeing this primordial spirit comprehending the use of the Buddhist artifact, Xiaohua took out the 2 gourds he obtained from the Yin-Yang Twin Spring Mountain. The 2 gourds, one yellow and one ice blue, were covered with sword runes. The sword runes were constantly vibrating, and sword light flashed out from the gourds. So powerful. Xiaohua's gaze swept over, and his eyes felt as if they were pierced by a sharp sword. There was actually some pain and numbness. At this time, it is still nurturing sword spirits. If 2 sword spirits are nurtured, wouldn't it be more powerful than the Tai Azure Light Sword? However, the Yin and Yang sword spirits, what's the difference between them and the Tai Azure Light Sword and the Supreme Azure Light Sword? This sword cultivator's sword slip only has the method to nurture sword spirits, but it doesn't record the method to use it. Can this sword spirit be used without a flying sword? And there is also that sword intent. Li Xiaobai and Reverend Bright Sword both said that sword intent is the true essence of flying swords. Sword pills and flying swords are secondary. However, this young master's flying sword already has a sword spirit, so why can't I see any sword intent? That little deer seems to be Reverend Bright Sword's sword intent, but it looks very obedient, so how can it kill people? This young master doesn't even have a sword in tent, so what's the use of these two yin-yang sword gourds? Forget it, you wait here and slowly nurture the spirit. Xiaohua knew that these two sword gourds were good, but he couldn't use them, so he had to throw them in the space. Either way, I will destroy the sword cultivator's plan, so they can't use this extremely powerful yin and yang sword spirit. Next was Feng Buping's magic staff and wind bead. Xiaohua weighed the magic staff. It was really good, and the length was also suitable. However, this thing was Feng Buping's, so Xiaohua didn't dare to use it. He still hadn't figured out who the beast cultivator behind Feng Buping was. Poor me, I can't use anything. This magic staff can only be used after I return to the Myriad Thunder Valley and integrate it into the staff. Xiaohua sighed helplessly, but he was happy in his heart. When his gaze landed on the wind bead, Xiaohua's face showed caution. Feng Buping's methods were indeed powerful. He was the first person Xiaohua had seen other than Yuanian cultivators. The wind bead floated in the air like a feather, and the nearby wind was surrounding the wind bead. It seemed that as long as one controlled the wind bead, they could control the wind in the entire cave. Goldie, you're awake? Come out. Xiaohua didn't dare to neglect, and called the sleepy Goldie out of the space. Mother, are you okay? Goldie came out of the space and asked intimately. I'm naturally okay. Xiaohua nodded slightly, but then he was stunned. Goldie, you know how to say hello? Say hello? Goldie was puzzled. Is that what you just said? Hee, yes. Xiaohua nodded. You weren't so polite before. Mother, what is polite? Goldie was puzzled. Chapter 2462. Forget it, Xiaohua felt a headache coming. She smiled and said, just pretend Mother didn't say anything. You'll understand when you grow up. And Mother is right. Boy feels a bit enlightened now. I can vaguely remember a lot of things. Goldie was really different from before. Haha, that's great. Mother thought you only knew how to eat and sleep. It turns out you also have an inheritance. Xiaohua was really addicted to being a mother. She said it very naturally. Why did Mother call Boy out? Goldie looked at the Buddha Saraira, looked at the clear water bottle, and then looked at the wind pearl. Oh, this wind pearl might have a hidden soul. Mother wants to keep the wind pearl and let you guard it from Mother. Xiaohua said with a smile. Okay, Goldie shook its tail happily and flashed to the side of the wind pearl. It's not for you to eat. Xiaohua saw Goldie's nose and hurriedly shouted. Goldie heard and raised its little head. Its two little eyes were like black pearls. Its voice came from Xiaohua's heart again. Boy also didn't think of eating. Sweat, Xiaohua was embarrassed. This little thing has grown up. It's really naughty. Goldie's nose twitched a few times. It used its little claws to fiddle with the wind pearl a few times. It shook its head and said, Mother, there's nothing edible in this thing. Good. Xiaohua was overjoyed. You watch from the side. If something strange comes out, you eat it in one bite. Yes. Goldie stuck out its pink tongue, which was smaller than a little finger, as if it was hungry. Xiaohua swung her big sleeve and covered the wind pearl with the universe creator. Just as she was about to refine it, Goldie suddenly said, Mother, the smell of this thing is similar to our family's duck. What? Our family? Duck? Xiaohua was stunned, as if she didn't understand. It's the big duck that Mother threw into our house. Goldie said curiously. It's the duck that smells like that little girl. This thing also has that smell. Oh. Xiaohua somewhat understood. Could it be that this wind pearl is related to the Empress? Let's go home and take a look. Xiaohua said as he sent Goldie into the space. His consciousness also entered the space with the wind pearl. The duckling was still in a deep sleep, and the wounds on its body had mostly disappeared. However, the healing speed was simply too slow, and there were still some faint scars. Goldie landed beside the duckling and swung its tail, hitting the duckling's eyelids. The duckling's eyes turned a few times and slowly opened. It was Daphne's pair of lively eyes. Goldie's shadow was reflected in the duckling's eyes. The duckling blinked and opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Then, the duckling raised its head with difficulty and looked at the wind pearl next to Goldie. Quack, quack. It was really the quack of a duck. The duckling was excited, and its voice was hoarse with difficulty. This. Xiao Hua's mind was right next to the bead. He unconsciously hesitated. He still wanted to use this wind bead to practice the wind escape technique. Moreover, he also wanted to use this wind bead to refine a magic weapon. I'll have a magic weapon sooner or later, but Daphne only has one life. Although Xiao Hua knew that Daphne's life was no longer in danger, he still sent the wind bead to Daphne's mouth. Daphne's tender yellow wings flapped slightly. After Xiao Hua sent the wind bead into her mouth, her wings stopped flapping. Woo! As the wind bead entered Daphne's mouth, a faint sound of wind came from Daphne's body. This faint wind revolved around Daphne's body and gradually grew bigger. Everything within 10 feet was sucked in by this wind. My goodness, what are you doing? This is my home. Xiao Hua was anxious. He looked around and immediately pulled Daphne, sending her to the center of the yin-yang pool. Why is it as light as a feather? Xiao Hua realized that Daphne was now a gust of wind, weightless. Go, do whatever you want here. Daphne stopped in midair. The hurricane around her suddenly grew bigger, like a huge tornado, piercing the blue sky and pouring down the blue water. Daphne's duckling figure gradually became blurry. What's going on? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Woo! The tornado brought the water of the pool into the air. The water turned into raindrops and fell around the pool. There was a lot of rice around the pool, and dozens of puppets were tirelessly harvesting and planting them. Woo! In the sky, the sun-like reverse light roared. A dazzling brilliance gathered and poured into Daphne's blurry figure. Swoosh! Rings of rainbow-colored light appeared in the hurricane, sliding from the outside to the inside. As the light shrunk, Daphne's figure also became smaller and smaller. In the end, she became a ball of air the size of a thumb. Kacha! With a loud explosion, the lightning that was supposed to hit Lei Zizi's body changed direction and fell into the ball of air. The ball of air blossomed with a dazzling brilliance as the lightning was annihilated. The figure of a naked girl suddenly appeared in the brilliance. Damn it, don't look. Xiao Hua hurriedly closed his eyes. Unfortunately, he was a primordial spirit. How could he close his eyes? Moreover, the image of the young girl only flashed for a moment. Then, a pure white swan the size of a small duck appeared in the light and shadow. That slender neck, those arrogant eyes, and those slightly trembling pure white feathers looked extremely elegant. As the little swan spread its wings, the brilliance began to slowly extinguish. A feather emitting a holy brilliance fell on the little swan's forehead. However, it only fell half a foot before the little swan stretched its neck and swallowed it into its stomach. I understand now. Xiao Hua looked at the little swan's curved neck and 2 wings and thought of Feng Buping. That guy's spiritual beast is probably this thing, right? His wind pearl is not some magical treasure, or the inner core of a spiritual beast, or something else. Is not a duckling. She can grow up after eating the wind pearl. However, just as the brilliance faded and Dyer was about to spread her wings and fly away, the entire space trembled. An incomparably oppressive will descended from the sky and enveloped Dyer's body. In an instant, the swan that Dyer had transformed into disappeared and the little duckling appeared in front of Xiao Hua's eyes again. This is... Xiao Hua felt a familiar and somewhat fearful will. He couldn't help but be shocked. Isn't this the heavenly Tao's fluctuation of the heavenly Tao starry sky? How did it beat Dai, back to her original form? Dai, transformed from a duckling into an elegant swan. It seemed like she was about to transform. A fluctuation similar to the heavenly Tao descended from the sky and beat Dai, down from the clouds into a quagmire. Dai, returned to her previous appearance as a fluffy duckling. Xiao Hua was shocked. Isn't this the fluctuation of the heavenly Tao starry sky? How did it land on Dai's body? Xiao Hua's mind looked at the deep starry sky and thought to himself. In the high starry sky that was almost within reach, stars were floating leisurely. Each star had its own trajectory, and all the stars seemed to be following the same trajectory. Looking, Xiao Hua's mind seemed to turn into a cloud, slowly rising higher and higher. As his mind soared, the attractive force between the stars became stronger and stronger. Perhaps in the blink of an eye, or perhaps in an extremely long time, Xiao Hua's mind felt the trace of primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Tao starry sky. This primordial spirit was different from the primordial spirit in the hand of karma. It actually had the appearance of a star, and like the other stars, it also moved in the starry sky with a faint mysterious trajectory. When Xiao Hua's mind merged with that trace of primordial spirit, Xiao Hua felt that he was also like the star in the secret realm on Blood Red Island. A heavy and abundant force was emitted from his body. Rule, this is the power of rule. After transforming into a star, Xiao Hua's thoughts seemed to have slowed down. After a long time, a very unfamiliar but somewhat vague idea surged into his mind. Under the heavenly Tao, there are all things, and all things are orderly. This order is the rule, and to maintain this rule, one must have the power of rule. The heavenly Tao is originally a kind of rule's origin and a kind of rule's assistance. Xiao Hua seemed to have comprehended something. Between the stars, within the star that Xiao Hua had transformed into, this kind of heavy power became increasingly clear and bright as Xiao Hua comprehended it. Even my heaven and earth in the sleeve technique only relies on magic power to control the enemy within a certain range. Because the enemy's magic power can't resist mine, this magic power that exceeds mine can be seen as the power of rule, and I use the power of rule to control everything within this range. Green seal script looks very mysterious, but in reality, it was also the ancient celestial beings who comprehended the rules of the heavenly Tao and used the green seal script to drive the rules, creating wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The more Xiao Hua thought about it, the more subtle the fluctuations of the star became, as if it wanted to be in tune with the heavenly Tao and the starry sky. A kind of profound, ancient, and eternal feeling was born from the center of the star, and gradually spread throughout Xiao Hua's mind. Mother. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from Xiao Hua's mind. It was Goldie's call. Chapter 2463. Hee, it's all right. Xiao Hua's mind calmed down and saw Goldie floating in the air next to the yin-yang pool. The duckling was still a duckling, but it was quietly floating in the pool, looking very peaceful. That wind pearl should be the inheritance of Dai's original spirit beast. After Dai takes it, not only will it be good for her injuries, it will also promote her growth. Everything just now shows that Dai is a spirit beast like a goose. She even has the strength to transform. Xiao Hua looked at Dai and understood. However, in this young master's space, there is a rule. Spirit beasts can't grow. This is probably the reason why the eggs can't hatch. Therefore, the power of the rules forced them to return to their original state. However, since she can already transform, as long as she leaves this space, she will definitely transform. There is no need to worry about this. What this young master is worried about is that if I don't have the confidence, I can't let her out of the space. Xiao Hua was a little worried. This space was his biggest secret. Now, no one knew about it. If Dai left the space, with her vision, she would definitely know some things. If she followed these things down, she might be able to discover Xiao Hua's secret. Xiao Hua couldn't be careless. Although he was willing to save Dai, and the Empress, he didn't want to put himself in danger. Goldie, you stay here with Dai, Don't tell her anything. If something happens to her, tell me. Xiao Hua instructed, and his mind left the space. That's right. How can there be such a rule in my space? While Xiao Hua was retreating, he was still bewildered. Inside the pill refining cave, the Buddha's light shone. The Buddha's Sarira seemed to have made great progress. The Buddha with a trace of his primordial spirit was like another Xiao Hua, clumsily and slowly moving his incomplete arms. The two hands that were already clear changed from the previous posture of one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, slowly changing into a Buddha seal. Xiao Hua used the blood shadow technique to cultivate the dragon transformation art, and then used his primordial spirit to control the Buddha's Sarira. Rise, Xiao Hua shouted in his heart, and the Buddha's Sarira also made a sound. The Buddha's seal in his hand waved, and the clear water vase indeed responded and slowly flew into the air. Here, the Buddha Sarira moved again. Above the pristine water bottle, a green light flashed. The pristine true water rushed out and covered the entire cavern in an instant. Whirl, as the Buddha's seal moved again, countless tiny whirlpools were formed from the innate primordial water. Ha, Amitba. Xiao Hua laughed heartily. The Buddha Sarira was also smiling from ear to ear. So this Buddha Sarira can be used like this? As long as he used the relic to activate the Buddhist artifact would be like an arm. There was no need for any psychokinesis. No, could it be that the power that could move the Buddha's Sarira was psychokinesis? Forget it, I'll talk about these questions when I have the chance in the future. Either way, I now have another artifact to use. Immediately after, Xiao Hua put the Buddha Sarira into his body. The clear water vase also fell into the Buddha Sarira's hand. Although it was still holding the Buddha Sarira with one hand pointing to the sky and the other pointing to the ground, the clear water vase was held in the palm of the hand pointing to the sky. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Hua slightly released his Buddha's consciousness and pointed with his hand. It seemed like he was forming a seal, but secretly, he was controlling the Buddha Sarira. With a toss of his hand, the clear water vase flew out. It was precisely where the seal was formed. Poor. Xiao Hua reprimanded again. It seemed to be a mantra. At the same time, the Buddha Sarira opened its mouth and formed a Buddha seal. Pristine true water immediately poured out of the clear water vase. Ha ha ha, I'm really smart. Isn't this the legendary, hanging a sheep's head to sell dog meat? Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I'm the best at this. After the clear water vase was put into the Buddha Sarira, Xiao Hua waved his hand again and took out a large piece of jade essence. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and a true samadhi fire was created. It burned at the corner of the jade essence, and a drop of sparkling jade liquid gradually appeared. I already have some experience in refining this jade talisman. It's time to practice. Xiao Hua wanted to refine the jade talisman in high spirits, but when he saw the green bean-sized drop of jade liquid in the air, Xiao Hua hesitated again. Yes, it was a rare hesitation, and also a rare lack of confidence. This is a jade talisman. Even a nascent soul cultivator can't refine a jade talisman. Can I refine it successfully? Xiao Hua's heart was beating like a drum. If even I, a late Foundation establishment cultivator, can refine it, would it still be a jade talisman? However, Xiao Hua carefully pondered over the refining technique of the jade talisman for a long time. Although the technique of the Huang family of Tianmen Mountain was the most basic, it was still a genuine refining technique of the jade talisman. It was much better than the refining techniques of the yellow and spirit talismans that Xiao Hua had seen. Of course, because the Huang clan's technique was at the most basic level, when the runes were poured into the jade essence, it was also abnormally crude. There were only a few rough records, and it was simply ominous. If he really refined according to this technique, he definitely wouldn't be able to succeed. Xiaohua's lost confidence slowly returned as he compared it with his own method of pouring talismans into the talismans. He had a vague premonition that his method seemed to be used to refine jade talismans. If it was used to refine yellow talismans and spirit talismans, it would instead be inferior. Forget it, the path of cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. I have to give it a try. At this time, Xiaohua's Dao heart was already incomparably firm. He only hesitated for a moment before flicking his hand. The jade liquid dripping from the jade essence flew into the air with a dang sound, and unexpectedly produced a metallic sound. Then, Xiaohua slightly opened his hand, and his 5 fingers grabbed the jade liquid from afar. He spun it, and the entire jade essence began to rotate. Moreover, as the rotation intensified, a tiny vortex appeared in the middle of the jade liquid. Then, Xiaohua began to form hand seals. It was the fireball talisman that he was most familiar with. When the talisman took shape, Xiaohua grabbed it with his hand and shouted, "Go!" The talisman flickered with a trace of bright yellow brilliance, and rushed into the jade liquid. Kacha, the talisman landed in the center of the jade liquid, where the vortex appeared, and a small yellow dot appeared in the depths of the vortex. What seemed to be a swift small hurricane produced a powerful suction force from the small dot, and it was sucked out from the place where Xiaohua's hand seals were formed. The magic power around Xiaohua's body surged, and it surged violently towards the small dot. Xiaohua was somewhat shocked. This jade talisman is really amazing. Xiaohua's magic power was so profound now, it was comparable to the peak of the late gold core stage. Although the magic power required by this jade talisman could be supported by a middle gold core stage, to send out so much magic power in such a short period of time, perhaps even a late gold core stage would not be able to maintain it. Only this young master's meridians are thick, and my magic power is vigorous, so I can send so much magic power into the jade talisman in such a short period of time. Xiaohua saw that the jade talisman was about to take shape in a few flicks of his fingers, and secretly thought, if there is even a trace of magic power stagnant, the jade talisman will be broken. Chapter 2464. Just when Xiaohua was slightly distracted, the flow of magic power wasn't too smooth. With a loud bang, a fireball that was almost 10 times the size of Xiaohua's fireball talisman appeared. The jade talisman that Xiaohua was about to successfully refine actually exploded. Withdraw. Xiaohua was greatly alarmed. His right hand didn't dare to be negligent. He used the heaven and earth sleeve technique and covered the fireball. Fortunately, Xiaohua's movements were still considered fast. When the fireball was annihilated, Xiaohua's Daoist robe was also somewhat damaged. The fireball produced by the jade talisman was actually comparable to Xiaohua's heaven and earth sleeve. It really is a jade talisman. Extraordinary, extraordinary. Xiaohua, who had always liked to use the fireball talisman to bully others, had an excited brilliance flash in his eyes. The technique that was commonly used during the qi refining stage could now reappear in the Dawn Rain continent. Xiaohua immediately savored the failure just now and somewhat understood. It wasn't just that he was somewhat distracted just now. More importantly, when the fireball talisman was formed, the infusion of magic power had to depend on the degree of condensation of the talisman. Depending on the complexity of the talisman, even the speed of condensation, different amounts of magic power poured in would cause it to explode. This was much more difficult than forming hand seals and refining talismans. Perhaps I should use Buddhist awareness to observe. Xiaohua thought of Buddhist awareness and immediately rested for a bit before refining again. With the release of Buddhist awareness, Xiaohua very keenly perceived the speed of the jade talisman's condensation and the complexity of the talisman's nearby runes. In addition, his control of magic power was also very subtle. The first fireball jade talisman was very easy to refine. With a crisp sound, like the cry of a fire sparrow, a flame-like bright yellow jade talisman fell in midair. At this time, Xiaohua already had a somewhat unperturbed expression as he caught the jade talisman. In the naked eye, circles of brilliance flashed from the jade talisman. It was the color of flames. Moreover, the entire jade talisman was also flat, extremely similar to the shape of flames. No wonder it's called a jade talisman. The formation of the runes within the jade talisman required an enormous amount of magic power. It was precisely because this magic power was used to construct the entire jade talisman that the amount of magic power required to activate the jade talisman was not much. It is precisely because such a large amount of Fa Li is condensed within the jade talisman that when the jade talisman is activated, it can absorb a large amount of spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This is why the fireball talisman is so powerful. Xiaohua's eyes slightly narrowed as he quietly looked at the exceptionally exquisite fireball talisman and secretly pondered. However, the strange thing is, this seems to be my first time refining a jade talisman. But why did yours truly have a familiar feeling in his heart? It seems like this young master should know how to refine it. Moreover, this technique was originally used to refine jade talismans. Could it be that, in my 10,000 demon realm, jade talismans are extremely common? Xiaohua now felt that he should be from the 10,000 demon realm. After refining the first fireball jade talisman, Xiaohua easily refined a few more jade talismans before stopping. He clapped his hands and wanted to take out Tu Hong's storage bag. To be honest, after taking away Tu Hong's storage bag, Xiaohua was a little regretful. After all, as a sword cultivator, he would not care too much about a cultivator's storage bag, especially when a nascent soul cultivator was close to him. His habitual action would easily expose his identity as a cultivator. However, since he had already taken it, what's the use of regretting it? With that thought in mind, Xiaohua's mind reached for the bag of holding. Just as he was about to take it out, however, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, I shouldn't take out the bag of holding. What if there's something special in there? Wouldn't it expose my whereabouts? It's best to be careful. Thinking about it, Xiaohua only opened the storage bag in the space. His mind was now trained well, and he could already complete simple actions. Tu Hong's storage bag had a lot of things, and it was also abnormally complicated. Xiaohua only took out Sanling's magic treasure and some jade slips, and after looking through them, he found the method to refine the ice deadly mirror. Moreover, in the space, he carefully examined it with his primordial spirit. This ice deadly mirror is actually divided into two parts. Xiaohua looked for a moment and was surprised. This Sanling's magic treasure is also a part of the ice deadly mirror, but it can control the array, and through the array, see things that can't be seen by spiritual sense. That's why it was divided into two parts by Tu Hong. That's not right. After looking for a moment, Xiaohua frowned again. This ice deadly mirror can not only create an extremely cold array, but it can also create an illusion array, and this mirror light can also hurt people. Even if the ice deadly mirror is refined to the extreme, it can also be used for short distance teleportation. Why is it so similar to the Kunlun mirror? Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the rock border sex Kunlun mirror. Unfortunately, at this moment, the pill refining cave's restriction flickered slightly, and Xiaohua's primordial spirit left the space. He patted the token in his bosom, releasing the restriction, and saw a message talisman fly in. Xiaohua's spiritual sense swept over, and he jumped up with a smile. How come the two of you came out so quickly? Didn't eldest senior brother fight for dozens of days? Forget it, since eldest senior brother isn't here, I can be considered an elder of the Myriad Thunder Valley, and Dui Chimeng has become my Myriad Thunder Valley's wife, so I have to see her. I'll come back to cultivate in a few days. As for the ice deadly mirror, this young master won't be stupid enough to refine it in Sentry City. Isn't that courting death? Xiaohua put away all the items and was about to walk out of the pill refining cave when he suddenly thought of something. After a slight hesitation, he waved the token and opened the restriction. In the corridor outside the pill refining cave, Dui Chimeng and Cui Hongshan were standing respectfully in front of the cave entrance. Seeing Xiaohua's figure flash out, Dui Chimeng's face flushed red, and she bowed respectfully. Chimeng greets senior brother Xiao, many thanks for senior brother's help. Cui Hongshan was also a little embarrassed, and he hurriedly bowed with Dui Chimeng. Many thanks, senior brother. Ha ha ha, you two come in. Xiao Hua waved his hand and returned to the pill refining room. If senior brother still wants to cultivate, this little brother and Chimeng will leave first. Cui Hongshan was very polite and didn't want to disturb Xiao Hua's cultivation. Come in, there's no need. Xiao Hua's voice came from inside. Yes. Cui Hongshan glanced at Dui Chimeng, and Dui Chimeng's eyes flashed with deep affection. She said, if senior brother wants to let us in, then let us in. It's also a farewell. Farewell? Xiao Hua's voice was a little surprised. You're returning to Sky Thunder Peak so soon? Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng quickly entered the pill refining room and nodded with a smile. Yes, senior brother Minghui has already sent out a communication talisman. How about? At this point, Dui Chimeng blushed again, and her face became hot. You two wait a moment. Xiao Hua activated the pill refining room's restriction and said with a smile, wait for senior brother to be a little busy. With that, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out the 7 possibilities sex flowing cloud flying ship. This flying ship is better for senior brother to use. Cui Hongshan thought Xiao Hua wanted to give him the flowing cloud flying ship and hurriedly waved his hand. Hee, I wanted to give it to you and let you bring it back to Myriad Thunder Valley. Xiao Hua laughed mischievously. Unfortunately, it's already been seen by the 7 possibilities sex disciples. I'm afraid there will be a dispute. Oh, so it's like that. Cui Hongshan was also worried. The 7 possibilities sect is the most tyrannical. Since they've seen it, senior brother will be in trouble. That's right. Xiao Hua nodded and threw the flowing cloud flying ship into the air. He released his divine sense and looked at it for a moment. He couldn't help but frown. This flowing cloud flying ship doesn't seem to have any imprint. Xiao Hua immediately withdrew his divine sense and released his Buddhist consciousness to carefully look at it. Oh, so it's here. In the inner layer of the flowing cloud flying ship, there was actually an imprint 3796 that divine sense couldn't detect at all. This is probably the flowing cloud flying ship serial number. Xiao Hua was slightly shocked. If the 7 possibilities sect knows about this serial number, wouldn't they be able to find out who has it? Then the matter at Chicken Crow Mountain will be troublesome. Hee, Xiao Hua waved his hand and used his magic power to wipe away the imprint, leaving no trace behind. Alright, let's go. Xiao Hua's heart was set. He waved his hand and stored the flowing cloud flying ship into his space. Senior brother, actually, this flying ship isn't anything good. If the 7 possibilities sect forces it, it's better to return it to them. Cui Hongshan said worriedly. I have my own plans. Although Xiao Hua didn't say it out loud, when had something in his hands ever been taken away by others? Even a nascent soul cultivator couldn't take it away, so why would he care about what the 7 possibilities sect wanted? A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Cui Hongshan looked at Dui Chimeng and said tactfully. See. Xiao Hua very sensitively understood Cui Hongshan's meaning. He couldn't help but recall Qian Mo's awe-inspiring righteousness attitude in the Yanxi Residence's discussion hall, as well as his attitude towards Dui Chimeng and Cui Hongshan. Xiao Hua couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This young master neglected this important point. I understand. Xiao Hua replied indifferently. You all should return to Sky Thunder Peak as soon as possible. There's no need to worry about these things. Also, here are 2 medicinal pills. You all should take them. Yes, Cui Hongshan no longer had the feeling of superiority from before. He respectfully replied and carefully took the 2 unremarkable rejuvenation pills. See, Dui Chimeng obviously knew about these pills as a fanatical expression appeared in his eyes. They're just ordinary medicinal pills. Don't think too much. Xiao Hua saw this and waved his hand casually. Yes, this concubine understands. Dui Chimeng's heart trembled. She didn't say anything else and took the pill from the jade bottle. She felt the flickering lightning in her meridians. How could she not know? That feeling of gratitude was like the water of the heavenly river flowing endlessly. That was because Xiaohua used several 100,000 spirit stones worth of rejuvenation pills as a favor. How could she not be grateful? Ai, what a pity. The ageless pills I kept are already gone. I still have to find time to refine some more. Xiaohua, the mysterious alchemy grandmaster of the Dawn Rain continent, thought. Chapter 2465. Xiaohua had just flown out of the cave with Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng when he was shocked by the lively scene in the cave. This was the second time Xiaohua had come to the cave, but both times, it was unusually deserted. Few people from the Imperial Thunder sect came close, which made the disciples of the Sky Patrol City look down on the Imperial Thunder sect. They could not help but be arrogant. However, at this time, there were several lines of disciples in front of the cave. All of them were in the late stage of Foundation establishment. They were all handing over to the disciples guarding the cave and were about to enter the cave. Damn it, it's really a night of spring breeze, thousands of pear trees blooming. Looking at the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect who suddenly appeared, Xiaohua was dumbfounded and inexplicably recited a poem. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Not far away, the guard of the Sky Patrol City, Chang Shu, flew over and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, have you finished your meditation? Just now, I saw your message and wanted to go in. However, it just so happens that a golden core cultivator wants to enter the cave, so I can't leave. Moreover, fellow Taoist's token, it's from another sect, so I'll wait here." Xiaohua smiled and nodded slightly. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Chang, I'll remember your kindness." Fellow Taoist Xiao is too polite, it's just a small matter. Chang Shu said embarrassedly. Oh, right, why did my Imperial Thunder sect suddenly have so many disciples coming to the cave? Previously, it seemed very deserted. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked in a low voice. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you don't know. Chang Shu also smiled and said, "Yesterday, your Imperial Thunder sect used dozens of thunder boats to send many disciples to the Sky Patrol City. It said that there are many disciples in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Some of them want to refine pills themselves, and some. I'm afraid that it's inconvenient to cultivate in the quiet room, so they came to the cave to cultivate." Then, he said with a serious face, "Actually, after my martial uncle Tu Hong was assassinated by Qin Jian, not only did my Sky Patrol City increase the defense of the city, but the Yanxi Prefecture's conference hall also issued an order to the various sects to mobilize their disciples to come to the Sky Patrol City to support. Your sect's disciples are the earliest to arrive." "Oh, so that's how it is." Xiaohua nodded. Then, he thought to himself, not only that. Perhaps someone from the Imperial Thunder sect had come to participate in some impossible ceremony? You guys better go back and participate." Xiaohua was proud of himself. At this time, a few late-stage Foundation establishment disciples arrogantly walked past Xiaohua and the others. They looked at Xiaohua and Cui Hongshan with dissatisfaction. Cui Hongshan and Dui Chimeng hurriedly moved to the side and slightly bowed. Even though Xiaohua couldn't recognize which lightning palace these disciples were from, he felt displeased just by looking at them. He was too lazy to salute them. His behavior naturally attracted the cold gazes of many late-stage Foundation establishment realm disciples. What's the point of glaring? When you return from the battlefield, it won't be too late to glare at this young master. Xiaohua immediately thought of Kuan Yunhe and the others and sneered in his heart. Fellow Taoist Xiao, let's talk over here. Don't block the path of our late Foundation establishment senior brothers." Chang Shu said with a smile. Xiaohua waved his hand. "There's no need. Fellow Taoist Chang, you should be busy. I'm going back. Good. If fellow Daoist Xiao has anything to do with this Chang, please let me know. Chang Shu said very politely. Xiao Hua didn't comment and was about to fly away. Not to mention the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, even the Gold Core realm cultivators and illusory swordsmen, who had full confidence to protect themselves. Besides, it was easy to dodge an open spear but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Who knew where a hidden arrow would fly out and take your life? When they arrived at the meditation place, Xiao Hua had already seen 20 to 30 disciples in the middle and late stage of the Foundation establishment realm standing there with dissatisfaction on their faces. In the middle of these disciples were Zhen Minghui and the others. Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Qiu Su, and the others had awkward expressions on their faces. They cupped their hands left and right, as if they were explaining something. Seeing Xiao Hua flying over from afar with Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng, Zhen Minghui and the others showed joy. They raised their heads and were about to say something. A disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm opposite Zhen Minghui also noticed it. He turned his head and looked at Xiao Hua and the others. He said coldly, disciples of the myriad Thunder Valley, what a big show. You actually dare to make us wait here. Even if I was here, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this. Cui Hongshan's face changed. He was not in a hurry to explain to Xiao Hua in detail. He hurriedly flew a few feet forward and shouted. It turned out to be Martial Uncle Zhen Shan of the Thousand Thunder Mountain. I'm really sorry. Don't call me Martial Uncle. You're now a disciple in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Just call me Senior Brother. The cultivator was a little arrogant, but also a little jealous as he waved his hand. Thousand Thunder Mountain? Xiao Hua followed behind Cui Hongshan. He was a little puzzled. He had never heard of any Thousand Thunder Mountain. You flatter me, you flatter me. I've heard of Martial Uncle Zhen's reputation as soon as I entered the Thunderclap Palace. Even though I've cultivated to the late stage of Foundation establishment, I'm still unable to reach Martial Uncle Zhen's level. Cui Hongshan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Besides, once Martial Uncle comes to Sky Patrol City, when you return to Sky Thunder Peak, won't you be a Golden Core cultivator? It's better for me not to change my address. Cui Hongshan, you're not bad. Zhen Shan was very happy. He smiled and said, you disciples from the cultivation families all know etiquette very well. You're much better than Yuqian and the others. This old man thought that the first team of the Imperial Thunder sect had received some sect master's commendation order, and their tails were so high that they couldn't even see a group of old bones in their eyes. It turns out, this old man really misunderstood. Of course. Although Cui Hongshan didn't know what was going on, his words were watertight. This junior followed Senior Brother and the others to another place to do something, so I came back late. Please forgive me, Martial Uncle Zhen. Oh, Martial Uncle Zhen, this is Junior's Senior Brother Xiao Hua, and this is Senior Sister Dui Qimeng from the Thunder Conversion Palace. I'm afraid Martial Uncle hasn't seen them before. After Cui Hongshan finished dealing with them, he gave Zhen Minghui a look and introduced Xiao Hua and Dui Qimeng. Junior greets Martial Uncle Zhen. When Dui Qimeng heard Cui Hongshan's greeting, she naturally couldn't be rude, so she had to follow Cui Hongshan and call him Martial Uncle. Xiao Hua frowned slightly and cupped his hands. Xiao Hua greets Senior Brother Zhen. Zhen Shan was all smiles. After all, it was a very honorable thing to let a mid-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Thunder Conversion Palace call him Martial Uncle. However, when Xiao Hua's Senior Brother entered his ears, his face immediately changed. Zhen Shan nodded faintly. He looked up and down and sneered, you're really a rogue cultivator. Now you're only at the early stage of Foundation establishment. My martial nephew Wang Yunxiao, who entered the Thunder Conversion Palace at the same time as you, is already at the middle stage of Foundation establishment, but you're still at the early stage of Foundation establishment. You have to consult martial nephew Cui more. Wang Yunxiao. Xiao Hua was stunned, then immediately understood where Jin Shan's Thousand Thunder Mountain was. Wasn't it the place Jin Yu was in charge of? That Jin Yu who had some grudges with 10,000 Thunder Valley's helplessness and some unclear entanglements? Yuqian? Wasn't that Jin Yuqian who didn't know how to practice? Ha ha ha, senior brother Zhen must be joking. How can this Xiao compare to Wang Yun Xiao? At most, this Xiao can only compare to Jin Yuqian. Oh, right, I wonder if martial nephew Yuqian has reached Foundation establishment? Xiao Hua didn't put Jin Shan in his eyes and asked with a smile. Cui Hongshan was originally afraid that Xiao Hua would be angry, but seeing him laugh, he felt relieved. As soon as Xiao Hua mentioned martial nephew Jin Yuqian, Jin Shan's face turned a little green, and he said coldly, "The matters of my Thousand Thunder Mountain don't need others to care about." Then, he turned to Cui Hongshan and said, "Cui Hongshan, take out your Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token." After that, he didn't explain anymore and waited for Cui Hongshan to take out the token. Although Jin Shan was the master of Thunder Palace, they were now in Sky Patrol City, which was a Dao cultivator battle. How could the Imperial Thunder Sect's first team captain token be easily given to others? Junior dares not disobey the master's order. Cui Hongshan was still polite, however. I don't know why Martial Uncle Zhen wants the token. Captain Cui. Zhen Minghui, who was next to him, finally interrupted. Martial Uncle Zhen and the others are here to participate in the battle. Their resting place is arranged here. The disciples of my Imperial Thunder Sect's first team will immediately follow Martial Uncle Zhen's thunder boat back to Sky Thunder Peak. Oh, Cui Hongshan understood that Jin Shan wanted his captain token to gain control of the pavilion's restriction. However, if Cui Hongshan handed over the control of the pavilion, they would immediately board the thunderboat. What about Xiao Hua? Xiao Hua would not return with the thunderboat. What about the disciples on duty? Cui Hongshan looked around and asked in a low voice. Chapter 2466. Yes, Captain Cui. The disciple on duty has been waiting for a long time, but he didn't see Captain Senior Brother Xiao, so he left first. Zhen Minghui whispered. Martial Uncle Zhen, please wait a moment. Cui Hongshan smiled apologetically. We're about to leave Sky Patrol City, but Senior Brother Xiao still wants to stay. We have to ask Senior Brother Xiao where he's resting before we hand over the token. A disciple in the later stage of Foundation establishment sneered. What's a disciple in the early stage of Foundation establishment staying here for? It's better to go back to Myriad Thunder Valley than to be a disciple on duty. Martial Uncle Jianfeng, you're exaggerating. Cui Hongshan obviously knew this disciple and smiled. Senior Brother Xiao is the most outstanding person in the first team of Imperial Thunder Sect. He's definitely a nightmare for sword cultivators if he stays on the battlefield. It's just a coincidence. You and I are both disciples of Myriad Thunder Valley, so there's no need to show off those superficial military exploits. Zhen Jianfeng sneered. I, Zhen, can bet with you that when we walk on the battlefield, none of our disciples will have less merits than you. Why do you have to flatter yourself? You'd better hand over the token quickly. We're tired and need to rest. Go back and have some peace. We still have to go to the battlefield. Martial uncles, please wait a moment. When it came to matters involving Xiao Hua, Cui Hongshan didn't dare to be negligent. Right now, he understood Xiao Hua's lethality even better than Xiang Yang. He bowed and said, Junior will go and find the disciple on duty. Let's arrange a place for my senior brother to cultivate first. Cui Hongshan. Zhen Shan angrily said, according to the arrangement of the disciples on duty, this resting pavilion is a quiet room for 20 or so people. Even if you, the senior martial brother, were to stay here, it is absolutely impossible for you to stay here. What is the meaning of this? If other disciples of Thunder Palace come, it's fine. But I'm a master of Thunder Palace. How can I stay here and wait? Do you still want my face? Cui Hongshan's gaze swept across the area. Indeed, the lively scene on the left had already quieted down. Many disciples had already entered the pavilion, and those who had come out had already been arranged to familiarize themselves with the environment. Only Jinshan and the others had yet to enter the quiet room. However, even though Cui Hongshan looked troubled, he still shook his head and said, "Senior Uncle Zhen, don't worry. This junior will be back soon." It won't take long. Seeing Cui Hongshan's persistence, Xiaohua inwardly nodded. He felt that everything he had done for Cui Hongshan had been repaid. Since his junior brother was so protective of him, Xiaohua was too lazy to argue with Jinshan. The alchemy cave was much better than this place. Just as Xiaohua was about to speak, two initial stage Foundation establishment disciples on duty flew over and said loudly, "Where is the thunder-controlling sect's first squad?" Cui Hongshan was overjoyed and hurriedly went over to greet them. He bowed and said, "Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad captain, Cui Hongshan, greets the two junior brothers. Hehe, please check the token, Captain Cui." The disciple in front said with a smile on his face, "Captain Chui's outstanding military service is a role model for us disciples to follow. When we return to the Imperial Thunder Sect this time, we will definitely be rewarded by the sect master." "Hehe, I wouldn't dare." Cui Hongshan took out the token and handed it to the disciple. He said again, "We are returning to the Sky Thunder Peak, but my senior brother still has to stay in the encampment." "What's his arrangement?" The disciple took Cui Hongshan's token and checked it before returning it to Cui Hongshan. Not only was the disciple on duty abnormally respectful, but the two Foundation establishment disciples leading Cui Hongshan and the others were also surprised when they saw Xiaohua fly towards them. They even stopped in midair and bowed, "Greetings, Senior Brother Li Zongbao. May I know why Senior Brother has come to my Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment?" Cui Hongshan and the others naturally knew why Li Zongbao came, but they also bowed and saluted. Li Zongbao nodded indifferently at the disciple on duty, but he looked at Cui Hongshan with some surprise and said, "Cui Hongshan, you're also at the middle stage of Foundation establishment?" Li Zongbao used the word "actually" rather casually, as if a senior was giving pointers to a junior. Cui Hongshan didn't feel anything wrong in his heart and hurriedly said with a smile, "This disciple had some opportunities, but I barely reached the middle stage of Foundation establishment. I'm a little ashamed to say this." And Li Zongbao seemed to use some kind of magic to look at Cui Hongshan for a moment, and his eyes flashed with faint colors. He immediately nodded and said, "Your foundation is not bad. Previously, I felt that you rushing into the middle stage of Foundation establishment might be disadvantageous to your future cultivation, but it seems that I was overthinking it." Li Zongbao didn't say anything else and looked Dui Qimeng up and down. He said, "Is this Dui Qimeng? This servant greets Senior Brother Li Zongbao." Dui Qimeng's face was slightly red. She naturally knew why Li Zongbao knew about her, and she bowed again. Li Zongbao nodded. "I heard that you have a better choice. However, it's really good to see you following Cui Hongshan back to the sect. I can only say that your choice is very wise." Dui Qimeng lightly bit her lips, and her face flushed red again. She smiled apologetically and said, "This servant is Cui Hongshan's partner. Even if it's thousands of years, this servant must stay by Cui Hongshan's side." "Good." Li Zongbao clapped his hands and took out a message talisman. He handed it to Dui Qimeng and said proudly, "This is my message talisman. Just based on what you said, this servant will agree to help you with one thing. If you have any difficulties, feel free to look for me." Move aside. Li Zongbao glanced at the surrounding Sky Patrol City disciples and said coldly, "Don't force me to take out my immortal piercing whip." Senior Marshal Brother Li, the Sky Patrol City disciples who blocked Li Zongbao's path also cried out miserably, "Please don't make things difficult for this lowly one." This lowly one was sent to invite Junior Marshal Brother Xiao. "I know nothing else. Are you going to move aside or not?" Li Zongbao did not say much and asked coldly. Xiao Hua, who was watching from the side, felt strange. He did not understand why Li Zongbao was making such a big fuss. Hence, he whispered, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, Isn't it just going to the assembly hall? Is there a need for this? You dare to go to the assembly hall? Li Zongbao looked at him from head to toe and was also puzzled. Why wouldn't I dare to go? Xiao Hua glanced at the Seven Skills Sect disciple. At most, the Seven Skills Sect will ask for the flowing cloud flying ship. However, it's only been a few days and they're already back. At this moment, Xiao Mao cupped his hands and said, Senior Marshal Brother, I wonder why Senior Marshal Brother wants to go to the assembly hall? If you can explain it clearly, perhaps it will be easier. The Seven Skills Sect disciples looked at each other bitterly and whispered, what else can it be? Of course it's that thing. Are you going to the assembly hall? Li Zongbao asked again. Go. Xiao Hua waved his hand. This matter will come sooner or later. I didn't expect it to come so soon. There are many things you didn't expect. Li Zongbao said with a double meaning. Senior Marshal Brotherly, what do you mean? Xiao Hua was stunned. Li Zongbao did not say much. He just waved his hand and said indifferently, if you want to go, then go. The Imperial Thunder Sect disciples had long been curious. Many of them were even watching from the side. Cui Hongshan and the others were even more anxious. Xiao Hua glanced at them and said with a smile, Junior Marshal Brother, you can go by yourself. It's no big deal. At worst, you can just return the flowing cloud flying ship to them. Cui Hongshan knew that Xiao Hua was stingy and was afraid that he would not return it. Now that he heard Xiao Hua agree, he was relieved and said, Senior Marshal Brother Xiao, although the flowing cloud flying ship is a good thing, it doesn't belong to our Imperial Thunder Sect. You can enjoy it in your hands, but it's also troublesome. Why don't you return it to them? When I have time, I'll see if there are any other flying magic tools. Senior Marshal Brother obtained a lot of flying swords from the battlefield. I should be able to exchange them for one. I know. You can go without worry. Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew up. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed closely and headed out of the encampment. The Seven Skills Sect disciples and dozens of Sky Patrol City disciples did not dare to be negligent. They surrounded the encampment as if to protect and restrain them. Behind them, many disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect were left wondering and whispering. The meeting hall of the Yanxi residence was still the same as before. The only difference was that the praying mat Tu Hong was sitting on was now empty. However, looking at the expressions of the Dao sect cultivators, none of them were abnormal. It was as if the praying mat being empty was normal. It was something they were used to. If it was not empty, they would not be used to it. Xiao Hua followed the Seven Possibilities sect disciple into the conference hall. When he saw the Golden Core cultivator wearing a navy blue Daoist robe sitting at the head of the table, his heart skipped a beat. Not good, the person on duty today was actually Seven Possibilities sect's Wang Yi. Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect greets Marshal Uncle Wang. The Seven Skills Sect disciples bowed and said. Wang Yi saw Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao appear behind Xiao Hua and frowned. He waved his hand and said, you can leave now. Yes. After the Seven Skills Sect disciples left, Wang Yi looked at Li Zongbao and said, Marshal Nephew Li Zongbao, why are you here? No reason. Li Zongbao bowed and said, I was about to bring Junior Marshal Brother Xiao to Flowing Ice Valley when I was surrounded by dozens of Sky Patrol City guards and several disciples of your sect. We thought it was a sword cultivator in disguise and almost attacked. If Junior Marshal Brother Xiao did not stop us. What? Zongbao, did someone attack us in Sky Patrol City? Heng Zhao immediately said coldly, which disciple is so bold? They wanted to attack us. Li Zongbao also said coldly, now that the Sky Patrol City is in a state of panic, everyone is under attack. I also received the news and wanted to kill Qin Jian to avenge Senior Tu Hong, but someone was blind enough to block my path. Wang Yi originally wanted Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to leave first, but after hearing Li Zongbao's words, he was a little embarrassed and angry. He had no reason to let them leave. If he forcefully sent them out, it would make him look guilty. Li Zongbao, Wang Yi also stopped being amiable and said faintly, my 7 skills sect's disciples worked together with the Sky Patrol City city guards to invite Imperial Thunder sect's Xiao Hua to the conference hall for questioning. There were many people, so we were worried that something might happen in the Sky Patrol City and Xiao Hua's life might be in danger. That's why we sent many people. You've misunderstood the good intentions of the meeting hall. I understand. Li Zongbao nodded, they didn't attack us, but I don't understand. Why can't they wait until we return from Flowing Ice Valley? Qin Jian is near Flowing Ice Valley now, if... Li Zongbao. Wang Yi said lightly, Qin Jian is not in Flowing Ice Valley now, it's useless even if you go. That's strange, how does Martial Uncle Wang know that Qin Jian is not in Flowing Ice Valley? Did he go back to Sky Patrol City? Li Zongbao's behavior today was a little overboard. He actually questioned a Golden Core master in front of everyone, and his words were vaguely sarcastic. Wang Yi was a little embarrassed and angry. He glared at Li Zongbao and said, Li Zongbao, this is the meeting hall of Yanxi Prefecture. You don't have the right to question my meeting hall. Cough cough Zongbao, hurry up and apologize to Martial Uncle Wang Yi. Heng Zhao coughed and scolded. Yes, I know my mistake. I didn't know that Martial Uncle Wang Yi could confirm Qin Jian's whereabouts. I've learned my lesson. Li Zongbao bowed and said. Ha ha ha, the Golden Core cultivators of Lian country laughed. Li Zongbao. If you say another word, I'll exercise my right to be on duty. Wang Yi was embarrassed and angry. He pointed his finger and said. Sure enough, Li Zongbao straightened his back and stood straight. He didn't say a word, not even a word to admit defeat. Although the Golden Core cultivators of Lian country didn't laugh, they couldn't help but laugh. Xiao Hua. Do you know why the meeting hall called you here? Wang Yi turned his head and said coldly to Xiao Hua. He couldn't do anything to Li Zongbao, but it was no problem to deal with Xiao Hua. This. How can I know? Xiao Hua said blankly, but the meeting hall is where the masters are in charge, not where the experts are. I have nothing to be afraid of. Pfft. The others didn't say anything, but Heng Zhu couldn't help but laugh out loud. He knew very well what Wang Yi was planning, and Xiao Hua obviously knew what was going on. He even compared the conference hall with a strong person in front of everyone. It was even worse than Li Zongbao's words just now. He now somewhat understood why his precious disciple was so protective of Xiao Hua. Chapter 2468. Qian Mo, you say it yourself. Wang Yi coldly glanced at Qian Mo and said. If it was Heng, he would have refuted, it's not my turn to be on duty today. Fellow Daoist Wang, please make the decision. But this was Qian Mo. Qian Mo raised his head and looked at Xiao Hua, asking, Xiao Hua, do you have a 7-skill sex-flowing cloud airship? If you took it from a sword cultivator, you still have to return it to the 7-skills sect. After all, this airship belongs to the 7-skills sect. My Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect in the country of Xi. We can't do anything that goes against the agreement of the war. Hearing Qian Mo mention 7 possibilities sex-flowing cloud flying boat, Xiao Hua felt a little angry. However, after thinking for a while, Xiao Hua swallowed his anger and said, let Martial Uncle Qian know, disciple did indeed steal a flying boat from a sword cultivator. However, I don't know if it belongs to 7 possibilities sect. As you know, this disciple is ignorant and inexperienced. I've never seen the 7 skills sex-flowing cloud flying boat, but I've seen their flowing cloud flying boat outside the teleportation formation in Sky Patrol City 10 days ago. It looks similar, but it might not be their flowing cloud flying boat. Still trying to argue. Wang Yi coldly said, in the country of Xi, other than our 7 skills sex-flowing cloud airship, what other flying magic tools do they have? That's right. Martial nephew Xiao, I remember you were in the meeting hall 10 days ago. You even took out the things in your storage pouch. Why didn't I see this flowing cloud airship? Li Qingxiu also said with interest, moreover, your cultivation is only close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. How did you manage to take a flying ship from a sword cultivator? Xiao Hua had already thought of a plan. He smiled and said, disciple was lucky. The one I killed was the injured sword cultivator. Moreover, the flying boat was taken away by senior brother Li last time. It's in his storage bag, not mine. Is that so? Martial nephew Li? Wang Yi turned and asked. Li Zongbao looked at him calmly, blinked his eyes, and didn't say a word. Martial nephew Li? Wang Yi asked again, I'm asking you. Fellow Taoist Wang. Are you kidding me? First, you want my disciple to shut up and not say a single word. Then, you want to interrogate him. What do you want my disciple to do? Heng Ju asked him politely. Wang Yeqi glanced at Li Zongbao from the corner of his eyes and stopped asking. Everyone knew that Li Zongbao would only give a one-word answer. How about this, Xiao Hua? Take out that flying boat and let us take a look. If it belongs to the Qiqiao sect, we'll return it to them. You taking back the flowing cloud flying boat is also a great merit. This old man will report this to the meeting hall and record this merit. When we return to Sky Thunder Peak, we'll reward you. Qian Mo looked left and right and laughed. My Imperial Thunder sect is a big sect after all. We need to be magnanimous. Why should we be at odds with the Seven Skills sect, which is also a cultivation sect in the country of Shi, over a small flying boat? And that flying boat? Needless to say, you can't control it yourself, and you still need martial nephew Zong Bao to control it. You'd better concentrate on raising your cultivation to the late stage of the foundation establishment realm before you think about these things. Xiao Hua was speechless. However, after looking at Qian Mo for a moment, a strange smile appeared on his face. He clapped his hands and took out the flowing cloud flying ship. This old man won't say any more. Wang Ye's gaze fell on the flowing cloud flying ship and he laughed. Facts speak louder than words. Isn't this my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship? Qian Mo, your Imperial Thunder sect's teaching methods are still lacking. My Imperial Thunder sect's teaching methods can't sway fellow Taoist Wang's tongue. Qian Mo was a bit embarrassed and angry. He turned his head and scolded Xiao Hua. You clearly know that this thing belongs to the Seven Skills sect. What are you doing with it? You've really thrown away the face of my Imperial Thunder sect. Xiao Hua didn't get angry when he heard this. He smiled and said, this disciple feels very strange. This flying boat has always been used by me and senior martial brother Li. This disciple is ignorant and inexperienced, so of course I wouldn't know that this flying boat is the Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Which teacher saw this disciple driving this flying boat? They've already reported it to the meeting hall. You're still dreaming. Qian Mo had a look of disappointment on his face. If you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. Xiao Hua, at this point, what are you still thinking? Do you still want to keep this thing for yourself? Wang Yi sneered. If it weren't for the return of my Seven Skills sect's disciple, who would have known that a meritorious member of the Imperial Thunder sect would be so filthy in private? You've really thrown away the face of my Shi nation. The Seven Skills sect's disciples have returned? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose and said with interest, it seems, this disciple met your sect's disciples outside Sky Patrol City for less than 10 days. It shouldn't have been more than 20 days and they've already returned? They're really powerful. The flowing cloud flying ship is right in front of you. What are you still trying to argue about? Wang Yi said angrily. This old man will take this thing back to my Seven Skills sect and punish you for secretly keeping a flying ship for war. Fellow Taoist Wang, although Xiao Hua secretly kept the flying ship, he didn't even know it was the flowing cloud flying ship. Moreover, he also took the flying ship from the sword cultivator. It's considered a meritorious service. How can you punish him? Qian Mo raised his voice. I hope fellow Taoist can consider the various factors. My Imperial Thunder sect will keep a close eye on this matter. He didn't know that this was my 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Wang Yi sneered. Just now, this old man received an inquiry from my sect's disciple. This old man had some suspicions as to where Xiao Hua's flowing cloud flying ship came from. After this old man carefully investigated, this old man suspects that the flying ship in his hands is the same flying ship that my 7 skills sect's disciples used to travel to Rooster Crow Mountain. This old man even has suspicions about the Imperial Thunder sect's first squad's battle record. Perhaps they didn't even go to Rooster Crow Mountain. Instead, after my 7 skills sect's disciples escaped from Rooster Crow Mountain, they ambushed and killed my 7 skills sect's disciples. After receiving the news and obtaining the flowing cloud flying ship, they came to the meeting hall to claim the reward. The ones who should be rewarded should be my 7 skills sect's disciples. Cough, cough, the utmost happiness sect's Heng Zhao coughed twice and waved his hand. Fellow Taoist Wang, your 7 skills sect's disciples were ambushed by sword cultivators. Our meeting hall knows that your 7 skills sect paid an extremely high price and suffered many losses. These disciples asked the Imperial Thunder sect's disciples for their private possession of a flying ship. Since you lack a flying ship, you can't claim the reward. We didn't say anything about it and you can just verify the identity of the flying ship and accept it into your 7 skills sect. The Battle of Rooster Crow Mountain happened more than a few years ago. Do you think it's interesting to bring it up again? The Tai Ching sect's De Sun also laughed heartily. Isn't that so? Your 7 skills sect's disciples had 1 less flying ship to carry a few fewer disciples. With a few fewer disciples, your flying ship slowed down by half a minute. With that, you fell into a sword cultivator's ambush. Falling into a sword cultivator's ambush, your 7 skills sect lost several hundred disciples. With your 7 skills sect lost several hundred disciples, my Dao sect lost the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators. With my Dao sect's cultivators losing the Battle of Golden Core Cultivators, my Dao sect's cultivators were utterly defeated in the Battle of Sword Dao. With my Dao sect's cultivators defeated, the sword cultivators invaded and occupied the entire Dawn Rain continent. With my Dawn Rain continent occupied by the sword cultivators, my Dao sect was annihilated. Fellow Taoist De Sun, when did this old man say that? Wang Yi was furious. Ha ha ha, didn't your 7 skills sect's disciples all say the same thing? Didn't they all say that they accidentally fell into the ambush because they lacked a flying ship? De Sun laughed again. Moreover, from what he said, it seems that Xiao Hua isn't the only one who has a flying ship. Our other sects and clans all have your 7 skills sect's flying ships, right? Huh, isn't that so? Heng Zhao also laughed in response. There's no point in saying anything else. Li Qingshu waved his hand. Let's return this flying ship to the 7 skills sect. It won't be too late for us to discuss Xiao Hua's crimes later. This old man still has to make a solemn statement. This item was obtained by Xiao Hua as a sword cultivator. Not only is he not guilty, but he has also performed meritorious deeds. Qian Mo said righteously. This old man isn't the only one paying attention to this matter. My Imperial Thunder sect's tens of thousands of disciples are also paying attention to this matter. Wang Yi waved his hand and was about to put away the flying ship when Xiao Hua laughed. Martial Uncle Wang, how could you tell at a glance that this is the 7 skills sect's flying ship? Why doesn't this junior look like it? Oh. Didn't you say that you don't recognize my 7 skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi stopped and said coldly. Didn't this junior already see your sect's flying ship before entering Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Didn't the disciple who came to complain say anything? This old man naturally has his reasons for saying that this is my 7 skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship. Wang Yi pointed at the flying ship and said, every flying ship of my 7 skills sect has a serial number. Furthermore, it's hidden within the flying ship. Outsiders can't know about it. Oh. Xiao Hua asked curiously. After this junior obtained this flying ship, I used my divine sense to examine it for a long time, but I didn't find anything strange. At this point, however, Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. That's right. You need to know how to control the Streamcloud shuttlecraft. That jade slip clearly states that it's the Streamcloud shuttlecraft from the Seven Skills sect. However, Wang Yi clearly didn't take this matter to heart. Instead, he said confidently, how could your divine sense discover the secret of my Seven Skills sect's flowing cloud flying ship? This old man will point it out right now and convince you. Wait. Xiao Hua said hurriedly. Senior's divine sense is extremely mysterious. How would this junior know if you tampered with the flying ship? Do I need to go that far? Wang Yi said disdainfully. He waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship flew back to his hand. How about this? Let this old man take a look. Heng waved his hand and the flowing cloud flying ship stopped in midair. Heng, how do you know the secret of my Seven Skills sect's flying ship? Wang Yi sneered. Hee, what kind of secret could there be on the Dawn Rain continent? Heng didn't hide anything. Chapter 2469. Alright, Wang Yi glanced at De Sun and withdrew his hand. The flying boat naturally flew into De Sun's hand. De Sun clapped his hand and a palm-sized mirror flew out of his storage bag. He then flicked his horsetail whisk and a misty light shot out from the mirror and landed on the flying boat. As the light entered the boat, the flowing cloud flying boat gradually became transparent. Everyone was smiling as their gazes followed the light. However, when the misty light stopped, De Sun exclaimed, Strange. What's wrong? Wang Yi didn't want to watch. After all, this was his own secret. Hearing De Sun's surprise, he asked. It's very strange. This flying boat might not belong to the Seven Skills sect. De Sun flicked his horsetail whisk and the mirror landed in his hand. He then threw the flowing cloud flying boat towards Wang Yi. Wang Yi's expression was a bit awkward. He didn't rush to catch the flying boat as it landed in front of him. Instead, he took out a fist-sized black ball from his storage bag. This ball wasn't a regular circle. The two ends protruded slightly and there was a long groove in the middle. Wang Yi activated his spiritual power and the ball slowly rotated. A ray of pure blue light shot out from the groove and shone on a certain part of the flying boat. However, the moment the light shone, the flying boat didn't change at all. The number that Wang Yi expected didn't appear. Wang Yi's expression became even more strange. How is it? Fellow Taoist Wang, is this your Seven Skills sect's flying boat? Heng Ming asked. Even if the imprint on the boat is damaged, it only means that it was discovered by sword cultivators. They were afraid that our Dao sect cultivators would follow them, so they erased it. It doesn't mean that this isn't my Seven Skills sect's flying boat. Wang Yi saw that the place he was most confident in had a flaw. He was very clear that this imprint couldn't be detected by spiritual sense. Even if one didn't have the spiritual sense of a late golden core stage cultivator, or even a nascent soul stage cultivator, it wouldn't be easy to erase it. How could this flying boat be gone? With that, Wang Yi clapped his hand again and another small flying boat that looked exactly the same appeared in the air. If any fellow Taoist can point out the difference between these two flying boats, then this old man will admit that this flying boat doesn't belong to my Seven Possibilities sect. Wang Yi proudly said as he pointed his finger. Of course, these two flying boats were originally the same, so how could there be any differences? Everyone was silent. At this time, Xiao Hua bowed and said, from the outside, the two flying boats are naturally the same, but I'm afraid the place Martial Uncle Wang was looking for is somewhat different. Ha, that's right. Wang Yi, isn't that the difference between the two flying boats? It looks like this flying boat doesn't belong to your Seven Possibilities sect. Heng was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. Wang Yi was also stunned. He realized that there was a flaw in his words. His face was a little gloomy as he said coldly, "This old man is talking about the 2 flying boats apart from the marks. The imprint must have been discovered and erased by the sword cultivator, but that doesn't mean it's not our 7 skills sect's flying boat." But Martial Uncle Wang is wrong again. Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Didn't your noble sect leave a mark on the flying boat to identify it? If there's no mark, doesn't that mean this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to take it from this disciple's hands? Isn't that the same as a scissor expert? Since this flying boat doesn't belong to your noble sect, what right does Martial Uncle Wang have to punish this disciple for the crime of privately possessing a flying boat for battle?" "Xiao Hua, this is the conference hall. You're disrespecting your teacher, that's already a serious crime." Wang Yi really had a headache as he scolded Xiao Hua. This flying boat incident. To be honest, he was forced to do something beyond his ability. The 7 skills sect disciples fell into a sword cultivator's ambush and suffered great losses. The surviving disciples returned to Sky Patrol City to report this matter. In their anger, they told Wang Yi about Xiao Hua's private possession of the flowing cloud flying boat. Although their tone wasn't as serious as De Sun's, there was still a great deal of innuendo. Those disciples originally wanted to use this opportunity to vent their anger and attract attention. As for Wang Yi, he didn't put Xiao Hua's matter in his eyes. Since he was on duty today, he naturally wouldn't give up the opportunity to beat the Imperial Thunder sect. Thus, he invited Xiao Hua over. But he didn't expect that it would be such a situation. He was somewhat unable to control it. "Martial Uncle Wang, your noble sect's disciple slandered this junior for privately possessing a flying boat. Isn't that a serious crime?" Xiao Hua sneered, "If you want to punish me, then please punish your noble sect's disciple first. Then, you can talk about this junior's crime of disrespect." Fellow Taoist Qian Mo. Wang Yi took a deep breath and lightly said, "Your Imperial Thunder sect boasts of being one of the great sects of my Shi country. How can you disturb the affairs of the great sects of Shi country in the conference hall? This kind of nonsense is really throwing away the face of my Shi country's cultivator sects." "Hee, Martial Uncle Wang, don't mention my Imperial Thunder sect's Martial Uncle Qian." Xiao Hua laughed again. "Today's conference hall is the conference hall of my Dao sect's 3 countries. When did it become the conference hall of Shi country? This junior has protected the face of Shi country. Shouldn't I protect the faces of the masters of Meng country and Lian country? You're being unreasonable." Wang Ye's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he coldly said, "This flying boat belongs to my Qiqiao sect. Seeing that you're the hero of my Dao sect's great war, this old man won't pursue your crime of taking it without permission. You can leave now." Seeing Wang Yi being so rude and not mentioning any more reasons, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with anger and helplessness. He could only look at Qian Mo. Qian Mo didn't say anything after that. At this moment, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Wang Yi, what the junior from my humble sect said is very reasonable. This is a great war between cultivators. It's not only a matter of my Shi country, but also a matter of Meng country, Lian country, and Shi country. It's also a matter of dozens of our cultivator sections. Our goal is the sword cultivators of Huan country. However, we can't sacrifice our righteousness for such a small matter. In this old man's opinion, we might as well seek common ground while reserving our differences. We should obey the bigger picture and prioritize the bigger picture. As for the matter of the flowing cloud flying boat, we might as well leave it to the juniors to deal with. We'll deal with it after the war. What do you think?" "What do I think?" Wang Yi said coldly, "I don't think so. This flying boat belongs to my 7 skills sect. If my 7 skills sect doesn't take it, then let's see who dares to take it." Humph! At this moment, a cold snort came from Li Zongbao's mouth. He said coldly to Xiao Hua, "Junior brother Xiao, you've really disappointed me. Do you remember that when I gave you this flying boat, I told you that the origin of this flying boat is unknown? You can't protect it by yourself. Do you see it now? Do you still want to keep it for yourself? Sigh, Xiaohua sighed. He didn't hide his deep disappointment. He cupped his hands and said, Junior brother knows his mistake. Senior brotherly, please take back this flying boat. What? Wang Yi was slightly stunned. Martial Uncle Wang, I won't hide it from Martial Uncle. This flying boat was snatched from the hands of a sword cultivator. Li Zongbao said generously, everything Xiao Hua said is true. However, how could he have the strength to snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? It was all Junior's doing. Martial nephew Zongbao, aren't you joking? Wang Yi said with a smile, this flying boat clearly belongs to Xiao Hua. From the beginning to the end, he never said that it was related to Martial nephew. Now that Martial nephew has jumped out, aren't you treating us like monkeys? Martial Uncle Wang, you haven't even thought about it. Junior has already explained it clearly. What is Xiao Hua's cultivation? How could he snatch this flying boat from the hands of a sword cultivator? Li Zongbao said bluntly and sincerely, this guy wanted to snatch this flying boat from Junior's hands, so he had no choice but to hold on. Yes, Junior has already reported this matter to Master. Hee, that's right. Hang Ju faintly said, that's why this old man wanted to see if this flying boat belonged to the Seven Possibilities sect. If it did, then this old man wouldn't say a word. However, if it didn't belong to the Seven Possibilities sect, then this old man would have to speak. Now that this matter is clear, this flying boat belongs to my Seven Possibilities sect. Even if fellow Daoist Hang Ming says it belongs to him, I'm afraid I can't let it go. Hee, that's troublesome. Li Zongbao's expression didn't change, but he said with a fake smile, Junior doesn't like it when others take my things for no reason. If others take one of my things, I'll take 10 of their things. Chapter 2470. Good idea. De Sun clapped his hands and said to Wang Yi, what fellow cultivator Hang Ming said is right, I support it. Not only can it settle today's matter, but it can also make full use of the flying boat. Not bad, not bad. Yes, we agree as well. Everyone else chimed in. This. Wang Yi was extremely annoyed, but he really didn't have any evidence. The flowing cloud flying boat was obviously the flowing cloud flying boat of the Seven Skills sect. Why did he have to find some bullshit evidence? Alas, forget it. Wang Yi also knew that this was a rare way out. He sighed in his heart and forced a smile on his face. He nodded and said, yes, if it were any other time, I would never give in. But fellow cultivator Qian Mo said it well. Now is the time when all the Taoist sects are working together. There is no room for any dirty tricks. I will temporarily rent this flying boat to the Utopia faction. I hope that nephew Zong Bao can use this flying boat to kill more sword cultivators. I understand. Li Zongbao bowed and said, killing sword cultivators is my mission in the Sky Patrol City. I will not let you down. Damn it, how did it become a rental? Xiao Hua was secretly anxious. There is an essential difference between renting and owning one's own things. However, seeing that Li Zongbao didn't speak, and Hang Ming, who defended Li Zongbao, also didn't speak, Xiao Hua looked at the calm and composed Qian Mo of the Imperial Thunder sect and didn't dare to speak again. Without support, even someone as strong as Li Zongbao didn't dare to speak. What was Xiao Hua? It was better to keep quiet. Yes, since nephew Zongbao said so, it was worth lending the flying boat to you. Wang Yi still held on to the word rental and said with a smile, however, nephew Zongbao, you don't have to rush to the flowing ice valley. Yes, it's my business how to arrange it. Uncle Wang, it's better if you don't interfere. Li Zongbao retorted calmly. Of course I don't care where nephew Zongbao goes. Wang Yi laughed and said, however, in 10 days, the Taoist sect disciples will launch a large-scale attack on the Seven Extremes Ridge and the flowing ice valley. That place was the location of the spiritual vein of the Sky Patrol City. Now, it has become the base of the sword cultivators. Many sword cultivators' disciples are resting there. It is a good opportunity for us to sneak attack. If fellow Daoist Zhong Bao is interested, you can go and take a look. Perhaps Qin Jian will go as well. When he looked at Li Zongbao again, he was completely different from before. He was no longer in a hurry and just bowed. Thank you for your kindness, Martial Uncle Wang. Junior will discuss it with Junior Martial Brothers Xiao again before using this flying boat that has yet to belong to us. You can go back and wait. Wang Yi waved his hand. This old man and the others still need to discuss how to arrange the troops. Yes, thank you, Martial Uncle Wang. Li Zongbao bowed and left the discussion hall with Xiao Hua and Xiao Mao. As soon as he walked out of the conference hall, Xiao Hua couldn't hold back and said in a low voice, Senior Martial Brother Li, how can this rental be compared to your own? This is obviously far from enough. Humph, Li Zongbao sneered. Didn't you say earlier that you were going to borrow my hands? Why, do you want to force yourself to endure? What was the result? Actually, sometimes, showing weakness didn't mean compromising. Taking risks is the biggest hidden danger. Seeing the double meaning in Li Zongbao's words, Xiao Hua frowned. He didn't understand what Li Zongbao was talking about. Hee, big brother. Xiao Mao said in a low voice, Big brother is in the picture and doesn't understand what Senior Martial Brother Li means. What do you mean? This rental, doesn't it belong to us? Xiao Mao chuckled. Although they didn't clearly state who it belongs to, the flying boat is in our hands. Even if the Seven Skills sect shouted 1,000,000 times, the flying boat wouldn't fly back. It would still be under our feet. Besides, we're renting it for 99 years. When the time comes and we can't decide who it belongs to, we'll just rent it for another 99 years. The amount of spirit stones they give each year isn't much either. What's the difference between that and our own flying boat? Isn't the Seven Skills sect's nominal ownership? Moreover, the Seven Skills sect doesn't have this nominal ownership. Li Zongbao said coldly, they want to leave it for the younger generation to settle. I'd like to see which Seven Skills sect's younger generation dares to settle it with me. Don't even mention the word flying boat. Ah, I understand. Xiao Hua bowed. Thank you for protecting me, Senior Martial Brother Li. Do you need me to protect you? Li Zongbao asked with a smile. Of course. Xiao Hua answered bluntly. Li Zongbao looked around and snorted coldly. He didn't say anything else. Xiao Mao asked carefully, are we going to Flowing Ice Valley now or are we going with the Dao sect cultivators? Of course we're going now. Xiao Hua said anxiously. Don't let Tu Hong escape. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Li Zongbao waved his hand. Since there's nothing else going on in the meeting hall, we don't need to be in such a hurry. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley to begin with. We went there just now, to act as scouts for others. What's the point of that? Besides, I heard from Master that the Huanhua sect's disciples are also going to Flowing Ice Valley. I think it's better if we go together. Qin Jian isn't in Flowing Ice Valley? Then we. Xiao Hua was bewildered. I'll explain it to you in detail after we leave Sky Patrol City. Li Zongbao didn't want to say more. He waved his hand and said, I have nothing else to do. If you want to go, you can go now. However, when Xiao Hua heard that the Huanhua sect was also going to Flowing Ice Valley, he didn't want to go first. He smiled apologetically and said, in that case, let's wait a little longer. It won't be too late to talk about it when we have definite news. Okay, then I'll go back to the Utopia faction station first. Li Zongbao waved his hand and left. Xiao Mao, on the other hand, accompanied Xiao Hua. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat displeased expression, he transmitted his voice, Big brother, this Golden Core master of your Imperial Thunder sect is too sanctimonious. He only said that the Imperial Thunder sect is a large sect and only said something about tolerance. It really makes people unhappy. Compared to my Xuanyan school, it's really far behind. Alas, it's more than that. Xiaohua suddenly thought of the day when he went to Sky Thunder Peak with the thunder-devouring bead. The thunder-controlling sect was surrounded by the Xuanyan school, the Qiqiao sect, and the Shanghua sect. They wanted to stop him, but the thunder-controlling sect didn't react at all. This tolerance. Is it really the demeanor of a big sect? Looking at the Utopia faction and Li Zongbao's rather unscrupulous attitude, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little envious. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. Xiaohua waved his hand. You should also hurry up and cultivate. Flowing Ice Valley must be another fierce battle. Now that the cultivators in the late stage of Foundation Establishment and Golden Core have come out, the number of Bright Sword Grade 6 and Illusory Sword Grade 1 will definitely increase. You should also be careful. Yes, I understand. Xiao Mao bowed. I'll go back to the Xuanyan school station. Big brother, how many more days do you want to wait? Or follow me to the Xuanyan school station? Why would I go to your Xuanyan school? Xiaohua waved his hand. I'll go back to the thunder-controlling sect. Yes, Xiao Mao bowed and flew away. Xiaohua looked at his back and sighed. He also flew to the thunder-controlling sect station. Chapter 2471. When Xiaohua returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, he knew that he didn't have a place to cultivate, so he could only find Changshu. He took out spirit stones and found an ordinary pill refining cave to cultivate. In the Huan country sword domain, the dozens of illusory swordsmen gathered. The mountain was still covered in ice and snow, and the water was still as calm as jade. However, there were much fewer people. There were only a dozen or so illusory sword level 3 swordsmen standing expressionlessly above the pool. In addition to these differences, there was a roar that echoed throughout the valley. Kaka, this old man knows you are that terrifying phoenix. Come, let this old man fight you for 300 rounds. Kaka, what, you want to escape? Eat this old man's claw. It was none other than Yu Ming, who had escaped from the Yimyang Spring Mountain. At this time, Yu Ming was exactly the same as when he escaped from Xiaohua's hands. His mouth was saying inexplicable words, and the spiritual power around his body flashed. From time to time, he would fly up and down, and the sound of the wind would resound as he attacked the void. His figure was extremely nimble as he flashed back and forth in midair, as if he was really facing Xiaohua. Sword friend Lianing. Lu Ruochang, who was standing quietly on the surface of the lake, watched for a long time. He sighed and said to a short old man about 10 feet away from him, Rain sword friend. You really can't remember the situation at that time? You really can't tell who killed sword friend Yu Ming from the Clear Sword sect? The old man was wearing gray clothes and looked gray. He whispered, Junior Marshal brother, you not only can't remember the situation at that time, he doesn't even know who he is. Fortunately, he followed his memory and returned to the Quilted Mountain. Otherwise, if he was killed by a cultivator, we wouldn't know his whereabouts. As for who killed sword friend Yu Ming from the Clear Sword sect, isn't it obvious? Isn't it the Imperial Thunder sect's terrifying phoenix? Lianing glanced at the slightly plump, white-haired Zhu Qingye from the Clear Sword sect, who was standing not far from him, and said. Lu Ruochang shook his head. Although the terrifying phoenix has a great reputation, he is still a Foundation Establishment cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect. At most, he is at the late stage of Foundation Establishment. There is no way he could have killed sword friend Zhong Haoshuan from the Clear Sword sect. There are even several swordsmen at the second grade of the Illusory Sword realm. What about Ling Yunwu and the other Illusory swordsmen from the High Wind Sword sect? Zhu Qingye disagreed. In my opinion, firstly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends fell into Tu Hong's formation, and it wasn't the doing of the terrifying phoenix. Secondly, Ling Yunwu and the other sword friends couldn't have survived, and the terrifying phoenix couldn't have survived. Lu Ruochang said resolutely, if the terrifying phoenix is still alive, he must be at the peak of the Gold Core stage, or even the nascent soul stage. This is different from the information we received. How do you explain Yuming's situation? Zhu Qingye continued to ask. Moreover, Qin Jian and I were also in Sky Patrol City that day. We can prove that perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City did not leave Sky Patrol City. What about Tu Hong? Lu Ruochang also smiled and said, the Dao sect cultivators keep saying that it was sword friend Qin who killed that fellow, but what about the truth? Wasn't Qin Jian with Zhu Jianyu? Zhu Qingye's brows furrowed as well. He was very puzzled. That's right. Let alone Qin Jian, even I find it strange. Which sword transformation senior killed Qin Jian? He hasn't said anything until now. What about my junior brother Feng? A burly beast cultivator said coldly, although junior brother Feng's cultivation seems to be at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, as far as I know, he has long been at the third grade of the illusory sword realm. If he was killed mysteriously, who else could it be other than perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City? Lu Ruochang smiled bitterly and was also puzzled. He said, let me tell you, sword friend Song Yuan, I just returned from the Gale Snow Field. That place was in a mess. If it was perfected Shui of Sky Patrol City, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss, right? However, according to the disciples who fled, it was a cultivator similar to the terrifying phoenix. A Foundation establishment cultivator shouldn't be a match for sword friend Feng, right? The terrifying phoenix you saw was only at the Foundation establishment cultivator. It's hard to say if he didn't hide his cultivation like junior brother Feng. Maybe he also has the strength of a golden core cultivator. Song Yuan said coldly. That's the problem. Lu Ruochang smiled apologetically. If the terrifying phoenix has the strength of a golden core cultivator, if he could kill sword friend Feng Buping, then he must have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, right? How could he hide his cultivation to the early Foundation establishment cultivator? It's already good enough that he could hide it to the early golden core cultivator, right? Who knows what strange secret techniques the Dao sect cultivators have? Song Yuan was a little more relaxed. Even if the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, how could he let sword friend Yuming escape? He should have been able to kill sword friend Yuming easily. Also, since the terrifying phoenix has the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, that day on Rooster Crow Mountain, it wasn't just some bright swordsman who died, right? Even if it was the Gale Snowfield, there wouldn't be too many swordsmen who escaped, right? But, if the terrifying phoenix didn't have the cultivation of a late golden core cultivator, junior brother Zhong Haoshuan and the others couldn't have been killed. Zhu Qingye said. So, from what I see, there must be two Dao sect cultivators here. One is a late golden core cultivator who killed sword friend Feng Buping, then killed my bright sword sect sword friend, stole the Yin Yang sword gourd, and even did other things that damaged my sword realm. The other one might be the terrifying phoenix. He was lucky enough to escape from the battle on Mount Quanjin. Of course, maybe there was no terrifying phoenix at Mount Quanjin that day, and it was only sword friend Ling Yun's conjecture. Unfortunately, sword friend Ling Yun encountered Tu Hong's spirit howler ray on Mount Quanjin. What LV Jianyu said makes sense. Zhu Qingye nodded. That's the only explanation that makes sense. As for sword friend Yuming, he must have escaped from the late golden core cultivator by a freak combination of factors and met the terrifying phoenix. That's why this happened. That's right. Lian Ying nodded. The damage to junior brother Yuming's soul is related to the soul cultivator's blood sacrifice soul talisman. I'm afraid that the golden core cultivator disdained to take his life, and that's why he escaped. But, if the terrifying phoenix is someone from the Imperial Thunder sect? Don't tell me there's no news. If the terrifying phoenix was at Mount Quanjin that day, and he was lucky enough to escape, then that person's name is easy to say. It's none other than Cui Hongshan, Zhen Minghui, Su Qing, Qiu Su, and Xiao Hua. But as for who exactly it is, because we don't have the appearance of the 5 people, we can't be sure. LV Ruochang said. Of course, I've already sent people to look for the appearance of the 5 people. There should be news soon. What did LV say just now? That the terrifying phoenix might have done something that damaged my sword realm. Sang Yuan looked very simple and honest, but he was very sensitive to something. This. LV Ruochang also hesitated. This is also my guess. It's just that I received some vague information from Senior Huashen. Later on, I heard that Tu Hong was killed, so I understood a little. Tu Hong was undoubtedly killed by Senior Huashen, because Senior Huashen is currently in a rage. It seems to be somewhat similar to what happened at Chicken Crow Mountain. Oh, hearing that it was the rage of Senior Huashen, no one dared to ask further. Moreover, according to Senior Huashen's wishes, I've already issued the number 1 bounty in my sword realm, just like the Dao Sect's conference hall. Whoever can kill the terrifying phoenix will be heavily rewarded by all the sword sects in my sword realm. LV Ruochang said again. Whether he's in the early or late foundation establishment stage, I want to see his head. Good. My bright sword sect is the first to agree. Zhu Qingye nodded and shouted. The others also clapped their hands in agreement. Actually, I've invited everyone here today, other than the matter of Senior Huashen Yuming. I also have to discuss the key to this battle with all of you sword friends. LV Ruochang looked at everyone and said. Oh, is it Senior LV Jinyo's sword formation? Zhu Qingye was a little worried. My bright sword sect has dragged you down again. I'm really sorry. If Senior LV Jinyu has any orders, please let me know. A trace of anger flashed across LV Ruochang's face. To be honest, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart at this time. Everything was in her plan, but unfortunately, most of the developments were within her control. These small and crucial points were always a little off. A trace of anger flashed across her face, but it only lasted for a moment. Although it's difficult to drive the spirit-swallowing bugs, we'll do anything to kill cultivators. Good. LV Ruochang also clapped his hands and said, in order to kill the cultivators of your sect and for the survival of our warriors of the Sword region, you've sacrificed too much. Fortunately, the battle situation is gradually becoming clearer. This Dao cultivator war is far from what it was in the past. Our sword cultivator warriors will definitely step into the territory of cultivators. Good. Zhu Qingye could not help but clap his hands and say, I'll wait for Senior LV Jinyo's good news, but, this sword formation. Although it's the key to this war, it's not the end of it. LV Ruochang's face became mysterious. He changed the topic and said, I've already said that I've invited all of you here to discuss something else. What? Senior LV Jinyu, do you have other arrangements? Zhu Qingye and the others were shocked. In their eyes, LV Ruochang's arrangement of the formation was already beyond their reach. How could they not be shocked and they heard that LV Ruochang had other plans? Of course. In order to live up to Senior Huashen Yu's name, I naturally have to rack my brains and think of a way to defeat the enemy. LV Ruochang's face was calm, but his eyes could not help but flash a trace of excitement as he spoke again. Terrifying Phoenix, do you want to kill me? Why don't you come over? Yuming's voice sounded between the distant rock walls again. In that case, we'll have much fewer cultivators to resist the Dao sect and the swordsmen to use the sword formation. I'm afraid it's a little inappropriate. It doesn't matter. The sword formation has been set up. We still have to transfer other swordsmen from the sword region. These discussions were covered by Yuming's cries. Chapter 2472. Xiao Hua, who was far away in Sky Patrol City, did not sense Yuming's challenge. He did not even sneeze. He was now in a kind of surprise. How could he not be happy? Previously, when he gave the Prajnapramitha Heart Sutra to Zhang Qingxiao gave Xiao Xianrui a jade pendant found in the ancestral temple to Xiao Hua. At that time, Zhang Qingxiao only said that it might be a body cultivation technique. Only Xiao Hua could practice it in Shanghua Ming, so she gave it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua did not care at first and casually put it in the space. Today, when his primordial spirit took out the jade pendant to check, he was surprised to find that it recorded a rare bone tempering technique in the Dawn Rain continent. It was not a body cultivation technique at all. Even with Xiaohua's understanding of the bone tempering technique, he vaguely perceived that this technique seemed to be different from the bone tempering technique in the Sunset Island. It was also different from the Big Dipper magical fist. It might be a technique from outside the Dawn Rain continent. Thinking of the abnormality of the god statue and the dark mantra that the 10,000 Demon Realm Empress was looking for, Xiaohua's heart was also a little confused. This technique, could it be from the 10,000 Demon Realm? However, whether it was a technique from the 10,000 Demon Realm or not, since it was a bone tempering technique, Xiaohua would not hesitate to comprehend it. It was just that this technique was quite mysterious, and the chant was abnormally obscure. If he did not spend a lot of effort, he would definitely not be able to comprehend it. Xiaohua, who was ecstatic, kept the jade pendant in the space and handed it to the primordial spirit to comprehend. His mind fell into the primordial spirit. Xiaohua had always been busy killing sword cultivators and running for his life. He rarely paid attention to the results of the bone tempering. At this time, on the red bones, there were already about 70% of the place densely covered with orange threads. It was like a dense spider web covering the entire bone. Xiaohua understood that his second level of bone tempering was not complete yet. This is a bit strange. Xiaohua secretly thought, my Dao sect cultivation has now reached the peak of the late stage of foundation establishment. As long as the opportunity comes, I can condense core at any time, but why is the second level of bone tempering not 99%? This seems to be somewhat different from when I was in the Qi refining realm. Since this bone tempering hasn't reached the large success stage, does that mean I can't condense a core? I remember that when I built my foundation, my physique changed from fire to earth. What about this time? Was it after the core condensation or after the bone tempering? Or do you still refuse to change? Although my dermic powers have greatly increased, the speed of bone tempering has not increased because of the increase in dermic powers. Looks like bone tempering and the Dao sect's dermic powers are completely unrelated. Also, the fire origin source was delivered to my doorstep, but what about the earth origin source? Where was it? Without the earth origin, the second layer of the bone tempering technique would never reach the grand completion stage. Sigh, why is cultivation so difficult? When Xiaohua thought about the origin of earth, he couldn't help but scratch his head. He'd been on the Daybreak continent for so many years. He'd cultivated from a first-level Qi refining cultivator to the late stage of foundation building and was about to condense his gold core. However, he'd never heard of any origin of fire or origin of earth. Even during the auction for nascent soul cultivators, they'd never been mentioned. An innate jellyfish was already at the peak of heaven. Where should he go to find one? Sigh, I don't know when I'll have the chance to return to the 10,000 demon realm. Xiaohua was a little distressed. I originally thought that there was hope if I followed that empress, but now that Dai is injured like this, I don't know if that empress is still around. If I only rely on Dai there's no hope. Forget it, let's refine some fireball talismans first. Xiaohua clapped his hands, took out a piece of jade essence, and began to refine the fireball talismans with familiarity. When Xiaohua first started refining, he was still somewhat unfamiliar with it and even failed a few times. However, after he changed his Daoist robes a few times, he began to become proficient. In the eyes of the ordinary cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent, and not just ordinary cultivators, even nascent soul cultivators would consider the jade talismans to be precious. Now, he was refining them piece by piece. Of course, this was only a fireball talisman. It was far from being comparable to a real jade talisman. While Xiaohua was refining, he pondered, my method of controlling the jade talismans is completely different from the Daybreak continents. Moreover, it's merely relying on the control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This is something that the cultivators of the Daybreak continent have never thought of. However, this shouldn't be the reason why jade talismans are so rare in the Daybreak continent. Those nascent soul cultivators are already able to sense the heavenly Tao. Their control of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth wouldn't be any worse than mine. Needless to say, cultivators at the spirit-severing stage and above. Then what's the real reason? Moreover, the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman is so complicated. I understand. Thinking up to here, Xiaohua unconsciously groaned, and said self-deprecatingly, this young master is thinking too much. Which one of them isn't an almighty person who has grasped the technique of refining talismans? How could they refine low-level goods like the Fireball Talisman? Those almighty people are at least deity transformation cultivators. The spells they know won't be inferior to the magic array within the Phoenix Talisman no matter what. If they want to refine this talisman, they'll need to spend magic power and energy. Since they want to refine it once, it'll naturally be the kind with enormous power. Otherwise, it won't be of any use when facing an enemy. Perhaps refining the Phoenix Talisman is like refining some condensed knowledge treasure, something that can only be refined once in a lifetime. How could they not refine it properly? That's why there are common jade talismans and heavenly jade talismans. And only this young master would make these boring little jade talismans. Just as Xiaohua was looking around narcissistically, the pill refining cave's restriction slightly flickered. Oh, Li Zongbao, that guy is going to leave again. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the jade talisman that was just formed that was extremely similar to a cluster of flames was stored into the space. He then took out the command token. Who would have thought that when he opened the restriction, there was actually a person following behind the communication talisman? Isn't that Changshu, the city guard of Sky Patrol City? Why is it fellow Daoist Chang? Xiaohua said unexpectedly as he stood up. I'm really sorry to let fellow Daoist Xiao cultivate in such a simple and crude pill room. Changshu looked around and bowed. It's fine. Xiaohua patted his storage pouch and said, in this way, won't I save up my spirit stones? Fellow Daoist Xiao really knows how to joke. Changshu said with a smile, that day, I didn't expect fellow Daoist Xiao to return so quickly, so I couldn't leave behind a good pill refining cave. Now, a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from 7 Skills sect just came out of the pill refining cave. If fellow Daoist Xiao is willing, you can go there now. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand. I won't be able to stay for more than a few days. This place is fine. Oh. How many more days can fellow Daoist Xiao stay? Changshu was slightly stunned. I just asked someone, and there's already some news. In about 3 days. At this point, Changshu looked at the restriction that Xiaohua didn't activate and didn't say anything else. Oh. So fast. Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly activated the restriction at the cave entrance. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Chang is really amazing. Not at all. Changshu said with a smile, because I'm a city guard of Sky Patrol City, I usually interact with a lot of cultivators. This isn't much. Fellow Daoist Chang is too modest. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, if you ask me to look for this matter, I definitely won't be able to find it. Alas, fellow Daoist Xiao is really joking. Changshu smiled bitterly. Being able to find such an opportunity is nothing. Being able to participate in this kind of secret meeting is something to be proud of. At this point, Changshu smiled apologetically and said, I've already agreed with them that the secret auction will be held late at night 3 days later. That person just happens to have a token. If fellow Daoist Xiao wants to go, you have to pay a sum of spirit stones today. Once they see the spirit stones, they can give the token to me. Oh. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly, and he said with realization, this sum of spirit stones is probably not cheap, right? That's right. It's indeed not a small sum. Changshu said a number and then explained, it's all because I don't have enough face. I heard that person say, no need, no need. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand. After thinking for a moment, he took out a storage bag and handed it to Chang Shu. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Chang. I'll be waiting here for fellow Daoist Chang's good news. Chang Shu was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Xiao Hua to take out the storage bag without even frowning. That was not a small sum of spirit stones. If it wasn't for this, he wouldn't have come to find Xiao Hua. Fellow Daoist Xiao, are you sure you want to go to the secret auction? Chang Shu probed again. This sum of spirit stones, if fellow Daoist Xiao wins the bid, you can use it. If you don't, you can only get back 70%. Oh. There's such a rule? Xiao Hua really didn't frown and said with a smile, since I'm going to bid, I won't lose anything. Fellow Daoist Chang can go as you wish. All right. Chang Shu took the storage bag, cupped his hands, and quickly walked out of the pill refining cave. However, after an hour, Chang Shu once again returned in high spirits. He handed over a bronze-colored tiger tally and a jade slip to Xiao Hua. He seemed to be able to do something for Xiao Hua, or perhaps obtain the qualifications to participate in the secret auction. Chang Shu himself felt immensely proud of himself. Thank you, fellow Daoist Chang. Xiao Hua had already participated in the so-called secret auction before, so he naturally knew the secret. He also knew that now that Shuiyu Taoist master was in charge of Sentry City, and it was also at the forefront of the battle between Dao cultivators. Those who could participate in the secret auction were at most gold core stage cultivators. There would never be a situation like the previous secret auction where a nascent soul stage cultivator actually appeared. Seeing that Xiao Hua's expression didn't change and he calmly accepted the tiger tally and jade slip, Chang Shu was slightly surprised. It was obvious that he had overestimated Xiao Hua's cultivation. However, he didn't expect that this foundation establishment stage cultivator from the Imperial Thunder sect, who didn't seem to be good at socializing, actually didn't take the secret auction that even he didn't participate in seriously. Thinking about it again, Xiao Hua was the one who proposed the secret auction to him first. Chang Shu couldn't help but think about it. Chapter 2473. This Xiao Hua, from his name, he doesn't seem to be a blood disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Moreover, he was sent here at the beginning of the battle, so he doesn't seem to have any background. But he actually managed to persist until now without suffering any injuries. He must have some background. Even the reason he came to the battlefield before was to gain experience. Making friends with a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect with such a background will definitely benefit me endlessly in the future. Immediately, Xiao Hua became a person with a strong backer like Qian Diheng in Chang Shu's eyes. Oh, fellow Daoist Chang. Seeing that Chang Shu was somewhat absent-minded, Xiao Hua asked curiously, does fellow Daoist have something to tell me? Chang Shu hurriedly smiled apologetically, what do I have to tell you? I've only heard about this secret auction from others. I never thought I would be able to participate. If it weren't for fellow Daoist Xiao, I wouldn't even know where this secret auction would be held. Hee, Xiao Hua laughed, isn't it all recorded in the jade slip? Fellow Daoist can just take a look. Of course not. Chang Shu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the things in this jade slip can only be seen once with divine sense before automatically disappearing. I don't dare to delay fellow Daoist Zhao's matters. Immediately, he said regretfully, unfortunately, if it weren't for the fact that this tiger tally can only be used by one cultivator and that I can't leave my post at night, I would really like to follow fellow Daoist Xiao to broaden my horizons. There will always be a chance. Xiao Hua didn't care at all, besides, this secret auction won't be able to broaden my horizons. Yes, fellow Daoist Zhao's guidance is extremely correct. Chang Shu confirmed that Xiao Hua had a background. He respectfully cupped his hands and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua didn't care about the change in Chang Shu's attitude. In his opinion, all of Chang Shu's actions were normal because cultivators who could attract his attention could only be gold core cultivators. In a flash, 3 days passed. When the time was near, Xiaohua very casually took out the jade slip and immersed his divine sense in it. When he saw the location inside, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, a trace of a smile actually hung on his face. Coming out of the pill refining cave, what was rare was that the usually lively scene outside had disappeared, and it was similar to the initial loneliness. Snowflakes once again drifted down from the sky, fluttering as they hit Xiaohua's face. Where are the arrogant late-stage Foundation establishment disciples? Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Naturally, it was very easy for him to think of the situation a few days ago. I'm afraid that he has already been sent to the front lines. Alas, they have underestimated the intensity of the battle. Perhaps only when they return from the battlefield will they change their attitude and respect us, the surviving disciples. Xiaohua sighed and flew out of the encampment. Who would have thought that along the way, it would be so quiet that not a single disciple could be seen? This is bad. Xiaohua suddenly felt that something was wrong. Did something happen? Where did this disciple come from? Why did he come out instead of meditating in the quiet room? Don't tell me, you don't know the rules of the sect? Sure enough, just as Xiaohua's figure appeared in the encampment, several middle-stage Foundation establishment patrolling disciples immediately flew over from the shadows and stopped him. Oh my, what ban? Xiaohua stared blankly, then hurriedly bowed and said, "Disciple is Xiaohua of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad. I didn't receive any order." First squad? You are Xiaohua? The leading disciple was also stunned. Why are you still in the Sky Patrol City? All the disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's first squad have returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. I see. Xiaohua understood. He clapped his hands and handed his token to the leading disciple. Then he said with a smile, "I am indeed Xiaohua. However, I was conscripted by senior brother Li Zongbao of the Utopia faction and cannot leave the Sky Patrol City for the time being." I see. The leading disciple took Xiaohua's token and looked at it for a while. Then he returned it to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "The ban of the Imperial Thunder Sect is issued by the squad leaders." Oh, that's not right. This ban was issued after the assassination of Senior Tu Hongtu of the Sky Patrol City. The squad leader of the first squad should have informed junior brother Xiao. Hearing the leading disciple's question, Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Of course. At that time, Cui Hongshan was absent-minded and was thinking about his own happiness. Moreover, after Xiaohua returned, he immediately took Cui Hongshan and Dui Qimeng to the elixir production cave. After leaving the cave, they took the thunder boat back to the Sky Thunder Peak. Even if Cui Hongshan knew about the ban, he wouldn't have had the chance to tell Xiaohua about it. Squad leader Cui has returned to the Sky Thunder Peak. How could I know why? Xiaohua smiled apologetically. However, I received a message from senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked me to go to a place in the Sky Patrol City. It seems that there is something urgent. I wonder if I can go out. The leading disciple shook his head and said with a trace of embarrassment, "Junior brother Xiao, although you didn't receive the ban and didn't know that you can't go out at night, it doesn't mean that you can violate the ban. Forgive me for not letting you go out." Damn it. Xiaohua scratched his head. Not only could he not participate in the secret auction, but he had also paid a lot of spirit stones. Now, he was going to lose his chance. What the disciple said next made him even more furious. Moreover, even if I let you out, the Sky Patrol City doesn't allow cultivators to go out at night. You can't go anywhere. I understand now. Xiaohua finally knew the reason why he had to pay spirit stones for the secret auction. He even knew the reason why the secret auction was held late at night. Xiaohua wanted to turn back to the pill refining cave, but he changed his mind and handed the token to the disciple on duty again. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, please take a look at my token again. There is the seal of the conference hall's special permit, the ban of the Imperial Thunder Sect, and the ban of the Sky Patrol City. Can you do me a favor?" "Oh. Is that so?" The disciple took Xiao Hua's token again embarrassedly. He looked at it carefully with his divine thought and smiled apologetically. I was a little careless. I didn't see it clearly just now. Since junior brother Xiao has a special permit, then the ban of the Imperial Thunder sect can be ignored. However, the ban of the Sky Patrol City. That's not something I can know. Xiao Hua took the token from the disciple and smiled. Senior brother, you can let me out of the Imperial Thunder sect. If the disciples of the Sky Patrol City don't recognize me, I can only apologize to senior brother Li Zongbao, who asked his special permit to be defeated by the Sky Patrol City's ban. Ha ha ha, the disciple laughed. Although this is the Sky Patrol City, the conference hall is the head of our sect. Which disciple of the Sky Patrol City dares not to give face to the conference hall? Don't worry. After that, the disciple raised his hand and said, Junior brother Xiao, please. I dare not. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and flew out of the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment with the other disciples. Sure enough, the streets of the Sky Patrol City were so quiet and deserted that one could almost hear the sound of snow falling. The thick dark clouds in the sky blocked the moonlight. In Xiao Hua's eyes, there was only darkness. There's always darkness behind the sunlight. If there's no darkness, how can one understand the preciousness of the sunlight? Xiao Hua sighed and flew slowly into the distance. This immortal Shuiyu is really good at scheming. If I didn't have the special permit of the conference hall, I'm afraid I would have to use the Devil Realm's concealment technique in order to participate in this secret auction. If he had any secret technique, wouldn't I have fallen into his trap? Xiao Hua snorted and thought to himself. He was not sure whether the special permit of the conference hall could defeat the ban of the Sky Patrol City. However, after listening to the disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, he was confident. Just as he thought, Xiao Hua was stopped by the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Of course, with the seal of the conference hall's special permission, coupled with Xiao Hua's pretense, it was not difficult. Xiao Hua arrived at the location of the secret auction. When he saw the tea house where he met Ziyi that day, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If it were not for the instructions in the jade slip, he would not have known that this seemingly ordinary tea house was actually the location of the Sky Patrol City's secret auction. The door of the tea house was closed. It was not as bright as it used to be. Xiao Hua walked up a few steps, stretched out his hand, and gently knocked on the wooden door. After 9 knocks with different rhythms, a hoarse voice came from behind the wooden door. Who's visiting? What's the matter? Xiao Hua laughed in his heart. I've already knocked on the door, why are you still pretending? However, he still followed the instructions in the jade slip. I have obtained a strange copper talisman. I'd like to invite shopkeeper Lien to appraise it. Oh, I see. As the voice sounded, a small square hole was pulled open on the wooden door, revealing a big fat face. The small eyes on the big face were squeezed to the size of mung beans, staring at Xiao Hua from top to bottom. However, Xiao Hua was wearing a camouflage robe at this time, so what could he see? Xiao Hua clapped his hands and handed over the bronze tiger tally. A big, chubby hand took it and closed the small hole. Unexpectedly, after the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea, a creaking sound was heard. The wooden door opened a crack, and a hoarse voice rang out, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." "Thank you." Xiao Hua cupped his hands and stepped inside. The layout of the tea house was no different from how it was during the day. Every table was wiped clean, but there was less noise. Why did fellow Taoist come so late? The tall and fat foundation establishment cultivator closed the door and asked strangely. Huh? This old man came late? Xiao Hua was a little surprised. Didn't the jade slip say that it started late at night? That cultivator once again used his divine sense to scan Xiao Hua with a trace of respect on his face. This poor Taoist is truly impressed that fellow Taoist can come here in the middle of the night under the city's curfew. Oh. Could it be that this old man is the only one who came at this time? Xiao Hua suddenly realized. You're not the only one, but you can be counted on one hand," the cultivator said as he led the way. Chapter 2474. Well, I looked at the jade slip and thought it would be fine as long as I arrived at night. I didn't expect to wait in the tea house during the day. Xiao Hua replied casually. Well, I and the others were negligent. The cultivator obviously mistook Xiao Hua's identity and said, I and the others sent out the jade slip a long time ago, but we didn't know there was a curfew. However, many cultivators come here during the day. It's really rare to see someone as late as you. While he was talking, the door behind him opened again. Oh. The cultivator's fat face showed surprise. He looked at it and smiled apologetically. Fellow cultivator, could you please wait for a moment? To be honest, you are beyond our expectations. I really didn't expect there to be someone later than you. Don't worry about it. Xiao Hua was a little discouraged when he saw the situation. Judging from the situation, the secret auction in Sky Patrol City was far inferior to the secret auction in Weeping Moon City. He was afraid that this trip would be in vain. After a while, another cultivator walked in with the fat man. Xiao Hua's divine sense scanned and also felt the other party's divine sense. However, since he couldn't see the other party's cultivation, Xiao Hua just nodded slightly and didn't raise his hand to salute. The cultivator didn't even move, as if he didn't see Xiao Hua nodding. Fellow cultivators, this way please. The fat man didn't dare to neglect the two cultivators who came here despite the ban of the Sky Patrol City. He respectfully led the way. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate and walked in front of the cultivator. When they reached the stairs leading to the second floor, the fat man took out a shuttle-shaped celestial artifact from his arms and activated it. The celestial artifact turned into a stream of light and rushed into the stairs. After a while, a layer of celestial artifact fluctuated inside the stairs, like a fountain in a deep pool, gradually overflowing. Then, a jade chair flashed out from the stairs, and a milky white brilliance came out from the jade chair. Only one person can go in at a time. I wonder who will go in first. The fat cultivator rubbed his fat hands, looking a little embarrassed and even a little uneasy. Fellow Taoist, please go first. The cultivator who came later didn't make any hand gestures and just said calmly. N. Xiao Hua keenly sensed that this cultivator's behavior was clearly different from ordinary cultivators. However, he couldn't pinpoint the exact difference. It was probably just a feeling. Xiao Hua flew and sat on the jade chair. The brilliance around the jade chair was like a lotus seed pod, shrinking and bringing Xiao Hua into the array. When Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, it was actually a place that was extremely similar to the tea house. However, at this moment, there were already dozens of intoxicated cultivators sitting here, very similar to the tea house during the day. Oh. Xiao Hua's gaze swept over, and he felt even more disappointed. Senior, do you have your tiger tally? A chi refining cultivator had been waiting respectfully for a long time. After bowing respectfully, he asked with a smile. The brilliance of Xiao Hua's arrival also attracted the attention of the cultivators sitting in front of him. Almost everyone turned their heads and used their divine sense to check. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to take out the copper talisman. Instead, he quickly took a few steps forward. At this moment, another cold brilliance flashed. The chi refining cultivator was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask, Senior. Senior, is there someone behind you? Xiao Hua nodded slightly. The cold brilliance sat down cross-legged, and the figure of the tall cultivator also appeared. Everyone was even more surprised. Everyone knew that there was a curfew in Sky Patrol City at night, so ordinary cultivators couldn't come to this tea house. However, not only did someone come, but there were even two people. How could it not arouse suspicion? Senior, where is your copper talisman? The chi refining cultivator still respectfully asked the tall cultivator. The tall cultivator didn't say anything and flipped his hand. A tiger tally that was slightly different from Xiao Hua's appeared in his hand. Oh. Senior, please." When the Qi refining cultivator saw that the tiger tally had some golden engravings, he became even more respectful. He reached out his hand and took the tiger tally. Then, he led the tall cultivator to the front of the crowd. The tall cultivator glanced sideways at Xiao Hua, who was standing at the side, and followed the small cultivator. "Senior, where is your tiger tally?" Not far away, another Qi refining cultivator hurriedly came over and asked with a bow. "Here." Xiao Hua took out his copper talisman. "Oh, Senior, please follow this junior." The Qi refining cultivator took Xiao Hua's copper talisman and glanced at it. Although he was respectful, he was far less reserved than the previous cultivator. He led Xiao Hua to the back of the crowd. At this moment, inside the tea house, there were only a few tables that were unoccupied. There were 2 tables at the front and 2 at the back. Coincidentally, Xiao Hua was sitting at a table at the very back, while the tall cultivator was sitting at the table at the very front. Obviously, when they saw that Xiao Hua was actually sitting at the back, not only were the cultivators who came first surprised, but the cultivators who followed Xiao Hua were even more puzzled. They couldn't help but look at Xiao Hua a few more times. "Motherfucker," Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. At this point, how could he not have guessed it? The secret auction in the Sky Patrol City was different from the secret auction in the Weeping Moon City. The order was different. The cultivators at the front had more privileges than the cultivators at the back. Moreover, the significance of each tiger tally was related to this. Chang Shu was just a city guard of the Sky Patrol City. The tiger tally he could get was of the lowest level. Forget it, anyway. I'll just get some dry separation pills. I don't want to attract too much attention. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He didn't want to be the center of attention. When the 2 of them sat down, the whole space was deserted. Everyone was silent. Obviously, they didn't know each other. After another half an hour, the wall in front of the few jade chairs emitted a faint brilliance, and then the wall began to slowly retreat, leaving a space of several feet in front of everyone. At the same time, the ground of the space slowly rose, revealing a round platform about 10 feet in size. "Si-la-la," a burst of brilliance flashed, and a small hurricane blew in the middle of the round platform. A deep hole appeared in the middle of the round platform, and there was a step in the deep hole. A short, dark-skinned cultivator at the late stage of foundation establishment slowly walked up the steps to the round platform. The cultivator stood still on the round platform and looked around before bowing and saying, "This humble Taoist Bai Xing is the ruler of today's price negotiation. I hope everyone can come and support me." Seeing that no one in the room said anything, Bai Xing was not surprised, and said, "Fellow cultivators, please rest assured. The reputation of my Sky Survey tea house is still well known in Sky Survey City. Even the city lord knows about it, and this auction was approved by him. However, today is a curfew, so it's a little inconvenient for all of you. Bai Xing apologizes to all of you." With that, Bai Xing bowed deeply. There's no need to be so polite. The cultivator who came with Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "His Excellency the City Lord won't care about your negotiation. We also know whether your Sky Survey tea house is trustworthy or not. You'd better start quickly." "Yes, I'll start now." Bai Xing said in a respectful manner. "However, I always have to explain the rules before the start of each bargaining session so that the newcomers won't be confused." Then, Bai Xing patiently explained the rules of the bargaining session. Her nagging was no different from the rulers of all the auctions. Xiao Hua also heard clearly at the end. The rules were the general rules, but there were a few differences. First, the cultivators sitting at the front had priority. They could get the items that they bid for with the same amount. Second, this auction was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the same as the auction. The tea house provided items, and the cultivators bid for them. The second part was similar to the auction. The cultivators took out their own items, and the other cultivators bid. Of course, the cultivators in front still had priority. After Bai Xing finished speaking, the auction began. It was similar to Xiao Hua's idea and the layout of the tea house. Everything at the beginning was no different from the auction. Some ordinary medicinal pills, ordinary spiritual herbs, and even some qi refinement cultivation methods were really tasteless. However, even if these were ordinary items, there were still people who took a fancy to them. From time to time, some cultivators would raise their hands and bid. After a while, Xiao Hua suddenly understood. Damn it, I've already paid a sum of spirit stones for the qualification to enter this bullshit auction. If I don't bid, I'll have to give 30% to this tea house. I'm giving it away for free. No matter what, I have to bid for something. These cultivators have probably already thought it through. No matter if it's useful or not, I'll get it first. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua was about to raise his hand to bid. Unfortunately, he woke up too late. Bai Xing on the high platform waved his hand and said with a smile, "These are the ordinary items that I can provide. Next, is the item that everyone wants." Oh. Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. The item that we want? Then, what is it? Just as he was thinking, an aura refining disciple walked out from behind Bai Xing. He was holding a huge tray with more than a dozen small storage pouches on it. That disciple handed the tray to Bai Xing and then returned in admiration. He then heard Bai Xing point at the tray and say with a smile, "These are aura refining cultivation methods from more than a dozen cultivation groups. They were all found by some people on the battlefield. We've collected them and put them together. If any fellow Taoist needs any cultivation group's cultivation method, feel free to bid." Oh, Xiao Hua somewhat understood. Sure enough, a cultivator in front of him raised his hand and said, "This old man wants qi refinement sex cultivation methods. Do you have any here?" Yes, Bai Xing waved his hand and one of the storage pouches fell into his hand. He opened it and immersed his divine sense inside. After looking at it for a while, he said, "This storage pouch contains more than 20 jade slips for qi refinement sex cultivation methods. Are they to your liking?"